In a dark, gloomy cell, a girl was completely consumed by despair. Holding another person tightly in her arms, she glared at the man standing in front of her and demanded answers. Why? Why did you do this to us? The man before her said nothing, maintaining a cold silence. But the girl refused to let it go, frantically lashing out at him. Because of you, this child is dead. Are you happy now? After shouting those words, she broke down, sobbing in utter heartbreak. Unfortunately, the man just stood there coldly and let out a harsh scoff. You're asking why I did this? You know the reason perfectly well yourself. His words caught the girl off guard, leaving her completely bewildered. The man stepped closer to her and said coldly, your imprisonment here and that girl taking her own life. All of this is entirely your own doing. Hearing this, the girl cried even harder. Her voice trembled as she mumbled, no, that's not true. We didn't do anything. The man had absolutely no desire to listen and snapped coldly. Shut up and don't say another word. It's all over anyway. This is his 6th regression, and this time, he still couldn't stop this world from falling into total destruction due to the dragon onslaught. This man's name was Tae. He wondered if things would have been any different if he had just sat down and listened to what that little girl had to say back then. But he didn't regret his choices. The dragons were just far too brutal. They had slaughtered countless people, and he wasn't afraid to face them down. He narrowed his eyes at the fire dragon, spewing flames right at him. With a massive boom, an earth-shattering explosion ripped through the area. Smoke and fire filled the sky, but Tae was completely unscathed. He drew his sword and began hacking it to pieces. What Tae realized after surviving this hell for the 6th time was that failure men experience was the most critical asset he had. Tae gripped his sword and frantically charged forward like a moth to a flame. His speed so incredibly fast that the naked eye couldn't even track him. It was just Tae by himself, taking on the entire dragon race single-handedly. Yet, Tae didn't flinch or show a single shred of fear. Every single slash of his blade carried a terrifying, murderous intent. The number of dragons that fell beneath his sword was already beyond counting. But the real problem was that Tae was only one man, and the dragons were simply too numerous. Looking at the thousands of dragons swarm in front of him, he couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh, because no matter how much he killed, they just kept coming. Earth had already plunged into an anomaly known as utter destruction. Tae had failed to save the world. However, the world's time-reversing pendulum power kicked in once again. Tae wasn't particularly surprised by this turn of events. He stood there calmly, his back perfectly straight, and then he gently closed his eyes, waiting for time to take him back. Time rewound to the 21st century, a period thrown into utter chaos. Refugees flooded the streets, and debris was scattered everywhere. In the 21st century, when world gates began opening up all across the globe, monsters poured out from them, making it seem like the spark of humanity would slowly be snuffed out. But then, mankind discovered a new flame, ushering in a period known as the New Era. Soon after, teenagers with exceptional potential from all over the world were brought to an artificial island for training. That very place was the birthplace of the World Urban Academy. That was the exact moment Lair was built. And as the new loop began, the regressor would step into his 7th lifetime right inside Lair. In a narrow alleyway, a burly man was grabbing a girl by her hair. His supernatural-powered arm was pressed against her neck as he screamed frantically, "Damn it! If you want to live, back the hell off." The police surrounded the man, shouting loudly at Host Sick, "Deactivate your ability and surrender immediately." Hearing this, Host Sick snapped back in frustration. "Screw off. I am screwed anyway, so you bastard are coming to hell with me." Right at that moment, someone walked into the alley. He quietly appeared right behind Host Sick and said coldly, "They told you to surrender." Host Sick jumped out of his skin. How on earth did he not sense the guy approaching? Since when had this guy been standing right behind him? With that thought racing through his mind, Host Sick shoved the hostage girl aside, and then frantically lunged at the young man, cursing up a storm. "Holy crap. Damn it. You're a cop too, aren't you? Too bad you're." The young man possessed impressive combat skills, easily dodging his frantic attacks. He then landed a solid punch right to Host Sick's face and scoffed coldly. Not a cop, an officer. That single punch sent Host Sick flying dozens of feet away, crashing heavily onto the ground with his face swollen up like a pig's head. Seeing this, the young man couldn't help but sigh with a bit of guilt. "Ah, I forgot to adjust my strength. My hand slipped." This young man was none other than the regressor Ujite, who had just returned, and his identity this time around was an officer at the Lair local police station. A little while later, at the Lair local police station, a female officer was reviewing the news report about Ho Sik. Yet before long, the completely unconscious Ho Sik was dumped right at her feet. Her voice trembled as she asked, "Why is he lying here?" Jite brought him in. He explained slowly, "I happened to pass by, saw him, and just picked him up." Hearing this, the female officer let out a sigh and said, "Let me write up the report first. On second thought, never mind. Thanks for the hard work, Senior Jite." But after saying that, she felt a bit puzzled. Jite seemed a little different right now. Was he always this tall? He actually looked kind of hotter too. While the two of them were talking, a middle-aged man appeared next to Jite and said with a laugh, "Hey, you Jite, I heard you caught Choi Ho Sik. Is this the guy?" Jite gave a slight nod and replied, "Yes, sir." The man inspected Ho Sik's injuries for a moment, then chided him in a low voice, "But hey, you hit him way too hard. What if we get sued for police brutality again?" Jite just stayed quiet and said nothing. He was silently observing the two of them. They were completely unfamiliar faces. To someone who hadn't returned to work since his regression started, they all felt like total strangers. With that thought, Jite grabbed Ho Sik by the collar to haul him away, leaving them with just a brief, "Get back to work. I have other things to take care of." The reason Jite gave up a normal life to regress and stop Earth from being destroyed was all because of the baby dragons, because of the deaths of those dragon hatchlings. When baby dragons grew to a certain point in the world called Askaliba, they would come down to Earth to travel and seek out happy experiences. Some would get caught up in uncontrollable wars and lose their lives. Some would be completely crushed and broken by human malice. Some would commit suicide because they couldn't fulfill their designated missions. Those deaths absolutely enraged the dragon race, and they turned their wrath upon humanity, attacking them. That was why in this loop, he decided to try a different approach. Just as Jite walked outside, the female officer ran after him to call him back. "Senior, are you free after work? A new place just opened up nearby. Are you free after work? A new place just opened up nearby. Are you free after work? A new place just opened up nearby." In the bustling and beautiful country of Italy, people were enjoying a peaceful life. Inside a park, a girl was happily playing around with some kids. She used flower stems from the bushes to weave crowns and place them on the children's heads. Their bright, giggling laughter echoed throughout the entire park. At the same time, a figure was quietly watching them from a distance. He waited until the children left before finally showing himself. The newcomer was Jite. He approached the girl and spoke slowly. "Hello." Hearing his voice, the girl immediately turned around to look at him. She was a gorgeous girl with natural green hair, looking very much like a human, yet she wasn't one. Jite stared intently at the girl and said casually, "Could you come with me for a moment?" The girl didn't answer right away. She activated her passive ability to understand the local language. Only then did she speak politely. "Hello there. Are you looking for me, mister?" Jite gave a slight nod and replied, "I have something I need to discuss with you." The girl asked suspiciously, "So, did you already know me from before?" Jite didn't bother hiding it and casually admitted, "Yes." "What about you? Do you know me?" The girl chuckled softly and replied, "Of course I do, Mr. Uyite." The atmosphere instantly turned dead silent. Seeing that Jite didn't respond, the girl raised an eyebrow and asked again, "Am I right?" Jite's expression turned a bit grim at this point. He asked in a deep voice, "How do you know that name?" The girl pointed at the badge on his chest and said with a smile, "Right there. It's written on your chest, mister." It read Jite. Hearing that, Jite looked down at his chest, and sure enough, he saw the name tag. He had overthought it. Seeing his reaction, the girl continued, "I was just joking. I really have no clue who you are, nor do I know what you're planning to do. But I do know one thing, that you Jite absolutely do not belong here." Jite said nothing to that, his gaze turning slightly cold and sharp. The girl kept questioning, "So, did you come here to kill me, or something?" Jite shook his head slightly and replied, "No." Since he denied it, she asked with confusion, "Then is it a kidnapping? Do you want to take me somewhere else?" Jite thought about it for a moment before replying, "Yeah, something along those lines." Hearing this, the girl suddenly thought of something and blurted out in panic, "Don't tell me you're some kind of pervert who's into dragons." Jite let out a helpless sigh. "Stop talking nonsense. I'm here to protect you from this dangerous world. If you don't cooperate, I'll have to use force. The eyes of the Green Dragon clan could read the will of heaven, making them far sharper than other clans and much quicker at grasping situations. And the girl standing in front of Jite right now belonged to the Green Dragon clan. Jite knew this, which was why he warned her in a low voice. I hope you make the right choice. The girl was caught off guard for a second, but she quickly recovered. She chuckled softly and asked, so meaning if I behave and listen to you, I'll be treated well, right? Yes. Jite gave a slight nod. Hearing that, the girl agreed. All right then. It's not like I have much of a choice anyway. But you have to treat me well, like an honored guest. As she spoke, she turned around, held up her pinky finger, and asked with a playful wink, do you promise, mister? Even though she was smiling, her finger was visibly trembling. She was terrified. Jite noticed this, and without a single shred of hesitation, he nodded, fine, I promise. He then locked pinkies with her. The very next day, in the city of Lair, the Green Dragon had been brought back home by Jite. After a long sleep, she groggily woke up. Wearing an oversized white shirt, she slowly walked out, mumbling in confusion. Are you awake yet, mister? Mister! But as she stepped into the living room, the Green Dragon saw Jite talking to a dark shadow figure. He gave a quiet command. It's nothing. Just do exactly as I instructed. The shadow replied in a low tone. As you wish, master. And then it transformed into Jite's appearance before slowly walking out the door. As it passed by the Green Dragon, it even gave her a slight nod. She politely nodded back to it. Good morning. After saying that, she turned around and walked over to Jite, who was sitting on a couch. Assuming the Green Dragon was scared, Jite immediately explained, don't worry about it. It's just a clone I used to go to work in my place. Hearing his explanation, she froze up, taking a good moment before she could manage to speak. She asked hesitantly, did you sleep well, mister? Wait, so you're really not going to work? Jite replied casually, even though it's a clone, it's still my own ability. To go to work is the same as me going to work. Besides, I need to stay by your side. Hearing this, realization dawned on the Green Dragon, and she gave an embarrassed laugh. Huh, I guess that makes sense. Well then, let's have breakfast together. Jite frowned slightly, asking in confusion, breakfast? The Green Dragon nodded and replied, of course we have to eat. You skipped dinner last night too. Jite shook his head in refusal. No need. Hearing his refusal, the Green Dragon pouted and muttered, but it's going to be so awkward if the homeowner doesn't eat, and I'm just eating all by myself. Jite glanced at her and asked curiously, do you always eat full meals? Dragons can survive just fine without eating. The Green Dragon smiled brightly and replied, it has nothing to do with survival. Eating delicious food makes you happy. And when you're happy, you get energized. Jite didn't quite get it, saying casually, is that so? Right then, the Green Dragon stood up and said, this won't do. Come to the grocery store with me, mister. Jite didn't want to go. He shook his head and declined. I really don't. But before he could even finish his sentence, the Green Dragon cut him off. Let me show you the true power of breakfast. A little while later, at the shopping mall, a massive crowd of people had gathered. But right now, something had completely caught everyone's attention. Both men and women were turning their heads to stare in one direction, which was exactly where Jite and the Green Dragon were walking. Jite, carrying a mountain of bags in his hands, grumbled in annoyance. It's just for one breakfast. Why did you buy so much stuff? The Green Dragon replied happily. I saw that the kitchen was completely empty. Let's get home quickly so I can cook breakfast for you. Jite let out a helpless sigh and suggested, forget it. Let's drop the stuff off at home and eat out. The Green Dragon looked a bit surprised and asked, huh? Why? Jite slowly explained, there's a place we need to visit, and you have to come along. Plus, breakfast time passed a long time ago. Hearing this, the Green Dragon muttered guiltily, I'm sorry, mister. It's been so long since I went shopping that I got a bit carried away. But where exactly are we going? Jite explained calmly. We need to get some things done so you can actually live here. Let's hurry, there's a lot to do. The Green Dragon followed him, completely clueless about what was going on. A short while later, at a shop, a middle-aged store owner was laughing excitedly as he said, haha, she's an absolute stunner. Is she your girlfriend? Jite glared at him and warned in a cold tone, if you want to keep your remaining eye, shut up and do your job. The store owner immediately closed his mouth in terror and got to work. Once they finished up there, the two went over to another counter. Before long, that was done too, and Jite took the Green Dragon girl to buy a watch, which made her smile from ear to ear. On the way back, looking at her identification papers under the name Yubiom, the Green Dragon girl couldn't hide her excitement. Wow, I actually have an ID card now. This is so magical. Hearing this, Jite asked curiously, "You've never had one before?" Ubom shook her head slightly and replied, "Forget an ID card. I've never even had a bank account or a hologram watch before." Jite felt a bit sentimental hearing that. But it wasn't long before Ubom asked, "The last name matches yours, but what does the name Bom actually mean?" Jite explained slowly, "It follows the 4 seasons. Honestly, it's because there are supposed to be 4 dragons." But regardless of the reason, Ubom was incredibly happy. She absolutely loved the name. Spring is the exact moment when life returns to the world. It really is a beautiful name. Who knows what was going through her mind? But after walking for a bit, she spoke up hesitantly. "To be honest, it's not like I'm completely unafraid of you." Ubom's eyes were constantly screaming alerts that Jite was profoundly dangerous. But even so, she believed deep down that he wasn't a bad person. Hearing this, Jite couldn't help but frown, asking in confusion, "It's only been a single day, and you're already that certain?" Ubom chuckled softly and replied, "My intuition is incredibly sharp, since I belong to the Green Dragon clan." Jite let out a laugh at that, completely at a loss for words. Ubom turned her head to look at him again, smiling happily as she asked, "So, would it be okay if I stay by your side and watch you for just a little bit longer?" The moment she finished speaking, she turned around and ran ahead. That smile was something Jite had never witnessed in any of his past lifetimes. He couldn't help but look up at the sky. Not a bad start. That was exactly what Jite thought. Meanwhile, in a desert wasteland somewhere in South Africa, a red-haired girl stood in front of a bald man, looking at him with pure disgust as she spoke. "What's the deal? You acted like you were some big shot, so why are you the weakest one?" Hearing this, the bald man snapped back in a furious rage. "You crazy bitch, do you honestly think you can survive after messing with us?" Yet, the moment the words left his mouth, the girl stomped right on his face. She scoffed coldly, "Oops, you're just so ugly that I guess I stomped a little too hard. You're not dead yet, right?" But the man didn't respond, having passed out completely unconscious. The red-haired girl curled her lips into a smirk and said, "That makes 199 consecutive victories, doesn't it? I wonder who's going to be next." The very next day, news about the dark female hunter spread all across the globe. Jite stared intently at the news report for a long time, thinking that perhaps it was finally time to make a move. While he was lost in thought, a knock came from the door, followed by Ubom's voice calling out, "Are you still busy, mister? It's already evening." Jite immediately called back, "I'll be right out." Right after that, he shut down his computer and stepped outside. The moment he walked out, he was greeted by a pot of pitch-black fish rice. Jite instantly froze solid, but Ubom completely failed to read his expression and asked excitedly, "What do you think? Doesn't it look delicious?" She mentioned that back when she was in England, she saw a dish made with sardines, so she wanted to try combining it with rice. She added that Korea has a saying about how Koreans live on rice. Jite scooped up a spoonful of the pitch-black substance in front of him, truly terrified to put it anywhere near his mouth. Am I going to get food poisoning and die from eating this, for real? In the end, he decided against eating it, putting the spoon back down while quickly changing the subject. "Tomorrow, I'm going to go pick up the red dragon." Hearing this, Ubon gasped in surprise. "The red dragon? But bringing her back is going to be incredibly difficult. She won't come along quietly like I did." Jite spoke calmly. "If you come along to help convince her, it probably won't be that hard." Ubom hesitated for a brief moment before nodding in response. "I don't know if I can actually be of any help, since there's naturally a massive divide between our clans." Hearing this, Jite raised an eyebrow in surprise. "A divide?" Ubom slowly explained, "Because the desires of each clan are completely different. I personally love taking my time creating this and that, but the Red Dragon clan is the exact opposite. Red dragons love war, violence, and flaunting their raw power. The harder you try to force her, the more dangerous it gets. To the Red Dragon clan, submission is far worse than death." Jite frowned slightly, muttering with hesitation, "But if we don't bring the Red Dragon back quickly, it's going to be highly dangerous. Someone is targeting her. If things keep going like this, the Red Dragon will definitely die." With that, Jite looked directly at Ubon and said firmly, "That's why if you come with me, we can resolve this peacefully." But before he could even finish, he noticed UBOM looking at him with a rather peculiar expression. He asked in confusion, "What is it?" UBOM chuckled softly and replied, "It's just that this is the first time you've ever asked for a favor like this, so it feels a bit strange. I figured you were the type who just carries the weight of everything completely on your own." Hearing those words, Jite instantly fell silent, not knowing how to react. Seeing his reaction, UBOM smirked playfully. "All right, fine. I'll help you out. It's a rare occasion for you to actually ask for help. Besides, I don't want my friend to die either." But she added that she had one single condition. Jite looked at her in confusion, asking what it was. UBOM pointed directly at the pitch-black dish on the table and spoke up, "You have to finish every single bite of this meal. I saw you stealthily put your spoon down the exact moment you brought up the red dragon." His words left Jite's face completely frozen. Shortly after, he let out a helpless sigh. Left with absolutely no choice, he could only suppress his intense nausea and start eating that pitch-black abomination. In another part of South Africa, a fierce battle was unfolding, with bodies littering the ground in staggering numbers. The perpetrator was none other than the red-haired girl known as the Night Hunter. She slammed a man onto the ground and voiced her disgust. "Are you guys really this pathetic?" With that, she turned around to leave, curling her lips in deep dissatisfaction as she muttered, "I didn't want my 200 victory to be this incredibly dull. There are absolutely no opponents left in Africa, so where should I head next?" At the exact same time, two men were hiding behind a wall, crouching out of sight. One of them couldn't help but curse. "Our elite forces got completely wiped out by a single girl." Hearing this, the other man reminded him, "Don't think of her as just a kid. She's a total battle maniac monster." There was one thing he was absolutely certain of. Relying solely on their own forces was utterly hopeless. So he could only desperately pray for that person to arrive quickly. Yet as they were talking, they failed to notice that the Night Hunter had already quietly slipped up behind them. She scoffed and spoke up, "Hey there, boys. What are you whispering about while hiding back here?" Those two guys instantly panicked and hurriedly turned around to strike back. Too late. The Night Queen let out a harsh laugh, swinging the sword in her hand to slice them down. But at that exact moment, the Night Hunter sensed something hurtling toward her from the far distance. She immediately raised her blade to block it, but she was still forced backward step by the sheer force of the incoming projectile. However, the Night Hunter refused to give up, tightening her grip on the hilt of her sword, and then slashed down with immense power, completely cutting through the thing that was attacking her. This incredible sight left the two men entirely stunned, as they mumbled in sheer disbelief. Did she just cut right through a stream of mana? This little monster. Right at that moment, a voice echoed from behind them. "Is that kid the Night Hunter?" The two guys immediately turned around to look. The newcomer was none other than Javier Karma, the rank 8 ranker of the South African Federation. He barked a command in a deep voice. "Evacuate the wounded immediately." With that, he narrowed his eyes at the Night Hunter standing in the distance, a flicker of surprise flashing across his eyes. He saw her closely inspecting her own sword, pouting her lips as she mumbled, "Man, you totally startled me. That last strike must have been incredibly heavy." He saw her closely inspecting her own sword, pouting her lips as she mumbled, "Man, you totally startled me. That last strike must have been incredibly heavy." At this point, Karma couldn't help but remark with a sense of wonder, "I heard that you were female, but I never expected you to be this young." Hearing this, the Night Hunter pouted and said with a chuckle, "Oh wow, are you falling for me too? This is exactly why I wear a mask all the time." She even confidently claimed that everyone got so distracted by her flawless face that they couldn't even fight properly. Karma was left completely speechless by her words. He didn't feel like wasting any more breath on her and spoke up in a cold voice. "Since you've already felt the massive gap in our power, do you still have no intention of surrendering?" Breaking into a sudden smile, the Night Hunter pouted and spoke up. "What the hell are you talking about? Running away just because a single piece of gear broke would be so pathetic. I'd rather be beaten to death than give up in such a humiliating way." The moment the words left her mouth, she summoned her mana into her hands and then frantically charged forward like a moth to a flame. She roared fiercely. "Dying in a thoroughly satisfying battle is a hell of a lot better." Just like that, the The Night Hunter charged forward with an overwhelming momentum, launching a violent, storm-like assault on Karma. But he still managed to dodge her attacks. The Night Hunter didn't give up for a single second, pressing in on him step by step. But he still managed to dodge her attacks. As she finished speaking, she threw a massive punch, but the sight that met her eyes caused the Night Hunter's eyes to widen in sheer shock. Because her fist didn't do a single thing to Karma. She cried out in utter astonishment. No reaction whatsoever. Karma stood there tall and imposing, speaking in a cold voice. It seems you've never fought anyone stronger than yourself, have you? Have you looked at every battle up until now as nothing more than a game? With that, he clicked his tongue and remarked, "What a shame. You are incredibly talented, but unfortunately, I am not someone you can play around." As he finished speaking, Karma raised his blade to slash down, causing the Night Hunter's expression to instantly turn grim. She watched as a colossal amount of mana enveloped Karma's blade before he slashed down without a single shred of hesitation. His eyes completely filled with an intense, murderous intent. The Night Hunter bit her lip violently, cursing under her breath. Holy crap, there's no way I can dodge this in time. With a massive boom, the blade's light, carrying an immense amount of mana, crashed straight down. The Night Hunter couldn't evade it in time. And just like that, she was sent flying far into the distance. Karma was also quite surprised on his end. For her to be able to increase her arm strength to block his attack in that split second meant she was definitely no pushover. So he realized he needed to amp up his power. But when Karma prepared to strike once more, there was absolutely no one left in front of him. Karma frowned and muttered, "Did she run away?" Meanwhile, the Night Hunter was currently being dragged into a hidden corner by UBOM to hide away. Catching sight of UBOM, the Night Hunter asked in utter astonishment, "Green Dragon, what on earth are you doing here?" UBOM replied in a low voice, "I heard you were in danger, so I came to rescue you." It turned out that the Night Hunter was actually the Red Dragon that Jite had been searching for. Hearing this, the Red Dragon let out a cold, dismissive scoff. "You just pop out of nowhere and claim you're saving me?" Paying her no mind, UBOM treated her injuries while giving a stern reminder, "If you keep fighting, you are seriously going to die." Annoyed, the Red Dragon brushed UBOM's hand away and spoke up in dissatisfaction. "Green Dragon, you can interfere in anything else, but keep your nose out of my battles. I don't give a damn if I live or die. I have to fight to the bitter end." Seeing how incredibly stubborn she was, UBOM couldn't help but let out a helpless sigh and try to reason with her. "Red Dragon, if you die, our excursion is completely ruined." Those words caused the Red Dragon to freeze in her tracks. UBOM continued to heal her, speaking in a calm, steady voice. "Your death doesn't belong to just you alone. You wouldn't want to ruin our fun, would you?" She mentioned that she really wanted to stay and have fun on this earth, so she hoped the Red Dragon would cooperate a little bit. Hearing this, the Red Dragon fell into a deep silence. After hesitating for a long moment, she pouted and spoke up. "All right, fine. Were you planning for us to run away together or something? That guy's strong as hell. Even if we run, we'll just get caught immediately." Paying no heed to the complaint, UBOM calmly replied, "Mister will handle it." The Red Dragon was a bit caught off guard and asked back in confusion, "Mister?" UBOM let out a soft chuckle and said, "I didn't come here alone." That was right. Since UBOM was here, Jite was definitely present as well, and he was currently standing right behind Karma. Sensing a chilling, murderous intent, Karma immediately spun around and demanded in a cold voice, "Who the hell are you?" Hearing this, Jite's lips curled into a sinister, malicious smile, and only then did he reply in a deep, gravelly voice, "I'm that kid's guardian." Meanwhile, in a certain forest, a blonde girl was lying down soaking up the sun when she suddenly caught a whiff of something, mumbling in confusion, "That's weird. I distinctly smelled the Green Dragon, but it turns out it's not her." The person standing in front of her was actually Jite, which meant the one accompanying UBOM was merely his clone. The blonde girl opened her eyes wide to stare at Jite, asking in bewilderment, "Who are you, mister? You're not a bad guy, right?" Back in South Africa, after hearing the response from Jite's clone, Karma couldn't help but ask back in utter astonishment, "A guardian? That brat really doesn't look like the type who needs a guardian." While the two of them were talking, the Red Dragon was curiously poking her head out to peer at Jite's clone, mumbling in confusion, "Is that the guy you were talking about?" Completely out of options, UBOM hurriedly pulled her back. "It's dangerous. Step back." Outside, Jitai's clone didn't bother explaining things to Karma, speaking in a completely detached manner. It's a long story to explain, so let's just end things right here. His words caught Karma completely off guard. Soon after, his shock twisted into pure rage as he gritted his teeth and muttered, "You just crawl out from God knows where and start talking complete nonsense. There is absolutely no way I am letting this slide." Jitai's clone replied indifferently, "But she hasn't killed anyone yet." Letting out a sudden sharp scoff, Karma spoke coldly, "Don't you dare mock me." Jitai's clone still earnestly tried to reason with him. "That kid won't be staying around here much longer anyway, so can't you just let it go?" Hearing this, Karma completely lost his patience, his hand tightening around the hilt of his blade as he spoke through gritted teeth. "Do you honestly think I'll just let it go because you showed up and said a few words? This entire territory falls under Sand's jurisdiction." The moment the words left his mouth, he swung his blade forward, launching an attack at Jitai's clone. Karma roared fiercely, "As an investigator of Sand, I will capture that brat no matter what. And even you, the self-proclaimed guardian, will be dragged back to the organization." Right after that, he unleashed a massive slash pact with an incredibly powerful surge of mana. With a deafening boom, the ground and rocks were instantly blasted to pieces by the blade's light. Once the blinding light finally faded, the area ahead was completely shrouded in a thick layer of dust and smoke. Believing he had won, Karma taunted him triumphantly. "Since you're with that little monster, a hit like this shouldn't hurt too bad, right?" Yet, the absolute moment he finished speaking, a deeply contemptuous voice echoed from right behind him. Quite frankly, Jitai's clone left Karma's eyes widening in sheer, utter shock. It let out a cold scoff and pouted, saying, "Is this really all the number 8 rancor amounts to? How can someone be this incredibly stubborn?" Karma couldn't even process what was happening, having absolutely no clue when the clone had managed to appear right behind his back. He didn't dare let his guard down, hurriedly swinging his sword out to strike. Unfortunately, it was already far too late, as a blast of dark energy surged directly into Karma's body, rendering him completely paralyzed and unable to move a muscle. Jitai's clone then lifted its foot and walked over to him. It spoke in a chilling voice, "Shut up and listen very carefully." It stated that today was officially the unluckiest day of Karma's entire life. While dealing with that brat, he had accidentally run right into a monster that completely defied all calculations, and Karma had been completely powerless to withstand his attacks, resulting in both of his arms being entirely crippled and his eyes losing the ability to track any targets. As it reached this point, Jitai's clone pressed its sword directly against Karma's eyes, its tone remaining terrifyingly dark. "And you will absolutely never forget this day." Karma desperately wanted to beg for mercy, but it was too late. The blade of Jitai's clone sliced right across, sending fresh blood spraying out like a downpour. Back at Sand, they possessed high-tier healing abilities, meaning that even if limbs or eyes were lost, they could easily be fully restored. But those heals would do absolutely nothing to soothe the raw terror that had been permanently branded into Karma's psyche. As we can clearly see, the power brought forth by pure terror is incredibly effective, and Jitai had utilized it to absolute perfection. After finishing up the job, Jitai's clone glanced over toward the red dragon, standing in the distance. She was currently frozen stiff from pure fear, trembling as she mumbled, "Hey, green dragon, what the hell is that monster?" UBOM let out a heavy sigh and explained, "He's not a monster, he's a human." "The red dragon?" Hearing this, the red dragon fired back with a cold laugh. "If he's a human, then I'm just a freaking lizard." While the two girls were talking, Jitai's clone walked over to them from a distance. It spoke in a cold, steady voice. "Red dragon, from this moment on, you will be living in my house. Under my protection, I will grant you your freedom. Whatever it is you want, I will be completely ready to support you." But as it reached this point, the gaze of Jitai's clone suddenly turned menacingly fierce. It narrowed its lips and mumbled, "But if you ever leave my protection..." Before it could even finish its sentence, UBOM immediately wrapped her arms around the red dragon and said with a smile, "I think she's just in complete shock right now. Let me calm her down and explain everything to her later." Hearing this, the red dragon barked out in dissatisfaction. "What the hell? What are you guys planning to do to me?" Paying her no mind, UBOM gave Jitai's clone a playful wink and a smile. Seeing this, Jitae's clone let out a completely helpless sigh, and then it turned around to leave, demanding in a cold tone, "From now on, your name is Yu Yoram. Make sure you remember it well." The red dragon asked back in utter confusion, "What the hell is a Yoram?" Jitae's clone replied indifferently, "I'll explain it later." UBOM, and the red dragon followed closely behind. UBOM said with a cheerful smile, "Red dragon, you've definitely grown quite a bit bigger since the last time we met." The red dragon, looking incredibly annoyed, snapped back, "Now is definitely not the time to be joking around. You hear me?" Meanwhile, Jitae's clone was currently looking up at the sky, and then it connected with the real Jitae on the other side to report, "Everything has been fully taken care of, Master." At that exact moment, deep within the Amazon rainforest, Jitae received the status report. He spoke with satisfaction. "Excellent job. I'll wrap things up here quickly and head back right away." The red dragon inherently possessed an incredibly brash personality. Making her someone his clone would have a hard time convincing, so it was truly a massive relief that UBOM had tagged along. Right at that moment, the blonde girl walked over and squatted down right next to Jitae's feet, asking in confusion, "Who were you just talking to, mister?" Jitae gave a slight nod and replied, "It's nothing." She still continued to smile with pure innocence as she said, "Wow, your smartwatch is seriously so magical." This girl was the yellow dragon, and just like every other yellow dragon out there, she absolutely craved being the center of attention. In his third lifetime, the yellow dragon had lived her life as a massive celebrity, shining brilliantly under the dazzling stage lights. But the one who stands out the most will always be the dragon that brings about the greatest destruction. And while being deeply loved by the public made her life incredibly glamorous, it also came hand in hand with an endless mountain of drama and trouble. That was likely the exact reason why she was currently hiding out in the middle of this absolute middle-of-nowhere jungle. While Jitae was lost in thought, the yellow dragon suddenly squealed in pure excitement. "Oh my gosh, mister, this thing is so incredibly cool." With that, she jumped up and down, saying happily, "It projects a screen right into midair, and the image is so incredibly crisp. I've seriously never seen anything like this before in my entire life." Jitae finally couldn't hold it back anymore and asked with a frown, "Why on earth did you run all the way out here?" His sudden question left the yellow dragon completely stunned. Paying her stunned reaction no mind, Jitae continued, "If you wanted entertainment, shouldn't you be staying around humans? This place is literally filled with nothing but wild beasts and bugs." Hearing this, the yellow dragon gasped in sheer astonishment. "Huh? How did you know?" Jitae replied matter-of-factly, "The green dragon told me." The yellow dragon instantly cheered up again. "No wonder I smelled her scent all over you. Are you close with Big Sister Green Dragon?" Seeing her act like this, Jitae couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh. He asked the yellow dragon in a serious tone, "Are you scared of humans now?" Hearing this question, the yellow dragon instantly froze solid. But very quickly, her voice began to tremble as she mumbled, "Well, it's not like I'm totally terrified of humans or anything. I mean, I used to live among them too. It was just that the yellow dragon felt like some people looked at her in a really creepy way, while others just wouldn't stop stalking her. So she ended up feeling a bit scared." With that, the yellow dragon sat down and leaned her back right against Jitae's side, looking incredibly pitiful. Jitae glanced down at her and suddenly asked out of curiosity, "Do you like bread?" The yellow dragon instantly froze up, mumbling hesitantly, "Bread? But I'm a dragon. I don't even need to eat." Jitae didn't say another word. He simply gave a gentle snap of his fingers, and immediately, the space around them suddenly cracked open, and several shadow hands reached out, handing him a bag filled with bread. Seeing this, the yellow dragon's eyes instantly lit up completely. It really was bread, and there were even sweet pastries in there too. The yellow dragon cheered happily. "Oh my goodness, it smells so incredibly good. Are you giving me this whole batch, mister?" Jitae gave a casual nod and replied, "Yeah." Peeking at the contents inside, the yellow dragon grew even more ecstatic. "How do you have so much? There are even donuts in here. And blueberry tarts too. There's literally every kind of pastry imaginable." Jitae looked directly at her and spoke in a serious tone. "Yellow dragon, don't stay out here anymore. Come with me." He mentioned that her friends were also staying there, that she would be perfectly safe, adding that she should be thoroughly enjoying this excursion just like the rest of her kind. The yellow dragon, who was completely losing herself in devouring the pastries, was caught totally off guard by his words. She mumbled hesitantly, "But my mommy told me I should never follow a stranger." Hearing this, Jite made another enticing promise. "I'll buy you even more macarons." Those words completely hit the yellow dragon's sweet spot. Her mouth fell wide open as she stared at Jite, her eyes filled to the brim with pure joy. The very next day, inside a high-rise apartment building in Lair, Urium was standing out on the balcony, smoking a cigarette, casting her gaze downward to observe the scenery below. Though her expression seemed far from happy, Urium was currently reminiscing about what happened with Karma back in South Africa, as well as the absolute demon-like appearance Jite had shown when he brutally handled Karma. In the end, she couldn't help but let out a thoroughly frustrated curse. At that exact moment, Ubom walked out from inside the apartment, and seeing Urium standing there lost in deep thought, she couldn't help but call out, "Red Dragon?" But before she could even finish her sentence, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside the door. Ubom instantly glanced over toward the entrance, and immediately saw the yellow dragon walking in alongside Jite, with the yellow dragon chatting away happily. "So this is where you live, mister? Ah, I promise I won't ask for any more pastries, but seriously, that sausage roll was absolutely out of this world." As she spoke, she popped a piece of macaron straight into her mouth. The exact millisecond the sweet flavor melted on her tongue, the yellow dragon's eyes widened in absolute shock. She squealed in pure ecstasy. "What is up with this macaron? The outside is so incredibly crispy, but the inside just completely melts away. This is literally the taste of heaven." Seeing the two of them arrive, Ubom immediately rushed over to greet them. "You're back, mister." Jite gave a slight nod and replied, Catching sight of Ubom, the yellow dragon smiled brightly and called out, "Big Sister Green Dragon." Ubom gave her a gentle, warm smile and said, "It's been a while, hasn't it, Yellow Dragon?" The yellow dragon instantly dove straight into Ubom's arms, crying out, "It's been way too long. I missed you to absolute death." Ubom gently stroked her head and praised her. "You've grown more and more beautiful." The two girls huddled close together, chatting and laughing in pure joy. The yellow dragon asked excitedly, "When did you get here, big sister?" Ubom replied casually, "I just arrived a few days ago." "The red dragon is actually right over there. Do you want to go say hello?" Right at that moment, Jite's clone walked out from the inner room and spoke respectfully. "Welcome back, master." Jite gave a slight nod and commanded, "You did a great job. I'll call for you later, so get back to work for now." Hearing the commotion from everyone talking, Urium walked inside from the balcony. Jite glanced over at her, feeling a bit at a loss for words, while Urium also put on a thoroughly annoyed expression, letting out a sharp click of her tongue in pure irritation. In stark contrast to her grumpy mood, the yellow dragon bounced over energetically to greet her. "Big Sister Red Dragon, how have you been lately? Wait, what is that smell? Are you seriously smoking again? Why does the Red Dragon clan always insist on doing things that are so bad for your health?" She just kept rambling on, which made Urium incredibly frustrated. She reached out and clamped her hand tightly around the yellow dragon's incessantly yapping mouth. Urium barked out in annoyance. "Hey, you little chick, you are being incredibly annoying. Shut your mouth right now before I tear your beak off." The yellow dragon cringed in pure terror, trembling as she mumbled, "Red Dragon, you are so mean." After that, all three dragon hatchlings took a seat on the couch, with Jite sitting right across from them as he asked for their ages. Ubom replied calmly, "I am 20. The yellow dragon didn't bother hiding it either and answered, "I'm 10. Man, this age is seriously hilarious. Somebody call the cops. There's a guy luring minors into his house." Urium sat resting her chin on her hand, hesitating for a long moment before finally answering, "Urium is 16. The yellow dragon didn't mind her young age at all, puffing out her chest and saying fiercely, "We dragons grow up way faster than humans do, so stop treating me like a total kid." Hearing this, Urium let out a cold scoff and taunted, "Oh, look at you acting all tough." The yellow dragon then asked out of sheer curiosity, "By the way, does he call Big Sister Red Dragon Urium? Is that a fake name?" "Who knows?" Urium let out a cold snort and pouted. Ubom explained with a bright smile, "That's the name Mr. gave to the Red Dragon. And I am Ubom." The yellow dragon couldn't help but ask in utter bewilderment. Huh, we haven't even had our coming-of-age ceremony yet, and we already have names? Aren't dragon names supposed to be super special? How can they be this incredibly simple? Wait, then does that mean my name is Ga Yule? Jite gave a slight nod and replied, correct. From now on, your name will be Ga Yule, and that egg right there will be Jio. Hearing this, Ga Yule was instantly stunned. She looked down at the necklace around her neck, hesitating for a long moment before asking in bewilderment, Mister, do you know that this is a blue dragon egg? Jite casually admitted, yes, it's a polymorphic type, right? It's also getting pretty close to hatching, so you'd better be careful with it. The more Ga Yule listened, the more profoundly shocked she became, asking in utter astonishment, oh my gosh, for a human, you seriously know way too much. How on earth do you know all of this? Jite replied indifferently, that's completely unnecessary information. Right after that, his tone turned completely serious. He spoke in a deep, commanding voice. Since everyone is fully present, I will say this one more time. You will only need to follow one single rule. Have all the fun you want within this area, but you are absolutely never allowed to cross the fence. The three dragon hatchlings' eyes widened in sheer shock upon hearing this. Ga Yule was the first to quickly question him. What exactly do you mean by that, mister? Jite explained slowly. There's no need to hide your true forms in front of me. Your recreation will be entirely under my control and supervision. Hearing this, Urium let out a helpless sigh and pouted, asking, what the hell is this? Are you a cop or something? The absolute moment those words left her mouth, both Boem and Ga Yule turned their eyes to stare directly at her, causing her to ask in confusion, what are you looking at? Yet, absolutely no one said a word. Ubiome stood up from the couch and spoke with total confidence. I completely understand what you mean, mister. Meaning we can still go outside to have fun, right? With that, she turned to look at her two friends and asked, do you two want to head out for a little stroll? Since we're going to be living here anyway, we need to sort out our paperwork and buy some daily necessities. Hearing that they were going out to have fun, Ga Yule instantly cheered in excitement. Ooh, that sounds like a blast. Urium, on the other hand, pouted in pure disdain. Going out? You guys don't even have any money. Yet, the exact moment she finished speaking, Jite tossed his black wallet straight into Ubom's hands, speaking in a completely detached manner. Don't worry about money. Just go out and enjoy yourselves. Hearing this, Ubom cheered happily. Thank you, mister. How much are we allowed to spend? As much as you want, Jite replied indifferently. And with that single line from him, the three girls excitedly headed out the door. After that, it was just pure shopping and nonstop card swiping, with continuous notifications of deductions streaming in while Jite was working at home. By the time they finally returned, a massive mountain of goods had been added to the apartment, and Ubom, looking rather guilty, brought the wallet over to stand in front of Jite. She explained slowly, I'm so sorry, mister. We ended up spending a bit too much, didn't we? I actually wanted to buy a few outfits for you too, but the card hit its limit, so I had to give up. Jite casually shook his head. Don't worry about it. Right at that exact moment, Ga Yule's ecstatic voice suddenly echoed out, causing Jite to look up at her. Hey, mister, check this out. She pulled out a massive pile of clothes and immediately began trying them on, spanning across every single style imaginable. She asked happily, what do you think, mister? It looks absolutely gorgeous, right? I bought a ton of stuff because the clothes were just so incredibly beautiful. And look at this watch, too. I bought the exact same one as yours. Jite gave a slight nod of approval and praised her. It suits you perfectly. Being praised made Ga Yule incredibly happy, and she gave a playful wink and a smile. Thank you, mister. You are officially the absolute best. Seeing them chatting away so happily, Urium seemed to be lost in thought about something. After a long moment, she finally held up her hand and said with a pout, I bought something too. Urium then pulled out the sword she had just purchased to show it to him, mumbling with a hint of embarrassment. And this too. My old sword was completely shattered to pieces. Jite asked curiously, do you like it? You managed to pick out a pretty decent sword. Urium nodded and replied, it's all right. Luckily, I didn't end up buying some cheap piece of junk. Seeing how incredibly dry their conversation was, Ga Yule immediately jumped right in between them. I bought a few outfits for you too, big sister. Go ahead and try them on. Catching sight of that absolute rainbow-colored pile of clothes, Urium turned around and ran away in pure horror. I don't need any of that crap. UBOM, who was sitting on the couch watching the two of them happily run around, glanced over at Jite and said with a smile, Urium isn't exactly great at expressing her feelings, but she's honestly incredibly grateful to you, mister. That's good to hear, Jite replied casually, and then he stared intently at UBOM and asked, What about you, UBOM? I didn't see you pick up anything for yourself. Hearing this, UBOM gave a gentle smile and replied, Oh, I bought something too. The one sitting right over there on the counter. She then pointed her finger toward the kitchen table. Jite looked at the object sitting there and asked in confusion, A potted plant. UBOM nodded slightly and replied, Taking care of plants feels really nice. As she spoke, she walked toward it, leaving Jite confused as to what she meant. UBOM placed her hands on the flower pot and lifted it, then spoke sincerely, It will bloom, and it will become a beautiful memory. Forever. Saying this, she suddenly turned her head back and spoke with confusion. I'm curious about something. Jite frowned slightly and asked back, About what? UBOM calmly said, As you know, what we want to do isn't just eating and having fun. Is there a way to truly enjoy life while still remaining under your supervision? Jite nodded slightly and replied, There is. Hearing this, UBOM's eyes filled with anticipation as she looked at him. Jite pulled out a few registration papers and raised an eyebrow, asking, Do you guys want to go to school? Jie Yule and Yeo Riem, who were playing around, poked their heads out upon hearing this and asked in surprise, School. So after that, the three of them went for their interviews and didn't return home until evening. Yeo Riem complained as she walked. Man, since when does a single interview take this long? As soon as UBOM got home, she looked around, scanning the place. She frowned and muttered, He's not home. Just then, Jie Yule, who was walking behind them, suddenly spoke up. Guys, I just thought of something absolutely terrifying. Hearing this, UBOM and Yeo Riem both glanced back at her. Jie Yule's tone sounded a bit sorrowful as she panicked. What if you two pass and I fail? Will I be the only one who doesn't get into lair? Yeo Riem snapped back in annoyance. Why do you always think so negatively? Someone stuffed some bread in her mouth. But Jie Yule kept right on whimpering and crying. I'm going to fail because I eat like a pig. At that exact moment, Jite walked in from outside. Hearing her, he reassured her, You did great in your interview. The moment she heard his voice, Jie Yule threw herself onto him, crying, Mister, I think they're going to reject me after that interview. Jite patted her back to comfort her. Don't worry, you won't fail. UBOM glanced at Jite and asked suspiciously, Where did you just go? Jite held up the bag in his hand and explained calmly, I went to pick this up. Jie Yule, who was right in the middle of crying, caught a scent and stopped weeping to ask, Smells so good. What is it? Jite calmly replied, It's something you like. Jie Yule's eyes instantly lit up. Is it bread? Or macarons? Jite shook his head slightly. Something you like even more. In a few of his past regressions, he had accidentally watched an interview featuring Jie Yule, who was a global superstar back then. The host had asked if she knew much about her own show. Jie Yule nodded slightly and replied, Of course, this is a show where I can eat and chat at the same time. So I look forward to every single episode. It was a show where top chefs would cook Jie Yule's favorite dishes right on the spot. The host had asked what she liked to eat the most, adding, I heard you survive on nothing but bread every morning. Hearing this, Jie Yule chuckled. Come on, I'm still human. I have to eat real food too. After hesitating for a moment, she answered that fried chicken was her absolute favorite, which was why Jite had gone out to buy 2 boxes of fried chicken this time. Sure enough, the moment she saw it, Jie Yule began to drool. That smell is insane. I bet it tastes amazing. Hearing this, Yeo Riem pouted and snapped. Hey, you say this is your favorite, but I've never seen you eat it before. Jie Yule smirked and said, It's going to be my favorite from now on. Yeo Riem snorted in disdain. It's just fried chicken. What's there to make a big deal about? Right then, Jite's phone rang, so he quietly stepped outside, but UBOM noticed him. She quickly called out, Aren't you eating with us? He shook his head slightly and replied, Don't mind me. You guys go ahead and eat. UBOM disagreed, saying unhappily, It's only fun if you eat with us. But she still couldn't change Jite's mind, and he walked out onto the balcony anyway. Jite picked up the phone, and a deep voice immediately came from the other side. This is the Lair admissions office. Am I speaking with Jite? Jite calmly replied, Yes, that's me. The person on the other end continued, I'm calling because there was a slight issue with today's interview. Tay frowned slightly and asked in confusion, What kind of issue? The person didn't answer but asked back, Haven't you heard from Ms. Ubiom? He shook his head and replied, No. The person on the other end said quickly, Ms. Ubom received a perfect score on her interview. This caught Jite a bit by surprise. The person went on to say that all the judges were praising Ubom nonstop. Because of that, they offered her the role of hosting the opening ceremony. Hearing this, Tay stared at Ubom inside for a long moment before asking, Did your side make this offer directly to Ubom? The person quickly replied, Yes, we were all so excited that we approached her directly. The problem is, Ubom turned it down. So they want to know if Jite could convince her to change her mind. Jite didn't hesitate for a second as he shook his head and replied, Sorry, if that's what she wants, then I support it too. With that, he hung up, ignoring the person's attempts to persuade him otherwise. Right at that moment, Yeo Riem walked out from inside. She asked quietly, Was that call about the 6 dragons? Jite glanced at her and corrected her unhappily. Call her Ubom. Yeo Riem reflexively snorted and pouted in sheer disgust. Damn, that cheesy name? Do you really want to play family at your age? Jite looked at her confused and asked back, What do you mean by that? Yeo Riem didn't answer, standing there in silence. After a long while, she asked hesitantly, Why are you sending us to Lair? Jite hadn't expected her to ask this, but he recovered quickly and spoke slowly, To give you guys what you want. Hearing this, Yeo Riem pouted and said, What I want is to fight to my heart's content until my very last breath. Is there anyone strong over there? Jite nodded slightly and replied, Definitely, because the strongest people in the world are gathered there. Yeo Riem pouted dismissively, but they're all still kids. Jite couldn't help but snort. You're a kid too. This remark made Yeo Riem very unhappy. She put out the cigarette in her hand. Then Yeo Riem whirled around to face Jite and said seriously, I want to meet some people who are actually on my level. Her eyes were completely filled with a burning thirst for battle. She smirked and said, I know you're strong, but I want to know just how strong you really are. If you plan on controlling me, then show me your real power. Hearing this, Jite frowned as he looked at Yeo Riem and finally turned back inside, grumbling, Not interested, go inside and eat. Yeo Riem immediately got annoyed. Hey, why are you so boring? Jite shrugged indifferently and replied casually, Who knows? Yeo Riem was so pissed off that she flipped him off and snapped in frustration, Who knows my ass? While she was throwing her tantrum, Jay, you'll actually poked her head out to poke the hornet's nest. Hey big sis, don't be like that, try a bite of this. And she got yelled at for it. Yeo Riem barked coldly. I told you I'm not eating it. Yet before she could even finish her sentence, Yul shoved a chicken drumstick right into her mouth. The flavor immediately exploded in her mouth, making Yeo Riem's eyes wide, after which she couldn't help but marvel, Holy crap, this is phenomenal. Lair was an academy located on the prosperous Hitling Island. It was unlike anywhere else in the world. It was a school designed to train elites who possessed all kinds of special abilities and blessings. But the students trained at Lair were the children of CEOs, royalty, or natural-born geniuses. Because of this, the academy was frequently criticized for its overly rigid hierarchical structure. But right now, BOM and Yul were stepping into this very school. Looking at the surrounding scenery, Yul couldn't help but marvel. Wow, Lair really is a prestigious school. I heard only the super rich and the nobility can get in. Going on and on, she even theorized that Jite might be the secret illegitimate child of some CEO. Hearing this, BOM found it plausible as well, nodding and murmuring, Well, he just kind of looked the part. But she quickly cheered up and said happily, But anyway, I feel so relieved since all 3 of us passed. Hearing this, Yul instantly jumped for joy. Yeah, exactly, sis. I seriously thought I'd be the only one to fail. Just as she finished speaking, she suddenly remembered Yeo Riem and asked in confusion, But where are sis Yeo Riem and Mr. UBOM explained slowly. Yeo Riem had to go to the Azure Dragon Academy for her practical combat test, so he went along to act as her guardian. Yul couldn't help but murmur in confusion. A guardian? UBOM nodded slightly and replied, It's an adult who accompanies students when they first enter lair, so that those immature superheroes won't cause any trouble with. Hearing this, you couldn't help but think of Yeo Ream's personality and pouted. Sis Yeo Ream would probably tear that place to shreds if there wasn't someone there to watch her. But why does she have to take an extra round of tests anyway? UBOM chuckled and replied, I heard the department she chose requires students to do one-on-one duels. Hearing that there would be fighting, Yul squealed in excitement. Oh, then we should go watch too. UBOM shook her head slightly and replied. I asked him, but he said no. Yul immediately slumped in disappointment and asked, why not? UBOM gave a helpless smile. Because their appearances were just too eye-catching, the two of them alone had drawn the gazes of all the lair students who had been watching them this whole time. Meanwhile, over at the Azure Dragon Academy, a fierce one-on-one duel was currently underway inside the vast Heaven Arena. Where there were winners, there were naturally losers who got beaten to a pulp and left lying on the ground, while spectators packed the surrounding stands, including Jite, of course. He sat quietly in a corner, listening to the chatter around him. Just then, a deep voice suddenly rang out. I understand how you Guardians feel, but please calm down. You're only making the future students even more anxious. Hearing the voice, everyone glanced over, murmuring in curiosity, Who are you? The newcomer was a white-haired man. He immediately introduced himself. I haven't introduced myself yet, have I? I am Yu1, a teacher at the Azure Dragon Academy. It's a pleasure to meet you, Guardians. Hearing that the newcomer was a teacher, the Guardians immediately smiled and said, The pleasure is ours. He looked so impressive and polite too. Ignoring the commotion around him, Jite just focused his attention on the man. Right at that moment, a loud shout echoed from below, numbers 124 and 7. Enter the ring. Hearing the numbers, Jite glanced over. A striking figure stepped up onto the stage, holding a brand new sword in her hand. The next match belonged to Yeo Ream. She pouted in sheer disgust as she walked, muttering, Damn it, I hope this match won't be boring. Hearing this, her opponent's face across from her instantly turned sour. But with Yeo Ream's personality, she couldn't care less. She snorted and said aloud, Otherwise, I'm literally running away from home. The two of them stood on the stage just like that, both exuding an incredibly powerful aura. The students below kept whispering and gossiping, as one person asked hesitantly, Who are you betting on? The person next to them immediately laughed and said, My money is on Sofia Volkova, Yeo Ream's opponent. This match is going to be pretty wild. Before coming here, she belonged to the RIL. The RIL was Russia's Special Forces Hunter Unit. The unit played a massive role in the Great War. They were notorious for training methods that were basically no different from torture. Right at that moment, a heavily built man with a scar near his left eye suddenly shouted at the top of his lungs, Sophia, the higher-ups have very high expectations for you. You can do this. You will win. Hearing these cheesy words, Sophia couldn't help but sigh helplessly, absolutely dying of embarrassment. True to her childish, playful nature, Yeo Ream immediately teased her. Hey, your dad is stressing big time over there. Sophia immediately glared over, her face completely filled with displeasure. Yeo Ream didn't care at all. She smirked and said, Why don't you just forfeit and run back to your daddy? You total daddy's boy. Oh wait, my bad. I should call you a daddy's girl, right? Incensed by her words, Sophia gritted her teeth and snarled, You better shut your damn mouth. Yeo Ream couldn't help but freeze up. Sophia's eyes were completely filled with murderous intent, and she barked coldly. Otherwise, I will literally kill you. Was Yeo Ream going to be scared? The answer is a hard no. She even egged her on in excitement. Oh yeah? Then give it a shot. The people below were terrified just overhearing their conversation, murmuring, Holy crap, that girl is terrifying. As expected of the Red Dragon clan, but that redhead is no joke either. Right at that moment, the announcement rang out again. Contestants number 124 and number 7, please take your positions. From up in the stands, Jite stared intently down at the ring. He wasn't particularly worried about Yeo Ream. He was actually more worried about Sophia. He feared that, given Yeo Ream's temper, this wouldn't end until Sophia lost a few layers of skin. Before long, the buzzer sounded. The match officially began. The moment the sound cut off, Sophia rushed forward like a lightning bolt. But Yeo Ream was no pushover either. She quickly dodged out of the way, catching Sophia's fist in the process, and snorted in disdain, "Aha, your speed isn't half bad, but try tasting this." The moment the words left her mouth, Yeo Riem swung her sword down fiercely. Sophia quickly dodged it. At the exact same time, she threw a low sweep kick that caught Yeo Riem off guard. Unable to dodge in time, Yeo Riem took the hit cleanly. But before she could even catch her breath, another kick was already flying her way. Yeo Riem dodged frantically, but the mana still managed to tear through her clothes, making her bark in anger. "Damn it, my clothes!" With that, she swung her sword fiercely in retaliation, snapping in frustration, "Shit, I just bought this." Sophia managed to leap backward, just in time, before Yeo Riem's blade could connect. She quickly stabilized her footing. In the blink of an eye, she lunged right in front of Yeo Riem's face. But this time Sophia couldn't land a hit. Yeo Riem dodged her with nimble, effortless movements without even breaking a sweat. Immediately after, Yeo Riem took a step back and launched herself forward with explosive momentum. At the exact same time, Sophia charged ahead too. But this time Yeo Riem was a step faster, the sword in her hand instantly whipping upward, and quick as a flash, she struck Sophia right on the body. Although Sophia threw up her arms to block, her arm bone was completely shattered by Yeo Riem's strike. Sophia bit her lip hard against the pain, letting out a sharp groan. But Yeo Riem didn't stop there. She nimbly twisted her body, landing lightly on the ground, and rushed right behind Sophia's back. Her speed was so blinding that Sophia couldn't react in time. Yeo Riem smirked and said, "Hey, you stupid bitch. Did you think I was easy prey just because I was playing along with you?" The moment she finished her sentence, she swung her fist down hard, delivering a punch that sent Sophia flying a dozen meters away. Sophia couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of fresh blood, and before she could even catch her breath, the tip of the blade was already pointed right at her face. Note: paragraph 35 in the source is a duplicate of 34, and before she could even catch her breath, the tip of a blade was already pointed right at her face. Hearing her groans, Yeo Riem let out a mocking smirk. "Acting like you're so tough, yet you got taken down in a split second." These words made Sophia's face turn as black as thunder. Yeo Riem didn't bother to waste any more time on her, turning around to leave, but not before throwing one last jab. "Global Elite's my ass." Sophia's father rushed over frantically to check on her condition. The spectators watching the match from the outside were also utterly stunned, crying out in disbelief. Holy crap, Sophia got absolutely destroyed. They looked pretty evenly matched at first, but the moment those words left his mouth, another person snorted in utter disdain. "Evenly matched? That redhead doesn't have a single scratch on her. She was just playing around with Sophia." In an instant, hushed whispers rippled through the stands. Most of them were calling her weak as a chicken, even questioning if she only got into the RIL because of her pretty face. These words reached the ears of Sophia, who was currently receiving medical treatment in the stands, making her expression look incredibly ugly. After finishing up with Sophia, the female nurse glanced at her father and spoke up. "I've administered first aid. She'll be fine." Sophia's father immediately replied with gratitude, "Thank you." Yet at that exact moment, Sophia suddenly clenched her hands into fists, her veins popping out. She gritted her teeth and muttered, "I'm not done yet. I'm Fina." Hearing this, Sophia's father immediately let out a heavy sigh. He spoke words of comfort. "Sophia, you did your best, and I'm sorry, but with your current strength you can't beat that child. I'm not disappointed in you." Unfortunately, Sophia didn't absorb a single word he said. Her eyes locked with murderous intent onto the dagger resting at her father's waist, while he, oblivious, continued to comfort her. Actually, meeting a girl like that at this stage is a blessing. Failure will only make you stronger. I'll report to the higher-ups myself, so you... Before Sophia's father could even finish, the nurse suddenly cried out, "Sir, your daughter." Sophia's father gasped in pure shock. Looking in the direction of her pointing hand, he saw Sophia walking straight toward Yeo Riem. Thick, heavy murderous intent rolled off her as she said coldly, "I haven't surrendered yet. I was only pushed back a little bit. I'm Fina." At the exact same time, Sophia channeled her mana into the dagger. As Yeo Riem was walking down, she suddenly heard Sophia's father shouting, "Where are you going? I'm not finished talking." She glanced back. Almost simultaneously, Sophia's figure blurred as she rushed forward like a flash, appearing behind Yeo Riam's back in an instant and driving the dagger brutally into her back. Seeing this unfold, Jitae's expression instantly darkened, and Yeo Riam, seeing the mana infused into the blade, immediately flared up and cursed, "Motherfucker!" Completely losing her mind at this point, Sophia screeched at the top of her lungs, "Go die, you bitch!" This sudden turn of events left the students in the stands wide-eyed with shock, and the Guardians were no exception. Absolutely no one expected a girl to harbor such blatant lethal intent right on the arena floor. Meanwhile, Jitae's face was incredibly grim, a terrifying murderous aura radiating all around. Down on the ring, Sophia kept a tight grip on the dagger, driving it further into Yeo Riam's back. It wasn't until they both crashed to the ground that they finally separated. Yeo Riam reached back and yanked the dagger right out of her own body. Gritting her teeth, she hissed, "Ha, damn it, this bitch really wants to go all the way, huh?" But the moment the words left her mouth, Yeo Riam's eyes suddenly went rigid, because Sophia was charging at her insanely once again. And just like before, her hands were crackling with mana. Yeo Riam quickly dodged out of the way, leaving Sophia's claws to strike nothing but empty air. "Did you think I was a joke just because I didn't snap sooner?" After dodging the attack, Yeo Riam reached out and grabbed Sophia by her hair. The sharp, searing pain caused Sophia's movements to freeze up instantly. This time, Yeo Riam spoke with chilling coldness, "You're dead, me." And with that, a thunderous punch smashed directly into Sophia's face. Fresh blood stained Yeo Riam's hand red in an instant, causing the students in the stands to break out in a cold sweat. Blood had been drawn in this fight, so why wasn't anyone stepping in to stop it? Sophia's actions had completely triggered Yeo Riam's psychotic side. After landing that first punch, she immediately hurled her like a rag doll and began raining relentless blows onto Sophia's face. By the time Sophia's once pretty face was swollen like a pig's head and dripping heavily with blood, still not a single soul intervened. But that wasn't enough for her. Yeo Riam pulled out her blood-stained dagger, stepping forward with overwhelming murderous intent. She gritted her teeth and growled, "I'm not done with you yet. I'm going to give you back exactly what you did to me." Yet before the blade could plunge down, someone grabbed Yeo Riam's hand to stop her. It was Sophia's father, who roared fiercely, "Enough! Stop right now!" Being held back drove Yeo Riam insane with rage as she screamed, "Let go of me, you bastard!" At the exact same time, Yuan up in the stands hurriedly barked into his mic, "Mages, quickly deploy a multi-layered barrier. Suspend the exam immediately." The moment the order went out, the surrounding mages began casting their spells. Mana danced wildly in the air, and within the blink of an eye, they constructed a multi-layered barrier that sealed off the arena floor completely. By this time, the dagger in Yeo Riam's hand had been knocked away by Sophia's father. This drove her into a total frenzy, throwing out a barrage of curses. "Why the hell are you only taking your anger out on me? That bitch stabbed me first." Sophia's father, adopting an insufferably self-righteous tone, snapped back. "And that's your excuse for trying to murder Sophia?" Yeo Riam had never backed down from anyone in her entire life. She clapped back right on the spot. "Then what the hell did you want me to do? Sit still and let her kill me?" Yet Sophia's father had the absolute audacity to say, "With your strength, you could have subdued her without resorting to killing." The apple truly doesn't fall far from the tree. Getting even more fired up, Yeo Riam went completely off on the old man, tearing into him face to face. "What the actual hell are you talking about? If you're so smart, go teach your own damn daughter some manners. Why didn't you teach her that if her skills suck, she needs to accept the loss instead of pulling this underhanded, cowardly bullshit?" Seeing the situation escalate, Yuan stepped down to mediate. Now, calm down, both of you. You're both far too emotional." And, "Student Yeo Riam, the staff has already gone to call you guardian. Please let us tend to your wounds first." "Okay." Still fuming with rage, Yeo Riam snorted and spat. "What kind of absolute garbage is this? My head is literally about to explode from anger right now." Yuan maintained his smooth, dignified facade as he spoke. "Of course I understand your feelings right now, but I cannot stand by and watch you make things worse." This remark left Yeo Riam utterly stunned. The very first thought that flashed through her mind was, how can humans be so incredibly petty and shameless? Yet Yuan continued to push shamelessly, his tone carrying an unmistakable edge of a warning. If you blow this matter out of proportion any further, even I won't be able to help you. It could end up affecting your entire family." At this point, he leaned in close to Yeo Riam's ear and whispered, "I am talking about the Yu family. You aren't the only one in that household, are you? If your loved ones get dragged down because of you, could you live with that?" Yeo Riam suddenly thought of Ubom and Ga Yul. She might be fine on her own, but she worried about the two of them. It had to be said, this bastard Yuwon really knew exactly how to threaten people. Seeing Yeo Riam fall silent, Yuwon let out a smug, triumphant smile. "So, before your guardian arrives, you should." But before he could even finish his sentence, a chillingly cold voice cut him off. No need to wait any longer. "I am Ujite, her guardian." Without a shred of hesitation, Jite walked right through the multi-layered barrier and stepped inside, speaking coldly. "Stop cornering an injured child over there. Let's take this conversation outside." These words left both Yuwon and Sophia's father completely dumbfounded, though Sophia's father looked far more anxious than anyone else. A short while later, inside Yuwon's office, he walked over carrying a tea tray and said enthusiastically, "This is Taiwan's famous oolong tea. I hope it suits your palates. They say tea helps clear the mind and calm us down." As he spoke, whether intentionally or accidentally, his eyes drifted toward Jite, because the man had genuinely astonished Yuwon. Anyone who could easily stroll through a multi-layered barrier like that was bound to be a top-tier master. But he had never heard of Jite or any Yu family before, so he knew he would have to look into this further. Right after, Yuwon took a seat directly across from them, opening with a smile. "Ha, goodness me, I honestly don't even know where to begin. I'm deeply sorry for what transpired." Both Jite and Sophia's father were looking visibly displeased. Neither Yeo Riam nor Sophia had sustained any life-threatening injuries. Sophia was currently recovering, while Yeo Riam had already returned. Therefore, Yuwon wanted to sweep the matter under the rug, turning a big issue into a small one. So this whole ordeal should be settled amicably right here. He added that if the two of them could reach an agreement, he would handle the rest. Hearing this, Sophia's father fell into a pensive silence. However, since his daughter was the one who screwed up first, he could only own up to it. "I apologize first, as the fault truly lies with my daughter. I am Mikhailov, Sophia's guardian." Mikhailov added that Sophia was still young and reckless, making it very easy for her to be overcome by her emotions. But before he could even finish his piece, Jite cut him off icily. "I do not accept your apology." This response caused Mikhailov to slam his hand onto the table in a rage, roaring, "What did you say?" Jite maintained his calm demeanor as he spoke. "Your apology is meaningless because you aren't the one who caused the trouble." Mikhailov stared at him in sheer disbelief, saying urgently, "Come now. We are both guardians of young children here. I expect you to speak to me with some respect. Do you not know where I come from?" Jite didn't care at all, replying indifferently, "But our positions are not equal. Is it how people from your place apologize?" Mikhailov glared at him in frustration. "Are you implying that I should drag an injured child all the way over here just to apologize?" Without a moment's hesitation, Jite nodded and replied, "Yes, exactly." Seeing the two of them bickering fiercely, Yuwon quickly waved his hands to interject, "Please, let us all calm down first." Jite was perfectly calm. The one who needed to calm down was Mikhailov. Jite remained seated indifferently on his chair, questioning him in a stern voice. "I didn't come here for that girl. I am merely curious as to why you didn't stop her when you saw her rushing at another child with a knife in her hand." Mikhailov seemed to have his excuse lined up. He immediately shot back. It all happened far too suddenly. Except Jite wasn't buying that excuse for a second. He snorted in derision. "Suddenly? What a foolish excuse. Aren't you ashamed to use your own daughter to mask your own utter incompetence?" The moment those words left his mouth, a loud slam echoed through the room as Mikhailov kicked the table violently. He snatched Jite by his collar and warned, "Listen here, you bastard. My patience has its limits. Are you looking to make an enemy out of the RIL?" With that, mana flared up in Mikhailov's hand, like father, like daughter. When he couldn't win with words, he resorted to physical violence. He gritted his teeth and sneered, "You're nothing but some nobody clan that nobody has ever even heard of." Unfortunately for him, Sophia's entire bloodline was destined to swallow a bitter pill today. Right in the middle of his aggressive outburst, his eyes suddenly bugged out in sheer shock. Because the dagger attached to Mikhailov's leg had been snatched away by Jite without him even realizing it. The man spoke with chilling indifference. This blade is quite sharp. If Yeo Riem had been even a little less fortunate, things would have turned out much worse. Mikhailov looked down at his leg in utter panic. He had clearly raised his sensory awareness to its absolute maximum capacity. Ignoring his reaction, Jite continued to speak coldly. Your sheath is far too loose, which is probably why you didn't even notice when a child snatched it away. Did you? Mikhailov, you should avoid walking down empty alleys. With that, he appeared behind Mikhailov's back in a flash, making the man shudder in pure terror. While right in front of his face, a dagger stood embedded in the surface, completely catching him off guard as to when it had even gotten there. Mikhailov's face turned as black as thunder in an instant, looking exactly like a man who had just swallowed a dead fly. Letting out a soft grunt, Jite gave him 2 cold pats on the shoulder and turned to leave. Now that we're done, I'll be taking my leave. The atmosphere in the room instantly turned incredibly awkward. Even one hadn't expected the tables to turn so abrupt. On the other side, Jite quickly made his way outside, and the moment he stepped out, he saw Yeo Riem waiting for him. He asked with genuine care, "Are you all right?" Yeo Riem shook her head slightly and replied, "It's just a scratch. You know it takes a hell of a lot more than that to kill one of us red dragons." Hearing this, Jite nodded in satisfaction. Good then. Yet Yeo Riem suddenly fell into a quiet slump. Hesitating for a long while, she abruptly asked, "Hey, do you think I was in the wrong?" With that, Yeo Riem suddenly lowered her head and murmured, "I just keep asking myself whether everything was actually my fault." Back then, she felt like she was ready to lose her mind, but after the whole ordeal, she suddenly thought that maybe she should have exercised a bit more restraint. Yet at that exact moment, Jite spoke up, "No, you did exactly the right thing." These words caught Yeo Riem a bit off guard. Jite continued to speak with absolute composure. "Next time, just kill them where nobody is watching." Though his face remained completely unbothered, his words were dripping with pure lethal intent. Yet this was exactly what Yeo Riem wanted to hear. She stared at Jite's retreating back, then let out a sigh of relief, a bright grin breaking across her face. Yeo Riem hurriedly jogged up to Jite's side and said triumphantly, "Don't you dare regret saying that. You're the one who told me to do it. All right?" Without a second thought, Jite nodded and replied, "Yeah." The two of them slowly walked away from the venue, just like that. Jite suddenly remembered something and suggested, "Yeo Riem, pack your things the moment we get back home." Hearing this, Yeo Riem asked in confusion, "Why? Where are we going?" Jite explained slowly, "You're moving into Lair." Yeo Riem nodded in understanding. "Ah, you mean the dorms, right? That kid is probably going to be chirping away happily about this." While the two of them were talking, a voice suddenly called out from behind them, "Student Yeo Riem's guardian, Mr. Yu Jite." The two of them immediately froze in their tracks and turned their heads back to look. Note, paragraph 155 is an accidental duplicate of the second half of 153. The two of them immediately froze in their tracks and turned their heads back to look. Hearing him, Yeo Riem looked visibly impatient as she snapped, "I don't want to hear any nagging lectures." Yuan burst out into a hearty laugh. "Haha, it's not a lecture at all. I am actually presenting you with a massive opportunity. Student Yu, would you like to become the freshman representative for the Azure Dragon Academy?" Yeo Riem frowned slightly, murmuring in confusion, "Freshman representative?" Yuan nodded slightly and replied, "Exactly. You will become the face of the entire school. You'll receive a physical scholarship directly from the department head and make appearances in the media as well." Jite couldn't help but furrow his brows and question him. "Are you certain you can handle all of that on your own, Professor?" Yuan smiled and replied, "There's absolutely no need to worry about that. I happen to be close personal friends with Vice Principal Manhwa Recap. After all." The moment he heard that name, Jite's expression instantly turned icy. Oblivious, Yuan kept droning on right next to his ear, "Mr. Yu, please consider this offer carefully. I guarantee you will not find a better opportunity than this." Jite's brow furrowed deeper by the second. "A friend of Manhwa Recap? Right? Makes sense considering you're both demons." Demons? In stark contrast to superhuman individuals who receive blessings, these creatures embraced the void. They were perpetually driven by blind fury, harboring incredibly intense homicidal intent toward humanity along with the darkest of desires. This world had once come dangerously close to complete annihilation entirely because of those demons. In both his first and second lifetimes, Jite had lost his most precious things because of them. Note: paragraph 169 is a duplicate of 168. In both his first and second lifetimes, Jite had lost his most precious things because of them. But Jite forced himself to endure it to the absolute limit, because Yu-Won needed to die with a much heavier burden resting on his shoulders. Suppressing the raging fury in his chest, Jite spoke slowly. "I understand what you're saying." He glanced at Yeo Riem, standing behind him, and continued seriously. "But what matters more is what the person directly involved thinks. I am merely her guardian." Catching his drift, Yu-Won walked over toward Yeo Riem and said with a smile, "You're absolutely right. Ultimately, the decision rests with her." As he spoke, he rested a hand onto her shoulder. "The Azure Dragon Academy is about to undergo some massive changes, which is why we want you to be our student representative for the event taking place at the end of the year. Would you like to shape a new future together with me?" Finishing his pitch, he took hold of Yeo Riem's hand, his demeanor radiating absolute sincerity. However, Yeo Riem shot him down with brutal honesty. Not interested. This flat refusal caught Yu-Won completely off guard, and he asked in disbelief, "I'm sorry, did I mishear you?" Yeo Riem pouted and shot back, "Nope, you heard perfectly fine." With that, she ripped her hand away and turned around to leave. "Let's go home. You told me I had to pack my things." Seeing her walk away, Yu-Won panicked and cried out, "Wait! Then why did you even bother coming to the interview?" Yeo Riem replied matter-of-factly, "I was lying in bed." Yu-Won grew increasingly bewildered, and Yeo Riem let out a yawn, saying half-heartedly, "I was bored, so I just wanted to get into a quick fight." Hearing her reasoning, Yu-Won's face completely froze up, turning stiff. Right at that moment, his eyes caught something down below. Instantly, Yu-Won raised his voice, "Student Yu, look down there." Yeo Riem looked a bit confused, but she glanced down anyway, only to see a crowd of people holding a bunch of equipment in their hands. She murmured in confusion, "Who are they?" "Reporters," Yu-Won explained with a smug air. "They're here to get my statement regarding today's incident. They're waiting out there to interview me. This also means that your fate here at Lair hinges entirely on my words. Do you understand?" Yeo Riem said nothing, standing in silence as she stared down at the crowd. But very quickly after, she turned right around to leave, her attitude completely indifferent. "Don't care. Bye-bye." Yu-Won was so infuriated by her response that he let out a bitter laugh, glaring intently at the retreating backs of the two. Shortly after, he muttered in a chilling voice, "I only hope you won't regret that decision." A little while later, the reporters waiting outside spotted Jite and Yeo Riem walking down. They immediately rushed over, surrounding the two of them and shoving microphones right in front of Yeo Riem's face while bombarding her with rapid-fire questions. Completely enraged by their aggressive antics, Yeo Riem snapped in frustration, "What the hell is wrong with you people?" However, these journalists were masters of being absolutely shameless. Despite seeing Yeo Riem flare up, they didn't back down a single inch, continuing to fire questions like wild. Coupled with the non-stop flashing of the cameras, Yeo Riem's fury reached a boiling point. Sensing that things were about to go south, Jite immediately stepped forward to intervene. "Please stop badgering an injured child." But before he could even finish his sentence, Yeo Riem let out a cold laugh and cut in, "No. If they want to hear it, I'll tell them." Immediately after, she marched forward and snatched the camera right out of a reporter's hands, leaving them utterly dumbfounded. Ignoring their shock, Yeo Riem smirked and let out a cold snort. "You want to know what I'm going to do? Sex." A few days later, at the Lair dormitories, I gotta say, the luxury dorms looked just like upscale apartment complexes. Jie Yule's eyes lit up the moment she stepped inside. She gasped in awe. "Oh my god, this place is massive. Are we really going to live here?" Just like that, Jie Yule went running around the spacious house. Seeing this, Yeo Riem chimed in to remind her, "Hey, the biggest room is mine." But Yeo Riem didn't really care. She ran straight upstairs and opened a bedroom door to check it out. The moment she saw the view inside, her eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky. Her jaw dropped as she exclaimed, "Holy cow, what is up with this room? It's freaking gorgeous." Ga Yul excitedly ran around the room, which featured a huge bed, the latest TV model, and tons of sunlight pouring in. Her exclamations of awe practically echoed through the entire space. She smiled with satisfaction and said, "Yeah, this isn't bad at all. I'm going to be super comfortable living here from now on." But before she could celebrate for long, Yeo Riem walked up and interjected, "This balcony is perfect for smoking. This room is mine." Hearing that, Ga Yul pouted and fired back. "No way. I claimed it first. You said you'd take the biggest room. That other one is the biggest room." But Yeo Riem just glared at her. In the end, Ga Yul could only compromise, grumbling dejectedly, "Fine, but you owe me for giving you this room." Hearing that, Yeo Riem nodded in satisfaction. "Good girl." While the two of them were fighting over the room, someone was quietly watering the dragon egg. Ubom, who had a calm and steady personality, had quickly found her own spot and then went out to the balcony to care for Jewel, who was about to hatch. Ubom flashed a radiant smile at the egg and murmured, "Hello there, little one." Jite walked out at the same time and asked, perplexed, "Why are you watering it?" Ubom casually replied, "It's like prenatal education. Blue dragons naturally love water. When it's almost time to hatch, the egg's protective polymorph layer will automatically dissolve." Saying that, she glanced back at Jite and asked, "Did you know, Uncle? The cadets in the lair have been talking about nothing but Yeo Riem these past few days." Jite frowned slightly and asked back, "Yeo Riem?" Jite frowned slightly and asked back, "Yeo Riem?" Fearing Jewel might hear something she shouldn't, Ubom immediately covered Jewel's ears. "Oh dear, my precious Jewel. You didn't hear any of that, right?" The person in question, Yeo Riem, was lounging casually on a chair, pouting as she spoke up. "What's the big deal making a fuss over one word? Didn't all of us come from that process anyway?" Innocent as ever, Ga Yul didn't understand a thing and asked Schedules, "What is sex?" Yeo Riem tilted her head back to look at her and asked, "Why, you want to know?" Ga Yul nodded innocently. "Yeah. Do you know about it, sis?" Yeo Riem winked and smiled, replying, "Of course I do. I guess it's about time our little chick learned the birds and the bees." Hearing about this, Ga Yul instantly panicked and shook her head. "Oh no, I don't want to hear it after all. My mom told me that knowing too much isn't good for you." Unfortunately for her, there was no way Yeo Riem was going to let her off the hook. She smirked with a mischievous grin and said, "You don't get a say in this, sweetie. I'm going to tell you absolutely everything about sex." Ga Yul quickly backed away, trembling as she muttered, "Wait, I already told you I don't want to hear." Without letting her resist, Yeo Riem firmly grabbed her hands, making Ga Yul nod in terror. Okay, I'll listen." But the moment Yeo Riem loosened her grip, Ga Yul screamed at the top of her lungs for help. "Uncle, save me." Unfortunately, Jite just turned a blind eye. The sky was clear, and birds were chirping as they perched on the branches. Yeo Riem was fast asleep on her king-size bed. The sunlight bathed her beautiful face, when suddenly, someone came rushing up the stairs at full speed. Ga Yul burst through the door and threw a tantrum, shouting, "Sis, wake up right now. Something huge happened." This caused Yeo Riem to groggily wake up. She propped herself up on her arm. What the heck is it this early in the morning? I pulled an all-nighter, and I'm exhausted as hell." Seeing this, the young girl remarked, Whoa, an all-nighter? You stayed up late watching weird things again, didn't you?" Yeo Riem smirked. "Yeah, I was watching porn." Ga Yul beamed. "I knew it." After that, the two of them headed downstairs together. Anyway, now wasn't the time to discuss that stuff. The young girl yawned. "If it's nothing important, I'm going to mince you." Yeo Riem noticed, "What's going on?" She looked over at where Jite and the other two were gathered and asked, "What's everybody huddling up for so early in the morning?" Did Green call for Yeo Riem. The egg on the pillow wobbled. "Is Jewel about to be born?" Then the shell cracked open. The whole group gathered around, watching the egg witness the birth of a new life. The last time Jite had witnessed a life being born, it was an image that wasn't beautiful at all. A weak person reached out a hand, begging, "Please save my child." Duhai said, "It's too late, Captain." She cried out in despair, "My baby isn't breathing anymore." Duhai said, "It seems it passed away right after birth." Jite looked at the baby. It was due to the terrible environment, because the hospital had been destroyed by the war. He listened in silence. If there had been a proper medical facility nearby, that memory wouldn't be so painful. Jite thought to himself that he never expected to recall that day again. So why was it coming back to him now? Riem noticed, oh, the egg is hatching, a tiny arm is showing, and wings are appearing too. She spoke in front of the image of a baby dragon hatching from the egg. Oh, look, its head is popping out, Ubom said gently. Welcome to the world. Standing next to her, Yule watched with sheer delight. The little blue dragon is breaking out of its egg. Jewel, the baby dragon, was carefully wiped clean. Seeing this, Jite asked, you're pretty skilled at handling newborns. Where did you learn that? Ubom replied, my mom used to do it for me. Technically, I'm supposed to lick it clean too, but I'll pass on that. She asked, would you like to try holding her? He replied, no thanks. Hayul cheered excitedly, hey, Ivena hold her. Ubom handed Jewel over to the young girl. Her skin is still very delicate, so be gentle. Yule nodded, got it. Then the young girl cradled her affectionately in her arms. Ah, this is so incredibly healing. A sudden thought popped into Yule's head. The young girl smirked. Sis, you actually really want to hold her too, don't you? Riem denied it. What? What are you talking about? If you want to hold her, just hold her yourself. Then the young girl thrust her toward Riem. Just hold her once. Come on, sis. She flinched. Hey, are you crazy? What are you doing out of nowhere? Ubom gave a gentle laugh. Come on now. Jewel let out a tiny yawn. Riem's heart was instantly stolen. Yule smiled. See why you should have tried holding her? Riem admitted. Well, I guess she is pretty cute. Then Riem asked Jite. Hey, we've all held her now. Why don't you give it a shot too? Yule added. Yeah, exactly. If you don't hold her, Jewel is going to be sad. Riem smirked. Huh. You trying to play it all cool and aloof by yourself? She taunted him. Fine, I'm just going to toss her over. So catch her yourself. If she bumps into something and gets hurt, don't go blaming me. Yule gasped. Are you really going to throw her? Riem laughed. Do you know what my sole objective was when I moved into this house? She then pulled back, getting ready to hurl Jewel. It was to see that living boulder over there lose his freaking mind. The young girl panicked. You've really gone crazy. Before she could even throw her, he snatched Jewel right out of her hands. Whoa, gun, your reflexes are insane, uncle. Riem pouted, totally disappointed. The young girl remarked, you are seriously not right in the head, sis. Ubom asked, now that you're holding her, why don't you try stroking her head? Jite fell into contemplation for a moment, and then slowly reached out. He gently patted Jewel's forehead. Like this. You'll snapped a picture of the rare moment. What are you doing? The young girl replied. Hee, this is such a rare sight. Moments like this definitely need to be preserved in photos. Ubom picked up a rose. Then let's take a group photo to commemorate Jewel's birth. Jule asked, yeah, sure. But what's that flower for? Ubom smiled at the photo prop, making the two of them pose. Ha'il was curious. The flower was tucked into Jite's hair. Another one was placed on Jewel. He was holding the little girl in his arms. Riem commented, his expression over there doesn't look too good. Ubom covered her mouth and giggled. What do you think? Look good. You'll check the photo. Wow, it suits both of them so well. He lost his patience. Just get in here and take the picture already. Ubom pulled a pouting Riem in. But do I really have to be in it? This is so embarrassing. Just take the picture, Riem. Yule said. All right, get ready for the photo. 1, 2. A complete group photo of everyone was captured. Jewel was drinking milk. All right, Jewel, are you ready for this? Jite asked. What are you doing? Ubom patted the little girl's head. Since the semester hasn't started yet, I wanted to take advantage of the free time to teach her polymorph using transfer magic. Transfer magic is a type of magic where you teach the recipient by guiding your own mana into them. The receiver can usually absorb it without any cost, but the caster has to bear the risk of draining their own life force. He asked, is that going to be okay? Ubom picked Jewel up. It'll be really difficult for her to go outside if she stays in her dragon form. She explained, Riem and you'll both learn polymorph while in human form. She explained, Riem and you'll both learn polymorph while in human form. Jewel waved her tiny hand around. Since we grow up so fast, I wanted her to have some fun experiences before she gets too big. Jite sat down on the sofa. Let me know if you need any help. She sighed. What? You don't know the first thing about magic, do you? Ubom said, well, I actually do have one request. She continued, while I'm performing the transfer, Could you stay right by our side? He replied, got it. UBOM glanced at him and teased. Geez, sitting all the way over there makes you look so cold-hearted. She patted the space right next to her. Come closer. Don't be shy. Jite responded, there's no need to go that far. UBOM rested her chin in her hand. Yes, there is. What if I get exhausted and drop Joel? If you're close by, you can catch her. UBOM lamented. If Joel bumps against the edge of the table, I won't be able to live with the guilt. He thought it over for a moment, and then let out a sigh of defeat, moving over to sit right next to UBOM. I guess there's no helping it then. Their shoulders brushed against each other. Her face flushed red. He's so built. Jite asked, huh? UBOM jumped. Oh, nothing. I just meant the sofa is a little stiff. Jite noted, that's strange. It's made of full-grain leather. She focused back up and pressed her forehead against Joel's. A blue aura radiated from her. I'm starting now. A few days later, in front of a grand and luxurious house, UBOM slumped across the sofa, looking completely drained of energy. Phew, it's finally done. Jite walked over and spoke up. You did a good job. Reclining comfortably on the sofa, she replied, you worked hard too, having to sit right next to me the whole time. UBOM stood up dejectedly and started walking away. I'm going to my room to get some rest then. Don't forget to feed Jewel and burp her gently. As she was speaking, she suddenly tripped. Wake me up if anything happens. UBOM went tumbling forward. Her eyes widened in sheer shock. By pure chance, she ended up falling right into his arms. Jite looked down at her and said, let me carry you to your room. UBOM's cheeks flushed bright red as she pressed her hands against his chest. She shyly avoided his gaze. Carrying me bridal style like this is a bit embarrassing. Jite said deadpan. The fact that you can still joke means you're still doing just fine. UBOM let out a happy laugh and asked, am I too heavy? He gave a brief but smooth reply, light as a feather. She kept going, leaving Jite completely at a loss for words. Mama, I didn't know you had a sweet tongue, uncle. Inside the bedroom, UBOM lay peacefully on the bed, her breathing steady. He gripped the edge of the door, tilting his head to look inside. Jite gently closed the bedroom door. Out of nowhere, a face suddenly popped up. He whirled around and was startled by it. Jite looked at it and thought to himself, has the time finally come? Right in the middle of the sofas, a beam of light focused on a single spot. And as he walked closer, he discovered a tiny girl sitting inside. The little girl's body gradually materialized, and the light faded away accordingly. The moment the light vanished, the little girl curled inward, her eyes looking as though she had just woken up from a nap. Witnessing the scene, Jite was a bit bewildered and fell silent. He hesitated slightly, his lips parting as he said, hello there, neighborhood police officer of the lair, a tall and massive building. The three of them laughed and chatted as they crossed the street. The supernatural investigation team searched for months and couldn't bag those guys, yet you knocked them all out in just a few days. Did you see the department chief's face just now? He was thrilled to death. Kim Song pulled out a gleaming gold card and looked at him. Does our golden boy, Jite, want anything to eat? I'm treating the whole team to a lavish feast today. Carrara walked over and nudged his shoulder, teasing, hey chief, you're just using the corporate card anyway, right? Startled, Kim Song let out a forced laugh. What I meant was, let's go hit the next spot. Jite suddenly spoke up, causing the two of them to freeze in their tracks. Please excuse me. I need to head home early for some personal matters. He leaned down to look at him and asked, why are you ducking out again? You missed the last party too. Carrara pushed up her glasses and chimed in. You've been leaving early a lot lately, huh? Pretty suspicious. Senior, do you happen to have a girlfriend? Without looking at them, he nonchalantly replied, no, that's not it. After saying that, Jite walked straight off despite the two trying to hold him back. I'll take my leave first, then. If you hate us, just say it straight. I'll try harder. You seriously don't have a girlfriend, right? I totally believe you. Along the way, green leaves drifted down to the ground in the gentle breeze. A girl was walking down the street, chatting away happily. Approaching from the opposite direction, Jite accidentally overheard the conversation. I told him to stop texting me that nonsense. He immediately transformed into that girl. The Phantom of the Grand Duke was currently acting as a clone, going to work in Jite's place. In the past, the Demon Realm Grand Duke skill was originally used to expand influence over distant kingdoms. But after its former master was killed, it became Ji-tae's clone. The sound of high heels clicking against the tiled floor echoed through the space. Ji-tae's clone stood perfectly still with vacant eyes, clutching its handbag and watching. Not far away, Ji-tae was sitting on a wooden bench with his back turned. It walked over to him, placed a hand over its chest, and bowed its head. "Master, you called for this humble servant." When the clone opened its eyes, it froze at the sight of something master. It couldn't help but ask out of curiosity as it looked at the little girl sitting in Ji-tae's lap. "What is that?" He turned his face to look at the clone and answered, "It's Jewel. I just brought her back from getting a haircut." It instantly understood. So the little girl had already polymorphed into a human form. Passers-by laughed loudly and gossiped. "Ah, look at that sweet baby. She's lying so still in her daddy's arms. That couple looks so harmonious together." Overhearing this, the clone looked at Ji-tae and asked, "If it's inconvenient for you, let me carry her for you, master." Hearing that, the little girl's eyebrows knitted slightly, and seeing her reaction, the clone flinched and took a step back. He set Jewel down on the ground, making the little girl let out a sigh. "It's fine. She can walk on her own anyway." The clone didn't press further and shifted the subject. "But why did you bring Jewel out all by yourself? BOM, Yeo Rium, and GA, you're all back at the house." He readily cleared up its confusion. "UBOM is exhausted from the strain of the transfer magic. As for those other two," an image flashed of GA, you'll happily pouncing forward with both arms outstretched. "Jewel, want to go shopping with me?" Meanwhile, Yeo Rium looked thoroughly annoyed. "Don't even dream of dumping her on me." Even though Ji-tae was exasperated, he maintained a calm demeanor. "They're still young." Even though Ji-tae was exasperated, he maintained a calm demeanor. "They're still young." Ji-tae paused for a second before asking, "So, what is it you wanted to say?" It asked back, looking genuinely puzzled. "What do you mean, master?" Suddenly, an aura of light radiated around him. "Don't play dumb. I know you can transmit all your emotions and memories to me." The clone felt a bit flustered upon hearing its master's words, so it turned its face away and answered, "It's not dissatisfaction. It's just that this servant is having doubts about my purpose. Among all those who have utilized this servant before, none have ever yearned for a mundane, ordinary life like you do. They always wanted to use this servant for grander purposes, such as ordering me to eliminate those who needed to be killed, or helping them flaunt their absolute power whenever necessary. Yet my master in this lifetime only wishes to enjoy the daily routine, making it difficult for a lowly being like myself to comprehend. If my words have caused offense, I beg for your forgiveness." Ji-tae listened in silence before finally speaking up. "You are a sentient entity with independent thought, so it's only natural for you to think that way." As he spoke, he suddenly stood up from the bench. "There will come a time when your actions are required. For now, just continue to work at the police station regularly. Your colleagues are really missing you, so go out and have a drink with them to have some fun." Hearing that last sentence, it fell into quiet contemplation, recalling images of its co-workers since it would soon have to part ways with. Receiving its orders, the clone quickly stood up to leave. "Understood, master." Ji-tae stood still, watching its retreating figure grow more distant, when suddenly a voice made him roll his eyes and look over. "Sweetie, do you really like that thing that much?" A mother and daughter walked right past Ji-tae. "If I knew you'd love it this much, I would have bought it for you sooner." The little girl smiled radiantly and said, "Hee hee, you're the best, Mom." The little girl walked along while holding her teddy bear high up in the air. He looked down and saw Jewel staring intently at it, her eyes wide with wonder. Ji-tae spoke up, causing the little girl to turn around and look at him. "Do you want a doll?" He reached his hand into the shallowest region of the S-rank abyss and pulled out a bear. Ji-tae held it out in front of Jewel. "Here?" Though it's a little different. He placed the bear into the little girl's hands. A warm, lovely pink aura instantly radiated from around the bear. Jewel's cheeks flushed a rosy pink as she looked at it with pure delight. Seeing this, Ji-tae spoke up to ask further, "Do you like it?" The little girl suddenly set the teddy bear down on the ground and then began taking slow, halting steps toward him. Thinking Jewel wanted something else, Ji-tae scooped her up into his arms to clarify. "Are you asking for more? I'm all out." Jewel's smiling face instantly turned into a sad pout. She reached out her tiny hands and placed them against his cheeks. The sound of the whistling wind held around them. Jewel pressed her forehead against Ji-tae's, catching him off guard for a split second. He felt a wave of curiosity in his heart. Why was she suddenly doing this? Or perhaps An image from the past suddenly flashed through Jitae's mind. He looked down into the little girl's eyes, thinking to himself, could she have mistakenly believed that the magical transfer process was a way of expressing love and affection? A sudden, fleeting thought crossed his mind. A girl was being suspended on a cross. Jitae's eyes widened in sheer horror, as if witnessing something truly monstrous. And then flashes of the times he had to fight hordes of monsters came back, forcing his eyes wide open despite his crushing fatigue. A swarm of monsters plummeted from the sky toward Jitae like predators hunting prey, his face lightly scratched, his vacant eyes staring straight ahead. Jitae gently closed his eyes tightly as the cogs of destiny began to turn. Back in the present, he was cradling Jewel in his arms as they looked into each other's faces, and the little girl let go of her hand, looking at Jitae with a hint of surprise. He involuntarily flashed a gentle smile at Jewel. Jewel clutched the teddy bear in one hand while tightly gripping Jitae's hand with the other. The two walked hand in hand down the narrow path, the little girl happily humming a tune, while he stopped and looked up high into the sky. The sky had now shifted into the golden-pink hues of twilight. Jitae suddenly spoke up, leaving the little girl bewildered. Did she arrive that early? From afar, a girl with blonde hair came running over. Oh, uncle. Instead of greeting her back, he asked, where are you coming back from? Jewel rubbed her cheek against Jewel's while hugging her and replied, I just went out to the mall for a bit. Jewel looks so incredibly cute in her human form. As the two hugged each other, a few hints of pink flushed across their cheeks. The young girl smiled softly and pressed her forehead against Jewel's. She seems really happy to have received a gift from you, doesn't she? Jitae held the bear in his hands, looking at them both. Can you read Jewel's thoughts? Jewel happily replied and explained, when we dragons share skin-to-skin contact, we don't just transfer mana. We can actually understand each other's emotions and thoughts too. Touching foreheads is especially the most effective way. To put it simply, it's the kind of physical contact used when you want to express your affection. Remembering what happened earlier, he reached up and touched his forehead, and here I was completely unaware of that. The young girl cradled the little girl in her arms and burst out laughing. Turns out there really are things you don't know, uncle. Jitae looked at the object strapped to her back and asked, what is that thing on your back? The young girl glanced behind her, falling into thought. Jewel smiled and said hesitantly, oh, this? Well, from inside, the young girl pulled out a guitar, plucking the strings for a few seconds to tune it. Jewel introduced it excitedly. I bought this to convey my soul to everyone without needing skin contact. What do you think? Don't I look just like a real singer? The young girl enthusiastically kept strumming the guitar, making Jewel's eyes light up as she stood watching. I will absolutely give it my all. Despite that, Jitae still stared on with a completely deadpan expression. An image of the guitar alongside several syringes materialized. He stood watching Jewel, who was sitting amidst a pile of shattered ruins. Jitae trembled so hard he was left utterly speechless, while the young girl's face no longer held any joy, replaced instead by an indescribable look. Returning to the present, he quietly swallowed his spit. Jewel blew on her hands, which had turned bright red from playing the guitar before getting used to it. Jitae suddenly spoke up, making the young girl freeze in her tracks. Just don't overdo it. Thinking he was scolding her, Jewel hurriedly waved her hands and ran after him, asking, why do you say that? Seeing her reaction, Jitae explained, I just mean take it slow. Jewel tried to say more, but he cut her off. But want to put in the effort. Is you bomb awake yet? The young girl let out a sigh and replied, she's still asleep. Her fever hasn't gone down yet. Walking ahead, while holding Jewel's hand, Jitae looked back over his shoulder. It can't be helped considering she used transfer magic for several days straight. As for Yeoriam, when he asked further about her, Jewel brought a hand up to her mouth thoughtfully. As for Sis Yeoriam, she's been completely immersed in TV dramas all day, not even stepping a single foot out of her room. This is the first time I've ever seen Sis Yeoriam so passionately obsessed with something other than fighting. Hearing that, Jitae felt somewhat relieved, still better than causing trouble out on the streets. The three of them headed into the house, and the young girl led the little girl inside. Jewel, remember to wash your hands after being outside. His eyes suddenly dropped, completely on high alert. Jewel was happily wondering to herself, I wonder if Sispum is awake yet. Suddenly, Jite placed his hand firmly onto the young girl's shoulder, the atmosphere around him turning pitch black. Yule, take Jewel into the room immediately. Do not come out until I call for you. The young girl was a bit confused and was about to ask when he cut her off. Huh? Why so suddenly? Promptly seeing Jite's expression like that made her feel a bit frightened. Oh, okay. The young girl scooped up the little girl and ran straight to the room. Jewel, let's read a fairy tale together with. He watched them both run back to the room and confirmed they were safe. Before Jite finally turned his face toward the door, he walked over and placed his hand on the doorknob. A creaking sound echoed through the air. Jite stepped inside the room, his face looking somewhat gloomy as he took in the sight of what was inside. The room was completely devoid of light, leaving only Jite and 4 total strangers standing inside his house. One of the men in the group suddenly spoke up first. Who dared to turn the green dragon into this state? His eyes suddenly flashed with a sharp light, his tone carrying a menacing edge. Was it you? Guardian. Dragons would use enslavement magic to chain up any monsters or humans that proved useful to them, turning those individuals into nest sentinels, otherwise known as dragon knights. A few of the most elite guardians would act as bodyguard for the dragon whelps whenever they went out for recreation, just like this bunch. UBOM was still sound asleep in bed, completely oblivious to what was happening. Jite looked at her and thought to himself, did he cast sleep magic on UBOM? The bodyguard suddenly stomped his foot violently against the floor. He barked furiously right into his face. Answer me. Did you turn green into this? Instead of answering, Jite fired back with a question of his own. Shouldn't you introduce yourself first when entering someone else's home? The man raised his arm, which was shrouded in a dark aura. It seems you don't grasp the situation here, do you? The Guardian swiftly launched an attack toward him. Asking questions is the privilege of the strong. I'm the only one with a right to interrogate here. You lowlife human. Jite tilted his head up to look, recognizing it as a high-tier barrier defense magic. The man recalled his power and continued. This is my final warning. The Guardian tightly crushed the aura in his hand. What did you do to Green? Spill it, human. Devoid of any fear, he stated flatly. The poem has awakened. Hearing Jite's response caused him to freeze. The Guardian's hostility toward him lessened at this point. Then who are you? Jite shoved his hands into his pockets and answered, I am the Guardian of the kids. Hearing that, he let out a scoff of pure disdain. Guardian? What a ridiculous introduction. Do you even know what it is you're protecting? He quickly answered, tacking on another question. Of course I do. That's why I have a question for you. Why are you guys here so early? You're supposed to be drifting inside that torn space-time rift right now. They uttered in absolute disbelief. How do you? The group of Guardians suddenly drew their weapons. You're just a human, yet you know far too much. We are the protectors of the young and the keepers of historical causality. I acknowledge that you've looked after them in my stead over this past period, but it seems you have no alignment with true good. Leaving you alive will only breed calamity. Hearing that, Jite could only let out a sigh. So this can't be resolved through dialogue after all. The sound of a sudden gust of wind rushed past. Rest assured, it won't hurt at all with a whole bunch wielding weapons and rushing at you solo. The Guardian holding a sword charged forward fiercely, delivering a decisive slash toward Jite as a terrifying surge of power erupted from the blade. But it was quickly parried by him using an ordinary sword. He thought to himself in pure astonishment, my magic sword was destroyed this easily. Jite calmly blocked the attack with a completely expressionless face, and then decisively knocked the man away along with his sword. Seeing this, the Guardian holding a shield next to him let out a loud shout and charged up. You pathetic trash, collapsing from such a mediocre strike. We'll handle this guy ourselves. Step back and just observe. Following that, all the men standing nearby charged forward together. The Guardian who had just been defeated screamed out to his comrades, wait, hold on. This guy is stronger than anticipated. Next, he witnessed his comrades getting taken down one by one under Jite's powerful sword strikes. By the time he stayed his hand, those Guardians lay collapsed on the ground. Jite walked up to one of the conscious Guardians who was slumped flat on the floor. Seeing this, the man thought in utter panic. I had my suspicions from the start. A mere human looking after dragon whelps. And he even knows about our very existence. I should have realized it sooner. He's a transcendent entity that absolutely must not be provoked. As Jite drew closer, their eyes locked onto each other, and then he suddenly let out a long sigh, the sword in his hand vanishing completely. Jite said, "I offered to negotiate earlier, didn't I?" The Guardian suddenly asked, "Is this world under your absolute rule, my lord?" Jite calmly replied, "Answer my question first. How did you guys survive when space was warped?" The Guardian looked at him and explained seriously, "Due to a spatial distortion." He then recalled the past involving a group of Guardians alongside a massive dragon master. "We opened a portal to connect the nest to this world, but for some reason, the dimension warped and hurled us out into the cosmos." Jite told him, "Explain this spatial distortion more clearly." The Guardian answered, "I am not entirely clear on the details, but according to what my master once mentioned, there is something known as the event horizon of destiny. The spatial distortion occurred because of the energy from that place, as if all dimensions were being swirled violently around it." Hearing this, Jite thought to himself skeptically, "How bizarre. I've never heard of the concept of a destiny event horizon before, so what does it have to do with them appearing here? Could the event horizon have aided them in coming here? This is completely different from the previous times. This is the first time you Bomb's Guardian has ever come looking for me." He then cast a cold glare over at the Guardian, who was slowly crawling back up, uttering grimly, "I must know how you got here, and how the horizon helped you arrive." That Guardian continued to explain, "To be more precise, a certain will crossed over that boundary and aided us." Jite was puzzled. "A will?" The man spoke up again. "It felt as though an invisible force was guiding the way. It led me to gather the Guardians and seek out the place where the dragon whelps were taking shelter." Hearing that, Jite directly said, "Let me check something real quick." Next, he gently placed his hand onto that Guardian's head, leaning down slightly as he instructed, "Look straight into my eyes." The eyes of Equilibrium Skill was one of the 3 authorities he had seized from the Demon King, an eye that distinguishes good from evil, truth from falsehood, love from hatred, allowing him to perceive the true nature of reality. After a brief moment, he closed his eyes and stated, "So you were telling the truth." Jite thought to himself, "I've already dealt with every threat to this world." Jite glared in anger. He had checked space countless times, so why did a loophole still manifest? That Guardian spoke up again regarding the will beyond the event horizon. It carried a profound wrath, almost like a curse. "Perhaps because I carry the jade core forged from you Bomb's power within me, I was able to sense it." Hearing that, Jite slowly extended his hand, and then decisively pierced right through the Guardian's armor, extracting something from inside, causing him to cry out in agonizing pain. Next, he forcefully ripped the armor plating away, revealing a breach in the armor inside, where something was glowing brightly. He gasped in surprise. This is... Out of nowhere, multiple glowing chains crept out from that very spot. The Temporal Speed Authority Mid-X detected a destroyed timeline. The Temporal Speed Authority Mid-X identified a hostile element. This authority aggressively purged anything existing outside the main chronological axis, after which the numerous chains manifested into an hourglass that would hunt down any entity carrying an independent timeline. This authority, which had previously been dormant, was now fully activated, and the hourglass fell right into Jite's hands. He thought in confusion, "But I can't interfere with this just yet. My only option is to wait it out." Seeing this, those Guardians began gossiping among themselves. The bizarre light morphed into an hourglass. "Well, at least it's temporarily stabilized." Jite turned around and told them, "What are your plans now? The dragon whelps are already under my protection, so staying here is utterly pointless for you. The enslavement magic has also been broken by the spatial distortion. So what possible reason do you have left to remain here?" The Guardian asked, "Are you granting us our freedom?" Jite answered back, "As long as you don't cause any trouble, it's fine." Following that, they stood up one by one and uttered, "Then I shall take my leave." "We shall do the same." Jite calmly closed his eyes slightly and uttered, "Yeah, go ahead." But the Guardian, whose armor plating he had just ripped away, spoke up with great difficulty, "I cannot leave." Jite understood and asked, "You're not leaving?" The man answered resolutely, "Yes, because I am a keeper of causality." Before he could even finish his sentence, Jite punched him squarely to the ground. Jite slowly walked over and stated, "I'll ask you one more time. You still refuse to leave?" That Guardian answered firmly, "I cannot." He placed his foot onto the man's chest, forcefully releasing a surge of power that sent tremors through the entire room. Asking coldly, for the absolute last time, still no. The Guardian looked up at him and replied weakly, I cannot. The Guardian standing behind them spoke up. It's pointless to keep arguing. He was always a stubborn fool who wouldn't dare grasp freedom when standing right in front of it. What an idiot. Jite glanced over and pondered for a brief second, and then turned his face away, stating, Fine. At least you're the only one worthy of being a protector. A sword slowly materialized in his hand. That Guardian gasped in surprise. Huh. A short while later, the room was a chaotic mess. Those Guardians who had craved freedom had now lost their lives. Those stubborn ones who refused to leave struggled back to their feet, questioning, Why keep only me behind? Could it be that you are testing us, my lord? Jite calmly replied, Not exactly. Rather, I find you quite intriguing. Why do you insist so strictly on protecting UBOM? He readily replied. That is because my loyalty to U-Bomb's clan is absolute and unyielding. He stated, Loyalty is well and good, but UBOM is already under my protection. Since you are weaker than me, you have zero qualifications to protect her. However, there's a role that happens to suit you quite well. Hearing that, he looked up with absolute curiosity. Later, at a different location, Yule, Jewel, and Yeo Riem were standing there when Jite instructed, Say hello to each other. He materialized alongside the Guardian from earlier, who was now wearing an apron. Jite stated, This is my new housekeeper. His face held a look of sheer reluctance as he thought helplessly to himself. A housekeeper? Inside the cozy kitchen space, rustling sounds echoed as a smart robot washed dishes. It meticulously washed every single bowl and plate, lathering up soap to get them clean. The smart robot spoke up in its own distinct way, acting no different from a human. It turned around to shoot back. What? A housekeeper? Are you kidding me, my lord? Jite snapped. Don't like it. The robot stubbornly argued back. What does protecting dragons have to do with cleaning? My brain isn't smart enough to comprehend this logic. He slammed his hand firmly onto the table. As I stated yesterday, I alone am more than enough to protect the dragons. Allowing you to stay is pure leniency. If you fail to perform your housekeeping duties properly, I will obliterate you instantly. So you better show me what you can do. The robot turned back toward the kitchen area dejectedly, letting out a sigh. How on earth did I end up in this predicament? At that moment, U-Bomb stepped forward and spoke with a sweet voice. You are a Guardian from Ascaliba, right? It gasped in surprise. Lady U-Bomb, is your health all right? She smiled. Yes, it was just a minor spell of exhaustion. I heard you're staying behind to work as our housekeeper. The robot shifted its tone to a sorrowful one. I suppose so. Out of nowhere, U-Bomb chimed in with praise. The apron really suits you. Please take good care of us from now on, Mr. Housekeeper. Oh my goodness. Being praised by a girl caused his cheeks to flush red with embarrassment. At this point, the robot's hands trembled slightly as it held a bowl. Cleaning or washing dishes. Please just leave it all to me. My lady, I will never let you lay a finger on such filthy chores. Who would have guessed that the very next second, a sharp shatter from breaking dishes echoed out. She spoke up. Ah, that one was quite expensive. Joel looked incredibly precious, dressed up in a blue bear costume. Next up was a school uniform that exuded a sense of innocent childhood, followed by a beautiful, magical evening gown donned by the little girl. Watching the system screen with sparkling eyes, Yule gushed with absolute delight. This is way too cute. Where did you buy all these outfits, sis? They're gorgeous. UBOM replied. I placed the order right after she was born. Joel, do you like them? Seeing her delighted expression, she teased. She definitely loves them. She grinned from ear to ear. Mr. Housekeeper, which outfit do you think looks best? The robot replied. To me, Joel looks absolutely beautiful in every single outfit, my lady. The young girl laughed out loud. Great answer. It parted its mouth to thank the young girl. At this moment, nobody noticed Jite's face falling into a serious, brooding thought, looking as though it was about to turn pitch black like soot. Who would have guessed that his target of focus was directed straight at the young girl laughing merrily? This guy sure knows how to flatter. Red patches appeared across her fair hands, instantly catching attention. Jite barked in annoyance. Are you still playing that guitar? Yule hurriedly replied. Oh no, I'm not. I only strum it every once in a while. UBOM also questioned. Yule likes the guitar, which is why she plays it. Is there some sort of issue, my lord? He lowered his voice. I didn't say anything. Now that you mention it, Yeo Riem has been MIA all day. She's still got her head buried in video games. Yeah, she stammered. Yeah, I guess so. The helper robot spoke up. Actually, I was planning on cleaning her room earlier, but I got kicked out. But her face was just so pale. I'm really worried. Her complexion was completely washed out, miss. Yeo Riem snapped. Mind your own business. Beat it, you shorty. Seeing the robot recount the situation like that, UBOM finally said she probably just stayed up all night watching movies. Jitae's narrow, long eyes glanced at her, as if there was something he wanted to say. And then, with a stern look on his face, he walked over to the front of Yeo Riem's room. Those eyes grew even angrier as he looked inside, as if he had caught sight of something completely shocking. Empty beer bottles were scattered carelessly across the floor, alongside a horrifyingly massive pile of cigarette butts in the ashtray. At that moment, Yeo Riem had a cigarette hanging from her mouth, chewing loudly on a piece of meat as she spoke up. What? Suddenly, Tae cut her off. I just came to check if you were still alive. Right then, a voice echoed from the TV screen. For the motherland. He stared at the screen skeptically and asked, Have you been watching this the entire time? Yeo Riem asked in surprise. Have you ever even watched it, sir? Tae said bluntly. Never. She enthusiastically introduced it. There are 7 parts to it, but the plot is terrible, and the world building is pure garbage. Tae said in a low voice, then stopped watching it. Yeo Riem furrowed her brows. Oh, really? Wow. You're a real genius, aren't you? Suddenly, he turned his back to leave and reminded her. Come on out. We have something to discuss. After that, Tae gently cradled Joel in his arms and gave instructions. All right, from now on, we're doing a deep clean. Hearing that, Yeo Riem immediately complained. Huh? A deep clean? You'll ask curiously. Why all of a sudden? He explained in a firm voice. Even though you guys aren't ordinary humans, since you're living in the mortal world, you need to maintain proper hygiene. Especially Yeo Riem and Yul. Your rooms are a disaster area. Finding herself called out like that made Yul scream at the top of her lungs. How? How did you even get into my room? My mom taught me never to trespass into someone else's nest without permission. Tae casually retorted with a sarcastic question. Did she also teach you to live like a slob? The little girl cried out. That is totally besides the point. He said with a serious look on his face. The maid will handle the living room and kitchen, but you clean your own bedrooms. Yeo Riem stood up and picked her nose. That's ridiculous. We already have a maid, so why do I still have to clean? Seeing this, Yul grimaced in disgust. Ew, that's so gross. She quickly wiped her finger right onto Yul's face. Oh, really? This is for you then. Right after that, Yul's piercing scream echoed through the entire house. After Yeo Riem left the room, Yul held her face and threw a massive crying fit. Sister, I absolutely hate dirty things. Yeo Riem fired back with another sarcastic jab. You claim you hate dirty things, yet you keep your room looking like a pigsty. Hey shorty, I'm gonna go work out now. So tidy up my room for me. I'll inspect it when I get back. The robot quickly replied, Yes, ma'am. And UBOM also stood up. I already cleaned mine yesterday. I'll head out to the evening market now. Since our household has grown, I should cook up a feast. Hearing her update, Tae nodded vigorously. Yeah, but as the memories flashed back, his face turned completely pale at the thought of the dishes UBOM usually cooked. UBOM gave a warm, approachable smile. Oh, is there anything specific you'd like to eat, sir? Anything you're craving? He blurted out in a hurry. No, just go. At the same time, shattered pieces of beer bottles lay scattered right by the helper robot's feet. Even the robot was utterly speechless at the sheer state of the room. Then the robot spoke up. Even though I don't have a nose, I can still smell the stench. Is this actual hell? No, it's worse than hell. No wonder Yeo Riem looks so pale. What on earth is this basin? Is she practicing poison resistance or something? After surveying the surroundings for a moment, it decided, all right, let's start with the heavy lifting first. Tae stepped up from out of nowhere and spoke. Aren't cans and plastics supposed to be sorted separately? You're a maid, and you don't even know that basic rule? Does Askaliba not have the concept of recycling? What a lawless wasteland. It furrowed its brow in thought. Other people might not notice, but I can definitely tell. This is a demonic aura. Could it be his alter ego? He opened his mouth to mock it, just staring blankly like that. Are you planning to pull an all-nighter? The robot nodded its head obediently and repeatedly. Understood, sir. Looking identical to the original self, the real Jite walked up at that moment and asked, "What are you two even doing while cleaning?" The demonic alter ego Jite replied, "You're here, sir. I'm currently instructing the maid on how to do the job." It trembled, not daring to utter a single word. "I heard he's a count," he said in a low voice. "Don't just stand there barking orders. Get in there and work with him. I called you because I was worried he wouldn't be able to handle Yeo Riam's room alone." The alter ego Jite stood there dazed. "Me, sir?" Over by the workout machines, Yeo Riam, dressed in her athletic gear, was focused on lifting weights. UBOM was diligently picking out fruits to bring home for cooking. On this side, Ga Yul was frantically trying to stuff clothes into her closet. Everyone was bustling around, working up a sweat to get the house sparkling clean. The sky had shifted into a stunning blend of orange and yellow, casting a beautiful glow over Jite's estate. The demonic alter ego Jite came over to report. "It's all taken care of, sir," he replied. "Excellent. Here is where you need to go next." Caught off guard by whatever he saw, the alter ego Jite asked in shock, "This is..." The computer screen displayed a satellite view of the Northern Hemisphere. The alter ego Jite spoke up. "Moscow," he explained, "the invisible ghost organization is currently researching a comet-type super ghost entity here. Once you finish wrapping up this week's police duties, fly out to Russia." Jite emphasized, "Find Prototype X for me, no matter what." The alter ego Jite responded clearly. "Understood. I will prepare immediately." At that moment, UBOM walked in with a bright face and a radiant smile. "I'm home." The robot gave a gentle smile. "Welcome back, miss." Ga eagerly piped up. "Wow, sister, you bought so much stuff." UBOM, carrying bags in both hands, replied, "We have so many mouths to feed now, so of course I have to cook a ton." The alter ego Jite stepped forward and said, "UBOM is back. Please excuse me." Jite stopped him. "Hold on," he commanded in a stern voice. "You need to swap clothes with me right now." At this moment, a few rather bizarre-looking dishes were laid out on the dining table. UBOM spoke up. "Enjoy your meal, girls." Ga stared intently at her soup bowl. "This soup tastes just like the ones back in Askaliba." Yeo Riam added, "It's not bad." The little girl asked with innocent curiosity, "It would be so much fun if the maid could eat with us." She shouted back loudly, "How is it supposed to eat without a mouth? You dummy." Right at that moment, the alter ego Jite, disguised as the real Jite, was sweating bullets as he stared at the food. "Master, is this really the reason you made me sit here?" "Yeah." In the thick, foggy air, at an abandoned industrial complex near Lair, a guy was screaming obscenities with blood constantly pouring from his mouth, looking utterly grotesque. He stared straight into Jite's eyes, violently cursing at him. "Do you honestly think you can pull this off and walk away scot-free? A lowly human like you dares to? Do you even know who is backing me up?" Who would have guessed that before he could even finish his sentence, he was sliced right across the torso by the young man. Watching him hit the floor with a loud thud, Jite finally spoke. "Yeah, I know exactly who." He grabbed the guy by the hair, yanking his head up to remind him, "Professor One from Blue Dragon Academy, right? Or rather, I should call you the demonized One from the Invisible Organization, shouldn't I? What exactly is One plotting? What kind of stunt are you trying to pull?" At this moment, Jite activated his heavenly dragon eyes and threatened him. "Don't you dare lie to me. Spill it." The guy, his face contorted and drenched in deep crimson blood, trembled violently. "I don't know the exact details, but he said that in 3 months, if the plan succeeds, he will be chosen." Jite said in a low voice, "Chosen? You mean a designated seat, don't you?" The guy quickly replied, "Yes, that's right. A designated seat refers to only 4 elite demonized humans chosen by the Invisible Organization. Normally, demonized humans operate in small groups, but those who attain a designated seat command their own military forces and reach the absolute highest tier in the demonized hierarchy. A disaster-level power." Jite pondered. How strange. In the previous loops, One never attained a designated seat, and at this current point in time, he shouldn't be capable enough to orchestrate any kind of plan. Right then, he suddenly noticed something unusual. The Mid-Time Velocity X Authority detected malice originating from beyond the horizon. The Mid-Time Velocity X Authority exists beyond the world's timeline because of the core. The target, the demonized One, has been interfered with by an entity dissatisfied with the regression loop. existing completely outside the world's timeline. The demonized one has broken free from the regression cycle, carrying over the most elite elements from the previous loop. First it was the Guardians, and now it's one. Is everything related to me being messed with? While Jite was lost in thought, calculating his options, he suddenly heard the guy call out, "Hey, that's all I know, but if you spare my life, I can dig up more information for you. My sick mother is waiting for me at home. I swear I won't betray you. Please just spare me." Out of nowhere, Jite showed absolutely no mercy and sliced the guy straight through the neck, letting his head drop right on the ground. Jite unleashed a murderous aura using his heavenly dragon eyes. "I already told you, lying is useless against me, and even if that were the truth, you still have to die." Immediately after, the abandoned building filled with a suffocating stench of blood, annihilation, and incineration. The twilight sky had completely transitioned into a brand new day, crisp and clear amidst the sweet chirping of birds. He walked through the crowd, lost in his own calculations. If one has a major plan to secure a designated seat, there's a very high probability that the plan involves Lair. Jite recalled the moment one said to Yeo Riem, "Could you represent us and lead the year-end event?" That year-end event will likely tie directly into that guy's conspiracy. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Oh my goodness, what a cute baby." In the middle of the park plaza, people were eagerly gathering around to admire UBOM and Joel. Everyone showered Joel with compliments. "I've never seen such an adorable baby before. What's her name?" UBOM spoke up. "This is Joel." Passers-by kept giving the little girl compliments. "Her eyes and hair color are absolutely beautiful. How old is little Joel?" Just then, UBOM noticed Jite's arrival, her eyes widening in complete surprise. Jite spoke up. "What business do you all have with the kid?" The sheer sharpness of his gaze made everyone back off, shaking their heads in fear. "Oh, it's nothing," UBOM softly asked. "I haven't seen you all day. Where did you go, sir?" He replied, "Just running some errands." "And why are you out with Joel?" She tilted her head and answered, "I've been sick lately, so I haven't had time to play with her. And school starts tomorrow, so I was worried we wouldn't get a chance to hang out like this again." He replied, "I see." U-Bomb's bright eyes and warm, friendly smile locked onto Jite's gaze. He possessed a striking side profile, complete with a sharp, attractive bridge of his nose that was incredibly charming. Out of nowhere, she spoke up, "Don't we look exactly like a real family like this? Joel would be your daughter, and I'd be her mother. If we went by that script, then you and I would be." At that moment, little Joel was staring at the two of them with clear, innocent eyes. UBOM expressed to him, "And so, you and I would be." Jite simply remained silent without saying a word, looking as if he were deep in thought. Who knows what UBOM was thinking right then? But she gave an embarrassed smile. Seeing how serious Jite looked, she quickly laughed it off to break the tension. "I'm just kidding. Just a joke. Why are you being so serious?" He said in a stern tone. "If you're going to keep talking nonsense, just go home." After that, Jite picked up the little girl and walked forward, asking caringly, "Did you have fun playing?" UBOM stood at a distance, watching his retreating figure with a deeply pensive look on her face, as the sky transitioned into a romantic blend of orange and yellow. Underneath the beautiful cherry blossom petals, students dressed in neat school uniforms walked by. Schoolgirls were hurriedly crossing the street to make it to class on time. Petals drifted down across the academy campus, creating a highly picturesque scene. At the exact same time, Jie Yul was frantically munching on a piece of sandwich while running at full speed, her cheeks flushed red and a wide smile on her face. "School is finally starting. Which class are you in, sister?" "I wish I could be in the same class as you." U-Bomb smiled. "I'm taking superhero studies, literature, magic theory, and sociology. By the way, Jie Yul, I've been wondering about this for a while now. Why do you keep holding that sandwich in your mouth? You already ate breakfast at home this morning." Suddenly, the little girl blushed furiously, smiling sheepishly. "You don't know? Mom said that if you hold a sandwich in your mouth on the way to school and bump into someone," Jie Yul revealed the secret, "that person would turn out to be your soulmate." As she said this, the little girl's eyes lit up like twinkling stars, full of hope. Who would have thought that while she was talking so passionately, she would crash right into Yeo Riem? Talk about a total lack of romance. Ouch! Yeo Riem mocked her. "Gee, I wish I could run into a soulmate like that too." "Oh my gosh, I can't believe I bumped into little Ga Yule. So does that make me your soulmate? Ga Yule? The little girl cried out. But sister, you're a girl. Yeo Riem quickly snatched the piece of sandwich and popped it in her mouth. So what? I watch Western movies all the time, and the girls are constantly making out. The little girl screamed, my sandwich. Yeo Riem brought up. By the way, where did that old man disappear to this morning? Isn't he supposed to be auditing our classes? Ga Yeo replied, yeah, I think he said he was going to the main office first to confirm something. Yeo Riem laughed out loud, huh? He didn't even come home last night either. He's probably out seeing some girl. Ga Yule was stunned. No way. He's totally not that type of person. Ga Yule asked curiously, what's wrong with you, sister? Why are you suddenly breaking out in a cold sweat? All of a sudden, the little girl seemed to notice something strange. Ga Yule asked inquisitively, who are those people over there? They don't look like students, do they? Who else could it be? Probably a bunch of reporters. Yeo Riem spoke up. They're probably here to take pictures of the standout students among the freshmen. UBOM quickly slipped away. I'll head inside first, you guys. Right then, a young man slightly turned his head as he noticed something. The surrounding crowd whispered curiously. Is that girl over there Yeo Riem? It is Yeo Riem, the one who took down Sophia and made that earth-shattering statement. Ah, that's right. It's that red-haired girl. Yeo Riem stood there dazed and cursed under her breath. Instantly, flashlights shone directly on her as the reporters bombarded her with questions. Are you Yeo Riem? Please give us a brief interview. Look over here for a second. Please, just answer a few questions. Ga Yule timidly hid behind Yeo Riem's back. What? What is going on? What is wrong with you people? At that moment, Yeo Riem opened her mouth wide and bellowed. All of you, she screamed so furiously that her voice echoed piercingly across the entire campus. Yeo Riem snapped angrily. Listen up, you reporters. I already gave my answer last time. Wasn't that enough? Fine. I'll deal with every single one of you. Showing absolutely no respect, she flipped them a highly civilized middle finger. Bring it on, you bunch of parasites. Joel woke up sleepily, waking up to find the house completely empty. The little girl kept staring intently toward the front door. Seeing this, Guardian grew worried as well. He muttered in frustration, this is getting pretty awkward. Before leaving, Jite had instructed him, the kids are off to school, and I won't be home either. It's just going to be you and Joel at home today. So make sure you keep a close eye on the baby. Guardian scratched his metallic head, never expecting to receive a mission even harder than cleaning. I've never babysat anyone before. He called out, hey there, little Joel. The little girl turned around, her sparkling eyes locked onto him. Guardian stepped forward and explained himself like a professional butler. The other girls and the master won't be back until tonight. So please stop waiting. Why don't you find a comfortable spot to sit down and relax, miss? Joel heard him, but didn't give any response. The two of them just stood there staring at each other for a while. Eventually, the little girl simply turned away coldly, leaving him standing frozen in his tracks. He panicked. This is so embarrassing. Guardian realized he couldn't convince Joel. He walked away dejectedly, planning to start his usual chores. Whatever. Might as well get some cleaning done. Suddenly, his eyes darted to the middle of the living room, and his eyes lit up as he found a solution to break the deadlock. Once again, Guardian stepped up beside Joel. Miss Joel? In his hands was a book. Guardian asked tentatively, would you like to read a fairy tale with me? Fortunately, Joel agreed. The two of them headed over to the room together to read the book. The little girl's eyes sparkled with delight as she looked into the illustrated world. Seeing such a positive reaction, Guardian rejoiced internally. Thank goodness, it looks like she's actually interested in fairy tales. Well then, let me read it out loud for you, miss. The story began. The title of the book was My Dad is a Fairy. Guardian started narrating. Once upon a time, in a faraway forest. Out of nowhere, the bright story took a twisted turn. If it's an ancient forest, it must be from the pre-demon realm era, some sort of primordial jungle. The story continued. And next, in that place lived a little girl named Danyuni and her father, residing together. Guardian added another completely unnecessary commentary. It seems like her mother has already passed away. But Danyuni is quite lucky. Back in those days, having even one parent survive was already a miracle. Before going to sleep, her father would tell her old, ancient stories every single day. The story completely lost its inherent innocence. Fascinating. If it's an ancient story, It must be about the Great War. While Jules stared at him with a look of pure disgust, he kept rambling on. So, Don Uni must have been a total war fanatic, huh? Guardian kept enthusiastically reading on. Then, one morning, when she woke up, Don Uni discovered her father wasn't home. Could it be that he went out to find a new stepmother for her? I heard that back then, there was a culture of taking prisoners of war as concubines. If Don Uni got a new stepmother, she'd probably be thrilled. Guardian concluded. Anyway, Don Uni, suddenly, he noticed something was terribly off. Joel was glaring at him with eyes full of absolute loathing. Guardian asked blankly, "What's wrong, miss? Do you not like the plot of this story?" Joel didn't answer. She simply pointed her finger toward the distance. The direction she was pointing to was a corner of the wall. Joel pointed at the corner and then pointed back at Guardian, repeating the motion over and over. He ended up getting banished to the corner by the little girl, sitting there completely huddled up, forbidden from even touching the story. Meanwhile, in the heart of the city, a luxury car was cruising smoothly down the road. From inside the vehicle, a pair of elegant, graceful legs stepped out. Every single male student at the academy couldn't help but turn their heads to stare at the person who had just stepped out. The girl who just got out was gracefully touching up her makeup. Her name was Gong Ji, the heiress of the Gong clan, one of South Korea's 3 major swordsmanship families. However, at the moment, she cared far more about maintaining her looks than practicing swordsmanship. Juhi complained, "Ugh, practicing swordsmanship makes me sweat so much it's disgusting. It completely ruined my makeup too." Juhi spotted a crowd of reporters up ahead. "What is that? What are those reporters doing? Don't tell me they're waiting for me." She acted exhausted. "Secretary Kim, you know I hate being the center of attention. Go handle them for me." Secretary Kim, standing behind her, reminded her, "It appears they didn't come to take pictures of you, miss." Hearing this, Juhi was taken aback. Annoyed, she pushed her way through the crowd of reporters. "Then who on earth is over there that they aren't taking photos of me?" Suddenly, Juhi went completely silent, utterly stunned. "Holy crap, she's gorgeous." The ones being swarmed by the press were Yeo Riem and Jie Yul. Meanwhile, Yeo Riem was currently sitting comfortably on the back of a male student. Jie Yul asked bashfully in confusion, "But sister, why did that person turn into your chair?" Yeo Riem replied bluntly, "I have no idea. They volunteered." She checked in on him. "You good? Don't you dare go crying about this later." The male student replied happily, "Yes, of course. I'm a huge fan of yours." Yeo Riem muttered in confusion. "Fan? What kind of nonsense is that?" A reporter stepped forward. "Well then, student Yeo Riem, can we finally begin our interview with you?" Yeo Riem replied arrogantly, "If you guys don't wait your turn, forget the interview. I'm walking straight out. 1 question per person, then get lost." She gestured. "Let's start with that guy wearing the hat over there." Hello student Yeo Riem. I'm from TT Broadcasting." Yeo Riem cut him off. "Your introduction is way too long." The reporter standing next to him shouted out. "I wasn't even finished speaking." Another reporter immediately chimed in. "I'm from CT France. Recently, you become a massive trending topic in the superhero community, with so many people searching for you. How do you feel about that?" She answered sharply and concisely, moving right along like a robbery. Yet another reporter approached her. "Are you aware that a fan cafe was just set up for you? Please say a few words to your fans." The guy currently kneeling on the floor rejoiced. "The reward is finally here." She paid it very little mind. "Oh, so it's this guy. You claim to be my fan? You people are completely insane." Next, another reporter introduced himself. "I'm Park Kong-ho from Jisan News." A strange, foul odor radiated from his chubby body. He kept wiped away his sweat continuously. "What exactly did your statement back at the Blue Dragon Academy interview mean?" Yeo Riem answered while pinching her nose. "You already know, so why are you asking? Is that the only thing filling up your brain?" She whispered under her breath. "Ugh, what is this awful smell?" He kept pressing for answers. "Don't be like that. Please give us a clear explanation. Out of all the words available, why did you choose that specific phrase, young lady?" Yeo Riem furrowed her brows in deep irritation. The reporter looked at her with a perverted expression. "Is there some other hidden meaning?" Yeo Riem didn't let it slide and immediately cut him off. "Hey, reporter," Yeo Riem challenged him. "Do you want to do that with me?" Kong-ho asked blankly. He stammered. Don't be like that." Yeo Riem's face darkened. "You know, I was just kidding. You knew it was a joke, so why are you still asking twisting questions?" Seeing her angry, The reporter still refused to stop. Maybe student Yeo Riem is still young, so you don't understand, but journalism is inherently this kind of profession. So if you cooperate well, I'll write a decent article for you. Furious, Yeo Riem lunged forward and grabbed the reporter by his collar. Oh my God, buddy, do you seriously think I can just tolerate you forever? From behind, Yul panicked. Hey sister, ignore them. Let's just go inside. Kang Ho's camera was still perfectly capturing every single moment of Yeo Riem. He rejoiced internally. Yeah, keep being aggressive like this, that's the only way views will explode. But he still felt a bit regretful. Should I provoke her just a little bit more? No sooner thought than done. He continued to mock her. If you keep acting like this, I'll be forced to write the article based on my own interpretation. For instance, Yeo Riem, the center of public attention, demands sexual relations with a reporter. Yeo Riem clenched her fist tight. Yeah, go ahead and write it. She lunged straight at the reporter in a blind rage. But before that, you're going to die by my hands. Yul chased after her, trying to stop her. Yeo Riem. Suddenly, her punch was blocked. Jite had appeared just in time to handle everything before Yeo Riem could let things go too far. Yul breathed a sigh of relief. You got here just in time, sir. Jite looked at Yeo Riem and asked, You just got here and you're already causing trouble? Yeo Riem screamed out loud. That's not it. It's because that pig over there. Seeing that Yeo Riem was completely unable to calm down, Jite decisively picked her up and carried her off to another spot. Yeo Riem resisted, but it was futile. What the hell? Let me down, Jite announced to the reporters. The interview ends here. Before leaving, he even threatened them, and you all better not publish a single word of this in the news. A massive wave of energy was released from Jite as he walked away in anger, his footsteps so powerful that they literally crushed a patch of the ground beneath him. Kang Ho backed away in sheer terror, while his recording equipment burned to a crisp. Yeo Riem stared blankly at Jite's sudden action. The three of them walked away together under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Jite warned her, Yul, if you don't want to be late on your very first day of school, get inside right now. Yul scurried along behind him. Yes, sir. Gong Juhi witnessed the entire scene. She was stunned. Did you just see that? Secretary Kim understood her vibe. Should we investigate their family background? But Ju didn't care about that. Where on earth did that bust-a-blonde girl come from? Inside the classroom, the teacher began to introduce himself. The professor smiled cheerfully. Welcome, Academy students. I am your swordsmanship instructor, Kaido. Today's lesson will cover the history of swordsmanship and the proper mindset when holding a sword. Yeo Riem watched in utter boredom. What? Mindset when holding a sword? Just hurry up and teach us how to fight already. Jite appeared surprised. Well, this is actually unexpected. I thought you'd find school too boring and run away immediately. She sighed. What are you talking about, sir? I've sat through movies that were completely mind-numbing just to see them through to the end before. She spoke with a serious tone. I have to work hard until the day I beat that bunch of top instructors wearing hats. Just you wait. The day will come when I crush him. She questioned him. By the way, why are you taking classes with me? Go follow the other kids around. Jite casually replied. You know the reason far better than I do. Yeo Riem raised an eyebrow. Oh wow, I didn't even cause any trouble. I've been super well behaved lately. Jite reminded her. Did you already forget about trying to beat up that reporter a moment ago? Yeo Riem flinched. She still tried to make excuses. It's because that pig kept annoying me, constantly trying to drive me crazy. If you were in my shoes, you wouldn't have tolerated it either. While speaking, Yeo Riem scooched closer to Jite, but he warned her, Don't lean on me. It's hot. Yeo Riem playfully provoked him. What's wrong? Men are usually head over heels for this kind of physical contact. Or are you just shy? Facing Yeo Riem's teasing, Jite simply remained silent. Yeo Riem didn't get the reaction she was hoping for, leaving her completely disappointed. Yeo Riem slumped onto the desk. This is so boring. Only then did Jite speak up. Studying is inherently boring. Yeo Riem denied it. It's not the studying, it's the way you talk, sir. She lay face down on the desk. For a kidnapper, you're not interesting at all, Yeo Riem recalled. At first, I thought you weren't normal either, thinking that there would be days filled with massive dopamine rushes waiting ahead. Yeo Riem pouted. But I never expected you to play this kind of happy family game. Jite replied. The things that happen on your commute to school are already thrilling enough. Remembering what happened earlier, Riem got annoyed. Not that kind of frustrating drama. It needs to be fighting, killing, and getting drunk on the thrill of victory. Suddenly behind her, the instructor's voice rang out. Oh ho! It seems student Riem here is absolutely itching for some action. Times like this, your teacher happens to have a great solution. The teacher proposed, stay behind after class along with your guardian. Riem's face completely contorted upon hearing the request. After class, inside the gymnasium, Riem was holding a wooden sword, wiping it down with all her might. The more she wiped, the angrier she got. Riem suddenly stood straight up and threw the sword in her hands, getting more pissed off the more she thought about it. Why do I have to clean this crap? I want to fight. Across from her, Jitae was also stuck cleaning. He calmly advised her, instead of whining, just hurry up and wipe. Riem demanded in annoyance. Just call that guy at home out here to finish this. He loves cleaning anyway. Jitae countered. Then who's going to watch Jewel? She can only click her tongue and let it go. That blue kid is a handful too. Riem changed the subject. I have a question. Did you even go to school when you were a kid? While wiping his sword, Jitae answered, I didn't have time to get a proper education. Seizing the opportunity, she immediately teased him. What's that? Are you an idiot too? Sir, saying you didn't have time to study is usually just an excuse, right? Ha! He simply replied back plainly. There was a war going on back then. I was too busy surviving. Hearing that, Riem was stunned. She turned away. Damn it, you totally ruined the mood again. Then what's the excuse for my situation? She thought for a moment and then decided to ask. Is your life fun? Jitae was not amused. Riem squatted down right in front of him. Then why even live if it's that boring? If I were as strong as you, I wouldn't live such a tedious life. Or maybe you're just sick of life because you're too strong. Ha! Jitae said pensively. Life goes on. I can't just abandon it. Riem broke the serious atmosphere. What's with that childish answer? Jitae didn't want to bicker. All right, enough small talk. Keep wiping. The scene shifted to that evening at Jitae's house, where everyone was happily spending time together. The setting was warm and cozy, just like a real family. Riem fiddled with a Rubik's Cube in her hands. So you twist it like this to make all the sides match up? While she was hovering over it, trying to figure out the solution, Guardian kept pacing back and forth, cleaning right behind her. Riem, irritated by his presence, threw the Rubik's Cube straight at him. Hey, you bastard, are you trying to keep annoying me forever? Guardian, completely caught in his usual timid state, stammered, I'm sorry. After venting her anger, Riem slumped onto the couch. Guardian sadly walked away to clean another area. Seeing that Riem was in a bad mood, Bomb checked in on her. Why do you look so irritated today? Is it because those reporters bothered you this morning? Riem was exhausted, which was true, but she was mostly just bored. I haven't gotten to fight anyone lately. Riem called out. Hey, Sister Bomb. Bomb was utterly shocked, her face turning pale. Did you just call me sister? She rushed over to Riem's side. Riem? What's wrong with you? Do we need to go to the hospital? Riem frowned. Oh my god. Do you seriously prefer me addressing you with rude language instead? She propped herself up with her hands. Anyway, that doesn't matter. She questioned her. What do you even live for? Seeing Riem act like this for the very first time, both Bomb and Jewel stared with wide eyes. Bomb whispered into the little girl's ear. Jewel, it looks like Sister Riem has finally hit puberty. Jewel nodded her head in agreement. Riem blushed and screamed out loud. I can hear everything, you dummies. And you, blue kid, what are you nodding your head for? Riem recounted. Today I asked the human guy what the point of living even is. Do you know what he said? Riem mimicked Jitae's exact facial expression from that moment. Life just goes on like that. It cannot be abandoned. Bomb and Jewel gasped in admiration. Wow, you just copied him perfectly. Riem continued. But that guy doesn't feel any joy. People in this world live to find joy. So if you can't feel any joy, what's the point of living? Take that golden monkey, for example. She gets totally ecstatic just from eating good food. And that little kid over there is perfectly happy just playing with a raggedy old teddy bear. Bomb fell into deep thought as well. He doesn't really say anything to us, but surely there must be something he likes, right? Suddenly, Riem replied, in my opinion, you're exactly like that human guy. Bomb asked curiously, I'm like him, Yeo Riem agreed. Yeah, both of you are equally baffling. You're both boring as hell. Ha! UBOM paused and seriously pondered it. Is that so? Yeo Riem continued to press. So do you find anything joyful while living? UBOM remembered something, her eyes lighting up. There's one thing, Yeo Riem asked curiously. What is it? U-Bomb's answer left Yeo Riem completely stunned. You know what? Is he a human or a god? Yeo Riem said skeptically. What? You can tell just by looking at him that he's a textbook, cold-blooded psycho. Thinking back to Ji-Tae, U-Bomb gently replied, Right, I used to think so too. The memory of the two of them sitting together flashed through U-Bomb's mind. Recalling Ji-Tae's face from that moment, U-Bomb inadvertently flashed a shy smile. But actually, he has a cute side to him too. Yeo Riem suddenly lunged forward, her face filled with sheer disgust. Huh? What is up with that creepy smile? Startled by Yeo Riem's sudden action, UBOM gasped. Oh my goodness! Yeo Riem pinned her flat on her back on the floor, relentlessly questioning her. Don't tell me you two did something weird behind my back. Tickled by her, UBOM couldn't hold back her laughter. Stop tickling me. It tickles so much. Right at that moment, Ga-Yul came running downstairs. Sister, the little girl rejoiced. This is insane. The entire online community is talking about Sister Yeo Riem. Ga-Yul's voice was full of excitement. There's even a fan cafe. Yeo Riem snapped her head around and asked, What the hell is a fan cafe? A bolt of realization shot through Ga-Yul's head, as if she suddenly understood the situation. Ga-Yul turned her head away, blushing furiously in embarrassment. It's nothing. You two just keep doing whatever you were doing. Yeo Riem furiously screamed after her. Hey, you little brat. What do you think you're doing? Another peaceful morning arrived at Ji-Tae's house. Inside his room, he was putting on a dress shirt and adjusting his watch. The bedroom door suddenly swung open. UBOM slowly stepped inside. Sir, she looked up, intending to say something. I wanted to ask for a favor. Ji-Tae's shirt was only half-buttoned, exposing his toned abs. Panicking, UBOM slammed the door shut. I'm so sorry, I should have knocked first. Ji-Tae calmly reassured her. What's the matter? Come in, I'm fully dressed now. UBOM stepped inside once again, looking far shyer than before. UBOM spoke up. Could you please come along with me today, sir? Ji-Tae adjusted his tie. Come along? Why so sudden? She pouted cutely. Lately, you've only been going out with Yeo Riem and Joel. You haven't gone out with me even once. He replied, Well, I guess I have no choice. UBOM thought to herself, I actually prefer violence. And Ga-Yul is incredibly easy to bribe. Want to go grab some fried chicken with me? Wow, fried chicken. Thinking up to that point, Ji-Tae let out a helpless sigh. Fine. Ga-Yul spoke while stuffing her face. Sister, where are you going instead of going to school? Yeo Riem snapped in irritation. Swallow your food before talking. U-Bomb smiled. I'm going on a date with him. Ga-Yul was startled. A date? Yeo Riem looked away. You just mean going out with our guardian, right? Ga-Yul chewed on her bread while processing the piece of information she had just overheard. By the way, why haven't you ever gone out with Sister BOM before? Don't tell me you're playing favorites with just me and Sister Yeo Riem. He explained no, that's not the case. The little girl smiled. Even though favoritism is bad, I totally understand. My mom dated 100 different men, but she still clearly favored 2 or 3 of them above the rest. Yeo Riem gasped in shock. Holy crap, your mom is wild. Ga-Yul smiled innocently. Right? UBOM sighed and turned her head away. Yeah, so does that make me like one of those 97 discarded men? Ji-Tae asked skeptically. What do you mean by that? Ga-Yul said sadly. In the end, after kidnapping us, you don't even care about me. It's like once a fish is caught, you don't bother looking at it anymore. Yeo Riem frowned and blamed him. You've been abandoned. Poor Sister BOM. You're awful, sir. Yeo Riem also looked at him. I get why you only hang out with us, but you don't need to worry. Just go ahead and hang out with Sister BOM. It's not like you can keep tabs on us 24/7 anyway. He mused. Fine. Hearing that, Ga-Yul gave a mischievous wink, having successfully achieved her goal. Time flew by as they reached the building, sunlight casting a bright glow over the rooftop. Inside, 15 students along with their parents were sitting neatly in their seats. The crowd looked at UBOM and whispered among themselves, Oh, She looks like the older sister of that famous girl, Yu Riem, doesn't she? I think her name is Ubom. Wow, she's gorgeous. Rumor has it she got a perfect score on her admissions interview. Seriously? Which clan is she from? I heard it's the Yu family, but I'm not entirely sure. The Yu family? Wow, that sounds incredibly basic. At that moment, Suji clapped her hands. All right, our communication theory lesson ends here. For the remaining time, we will practice social ballroom dancing. A young man at the front spoke up. Ah, this is so embarrassing. What do you mean dancing? She countered skeptically. Oh, why on earth would you be embarrassed? When you all become superheroes representing your respective clans, there will be times when you have to dance at high society galas. Standing there frozen like a wooden log at that time is what's truly embarrassing. Now, please find a partner and pair up. A male and female student stepped toward each other. I'll be in your care. Yeah. Another pair blushed as they held hands. Since nobody else wants to, just dance with me. She laughed. If there's someone you'd like to pair up with, don't hesitate to invite them. Ho ho. Right then, a pink-haired girl was drawn to something and snorted. Is that Ubom girl still without a partner? I totally thought guys would be lining up out the door just to pair up with her. The young man next to her explained. Yeah, there's just something about her that makes her seem totally unapproachable. It feels like if you touch her, your hand might literally snap off. At this moment, Suji walked over, looks worried. Oh dear, Ubom doesn't have a partner yet? Ubom smiled to mask her true feelings. Yes, I guess I'm not particularly popular with everyone, she suggested, but Ubom is so beautiful. How about the professor? Right then, she cut her off. Professor, would it be all right if I invited my guardian to be my dance partner? Far off in the distance, Jite was caught off guard upon hearing this. Suji nodded. Ah, really? Yes, of course. She quickly ran off. Thank you, she exclaimed in admiration. Wow, she's fast. She quickly marched over to the spot where he was sitting. Ubom held out her hand. Sir, hurry up and come on out here. He averted his gaze to avoid eye contact. I don't know how to dance. She looked utterly aggrieved. So you're just going to leave me all alone? I'll be so lonely. Hearing that, he let out a helpless sigh. Right now, Suji was guiding them according to the rhythm. All right, slowly take your partner's hand. 3, 2, 1, 2, step. At this moment, Jite and Ubom faced each other in complete awkwardness. She suddenly noticed something that left her rather surprised. His hand kept hovering up and down hesitantly. So she teased him. Sir, are you shy about touching me? He turned his head away. That's not it. Ubom proactively grabbed both of Jite's hands. Don't worry, it's not like touching each other automatically means we're in love or anything. He remained completely cold. Yeah, I know. Her voice turned heavy. And don't you dare just half-ass this dance. You'll ruin my grade. He replied back. Understood. The two of them stepped into position. She spoke up. Let's begin. The two of them proceeded to dance together with perfect coordination to the rhythm of the music. Ubom chuckled to herself. Why are his hands sweating so much? Her pale, fair hand held on to Jite's completely drenched hand. Are you nervous? The rest of you is soaked too. There's so much sweat on your chest that it's practically see-through. She suddenly recalled the image of Jite's incredibly hot physique from earlier, and Ubom's face instantly blushed bright red. In that brief moment of distraction, she tripped over her own feet and fell backward. Ah! But Jite swiftly caught her in his arms before she could hit the ground. The atmosphere right now was incredibly romantic. He stood there completely stunned, a loss for words, while Ubom was currently so embarrassed that her entire face had turned completely red. Her heartbeat accelerated rapidly. Then her vision went blank and blood started pouring from her nose. He gasped in shock. Ah, nosebleed. A while later, after class had ended, at a roadside shop, Ubom was sipping on lemon juice, with a piece of tissue stuffed inside her right nostril. Jite asked, Do we need to go to the hospital? She answered, Dragons don't need to visit hospitals, do they? I'm completely fine now, sir. Thinking back on it, he found it highly suspicious. How strange you didn't hit anything. Why did your nose just bleed? She shyly turned her head away. Who knows? Right then, she changed the subject. By the way, you're a much better dancer than I expected. Where did you ever learn? Ah. Hearing Ubom's question, Jite immediately sank deep into thought. Memories from the deepest corners of his soul surged up, making his gaze turn significantly cold. In some faraway place, a girl was guiding him through the steps, All right, 1-2, slow down. Her face flashed a cheerful smile. Not bad. Keep this up and you'll be a pro in no time. Captain. Jitae's silhouette reflected onto the ground, creating a deeply melancholic scene. Then he replied, I've never learned. Hearing that, she went silent, saying nothing more. BOM slowly pulled the cotton plug out her nose. She stood up and asked, Now that class is over, are you busy with anything, sir? Jitae replied back, I have nothing. She tied her hair up. Then let's go do something fun together. The full moon cast its radiant glow through the pure white clouds. In Moscow, Russia, at the research facility of the underground organization Invisible, warning signal lights flashed frantically as alarm sirens wailed deafeningly. A silhouette dashed away at full speed, leaving behind a trail of dead guards. She gritted her teeth. Damn it, damn it, damn it, fucking hell. Where on earth did that monster crawl out from? The number of people stationed here isn't even enough to slow it down. I have to get out of here and protect headquarters. Right at that moment, the Guardian materialized right behind her. Where are you rushing off to? She stared at him in utter shock. What do you want? He replied coldly. Master, I am searching for something. An elite commander class XY demonized human. Where is he? She screamed furiously. Do you honestly think I'll talk? Just kill me. The Guardian used shadows to seize her by the neck. After killing countless demonized humans, I've realized one thing. When hovering on the brink of death, your instincts will take over. But when the pain becomes too intense, you end up thrashing around like a puppet with its strings cut. Do you wish to dance a few steps beneath the moonlight as well? Vera lay collapsed in a pool of blood, as the Guardian completely knocked her out, before transmitting a signal to report to Jitae. Master, an image of a girl with one leg bound appeared. The X-type prototype has been transferred back to the Invisible headquarters as a test subject. And this time, the X-type is a female model, completely different from all previous versions. He listened intently to the information. Then Jitae asked, The chief researcher you took care of earlier was Vera, right? He replied, Yes, master. He ordered, Disguise yourself as him, infiltrate the Invisible, and find out XD's real identity. The Guardian replied, Understood. After cutting the signal, Jitae thought about the scene of numerous villainous-looking demons acting anxious. The Super Commander Demon, Prototype X, is a creature possessing a special ability to connect the minds of a massive number of demons. The longer it exists, the more demon consciousness it absorbs, becoming unimaginably dangerous. He recalled the demons that died at his hands. That's why I always prioritize eliminating Prototype X in every cycle. But this time, the information differed from previous cycles, throwing a wrench into the hunt. Jitae pulled out his authority, and a notification popped up. The Mid-X Time Acceleration Authority is reading malice from the horizon of destiny, scanning for an existence outside the timeline. Watching the notification continue its scan, he thought, X changing its shape must be due to the malice the Guardian mentioned. Jitae gripped the authority tightly. All I need to do is kill off all the jerks ruining this life. Just then, UBOM called out, Hey, come over here for a second. He walked over and asked what? She kept insisting, Hurry up, hurry up. Jitae was taken aback. As he looked at UBOM, slightly parting the curtain to show him the lingerie she was trying on, shyly asking, Can you see it? Does it look good on me? He snapped his head away. What on earth are you doing? UBOM smiled and replied, Summer is right around the corner. What's wrong with buying one? Huh. She even invited him. It's hard to see from over there. Come inside, so you can get a better look. Acting completely indifferent, he said, You said we were going out to have fun, and now you're dragging me into this nonsense? UBOM said bashfully, What do you mean? I'm having fun. As if realizing something, she asked, Huh? What kind of weird things are you thinking about? Adults are so hard to understand. Jitae replied, Don't push my buttons. Afterwards, as the two of them went for a walk, UBOM wouldn't let the previous matter go. Hey, be honest, you wanted to look back there too, didn't you? He denied it, no. She continued to tease him. Oh, come on, there's no way you didn't want to look. UBOM gave a bright smile and said, I really should have bought it. Jitae said, You've messed around enough, let's head back. She spoke up, Actually, I came here by gift for the kids. He repeated, Gifts. UBOM thought about Jewel and the teddy bear, then expressed her wish. Yeah. Did you know Jewel's teddy bear is completely torn to shreds? So I'm planning to buy her a new one and grab some gifts for the other kids while I'm at it. Jitae inquired further. What do the others want? She immediately listed them out. GA, Yul only cares about clothes. She doesn't care about anything else. Maybe I should buy her a nice wallet, so she won't feel self-conscious when hanging out with her friends later. He asked again, what about Yeo Riem? Thinking about what Yeo Riem wanted to buy, UBOM gave a forced smile and replied, Yeo Riem said yesterday there was something she wanted to buy. She recalled the girl's tone at the time. I saw this while watching a movie the other day. Buy it for me. UBOM figured that the item was a bit eccentric. Then, as the two of them split up, she said, all right, I'll go look for gifts for GA Yul and Yeo Riem. You help me pick out something for Joel. Tae readily agreed. Sure. UBOM watched him walking ahead. She secretly asked herself, is it going to be okay? At the toy and toy stuffed animal shop. The shopkeeper was at the counter, lost in thought. She looked at Tae, guessing his age to be late 20s or early 30s. With that build, is he a model or a soldier? He's pretty good looking too. He remained completely absorbed in choosing a teddy bear, unaccompanied by anyone, looking cluelessly at the children's toys. The shopkeeper thought complacently. He looks exactly like the type of customer who's easy to rip off. I caught myself a fat fish. She cheerfully went out to ask, oh, are you buying a gift for your little one? How old is your child? Tae replied, around 4 years old. The shopkeeper flattered him. Oh, that's the cutest age. Is a little girl your daughter? He responded, not my daughter, but she's a little girl. She walked over and patted Tae's shoulder, praising him. So she's your niece? It's rare to see uncles picking out gifts for their nieces themselves. Your little girl is going to love this. Then she continued, but you're lacking a bit of tact. The shopkeeper pressed a toy stethoscope against his chest. Then she said, for a 4-year-old, you should buy role-playing toys like this rather than dolls. This kind helps you play with her and build family bonds. Meanwhile, in her head, she marveled, wow, his body is so toned. She enthusiastically pitched, oh, if you buy this Dr. playset, I'll give you a 10% discount on the other sets. Seeing him pick up the toy, the shopkeeper asked, would you like to take a look, sir? Tae imagined Joel playing around with a syringe, and he said, yes, please. Hearing just that, the shopkeeper was thrilled, thinking she had hit the jackpot. In the end, Tae bought a mountain of gifts, and she kept saying, it looks like a lot, but it's absolutely essential for the child's psychological development. You won't regret it. He handed over his card, and the shopkeeper asked, paying by card, sir? Tae just gave a nod. Looking at the card, she was stunned. Thinking about the value of the card in his hand, which was a VIP black card reserved only for the upper echelon, she thought, no wonder he bought whatever I suggested. The shopkeeper admired his handsome looks, secretly calculating, the more I look at this guy, the more attractive he gets. He probably doesn't have a wife. Maybe I should use this chance to hit on him. She bashfully probed, excuse me, sir, do you have a girlfriend? Suddenly, UBOM appeared, wrapping her arm around Tae's and calling out, hey. She asked, are you planning to buy this entire pile? The shopkeeper guessed. Could she be his girlfriend? Looking at UBOM's outfit, she thought, wait, that's a cadet uniform. So the two of them are still conversing casually. UBOM asked, what are you planning to buy for our Joel? He replied, a teddy bear. She said, then why did you pick out all this random junk? The shopkeeper chimed in, so you're buying it for your younger sister? UBOM glanced over at her. She said, she might not be used to it first, but UBOM repeated, she won't like it. The shopkeeper forced out, is that so? She picked up a teddy bear to inspect it. This one might be good. UBOM looked at the bear and continued, it looks like her old bear, so she won't feel out of place. Tae added, I intended to buy that one from the start. She said, shouldn't this get a VIP discount? At home, Yul and Joel both widened their eyes in delight. Wow, look at all these gifts, they politely asked. Are these really for us? Holding her new wallet, Yul was absolutely thrilled. I was actually planning to buy a new wallet. I love you guys so much. The little girl looked at the gifts everyone received and asked with curiosity. Joel got a teddy bear. What gift did Yeo Riem get? She replied, my sister. With a pair of handcuffs in her mouth, she said adult toys. She invited, hey, yellow monkey, come over here. I've got a really fun game. Yul quickly declined. I don't want to play. The little girl was scared to the point of crying, Meanwhile, the little girl being held in his arms expressed her emotions through the physical contact. UBOM spoke up, this is for you. Tae opened the gift box. This is, she said, I noticed you always wear that same old tie every single day, so I bought this for you. UBOM added, Once I start making money, I'll buy you a whole suit. He looked at the gift. Thanks. Jite asked, why didn't you buy anything for yourself? Ubom replied, oh, I did buy one thing. He was curious. What did you buy? She shyly thought of the lingerie and said, I'll show you later. A few weeks later, Guardian tiptoed inside. He asked formally, did you call for me, sir? Jite instructed, I'll be away for 3 days. Make sure to take good care of Joel. Guardian said, are you going far, sir? He glanced at the bed and replied, yeah, Yeo Riem is fast asleep, drooling. Jite continued, Yeo Riem will be coming with me too. The next day, everyone was packed into the main lobby, waiting. A young man among them spoke up. It's finally starting, the mock battle against the demons. As soon as he finished speaking, a purple circle gradually expanded. As it turned out, the mock demon war was a survival battle lasting 2 days and 3 nights inside a virtual space. Cadets would move in teams of 3 under the command of a representative guardian called a tactical operator. These operators originally held the position of navigators in superhuman squads that hunted monsters. Here, the guardians would assume this role. Jite was also present right there at that moment. Next to him, Yeo Riem rested her chin on her hand as she sat, sizing up this year's participants. Oh brother, look how tense those kids are. Mediocre brats like that don't have any real combat experience. This earned her a reminder from Jite. Hey, Yeo Riem, this isn't the time to show off. Hearing that, she grumbled in dissatisfaction. Fine. He continued. This isn't a solo match. You have to cooperate as a 3-person team. Yeo Riem sighed. I know, but we have to pick teammates who actually fit. Suddenly, she noticed a group nearby as a guy and a girl walked up to them. The guy scratched his head and asked, if you don't have a team yet, do you want to team up with us? Yeo Riem lost her temper and snapped. What the hell? Beat it, you weaklings. But Jite calmly asked, what are your names? The young man replied, I'm Hisaki Sojiro. The girl also spoke up, I'm Kimji. Both of them bowed deeply and politely at the same time. Sojiro sincerely promised, we'll do our best not to get in your way. Yeo Riem maintained her irritated attitude. You brats, didn't you hear me tell you to beat it? Internally, she thought, they look incredibly weak. Yet Jite gave a brief agreement, fine, which made Yeo Riem scowl. Huh? Who gave them permission to join our team? So Jite said, if you don't like it, go find your own teammates. Amazingly, the girl lowered her voice. Well, that's too much of a pain. Seeing this display, Sojiro and Kim Jin stood frozen in shock. In the end, Yeo Riem had no choice but to bear with it. Hey, you weaklings, if I'm fighting and you guys get in my way, you'd better watch out. Sojiro said happily, thank you. But suddenly, a hand came flying in, striking the young man hard on the head, making Sojiro clutch his head in pain. It was Johnny. He glared and warned, hey, you nobody, didn't I tell you already? Flirting right in front of my face like this. Do you want to die? Sojiro was in so much pain that tears welled up. He quickly said, sorry. Then Johnny turned around to taunt Kim Jin. Hey, your boyfriend is apologizing. You got nothing to say? He placed his hand directly on her head, challenging her. Nothing to say? At this point, his friends laughed and said, hey, Johnny, another team's guardian is right there. Toned down the aggression. He sneered contemptuously. So what? Adults don't give a crap about what happens to orphans. And just like that, Johnny pushed his luck, grabbing Kim Jin's hair and mocking her. Hey, you should cut your bangs. You look completely gloomy. She wanted to break free from his grip, but couldn't, only crying out helplessly, stop, don't do that. Johnny smirked triumphantly. Oh man, an orphan who actually dares to talk back. He had no idea that Yeo Riem had already stepped up right beside him. She said softly, what do you mean, orphan? Hearing that, he jumped in surprise. In his mind, he thought, this chick is Yeo Riem, that psycho representing the Blue Dragon Academy. Yeo Riem shoved her hands in her pockets and said impatiently, I'm asking you again, what do you mean, orphan? Johnny's eyelid twitched as he recalled the words of his family, the elders in his clan telling him to stay far away from this type. So he immediately let go of Kim Jin's hair, turned around, and explained, you don't know what an orphan is? It's a cadet who doesn't have a guardian. To put it bluntly, trash with no backing. As he spoke, he laughed and pointed his finger at Kim Jin and Sojiro. Yeo Riem scratched her head. So that's it. Dealing with these environmental polluters is such a drag. Hearing her say that, Johnny threw his arm around her shoulder to act close and chimed in. Hey, don't tell me you're on a team with them. Someone as strong as you. Why team up with weaklings? Ahem. Why don't you join our team instead? If you agree, I can give up my spot. His two lackeys were stunned to hear this, and one questioned, Johnny, what the hell are you talking about? But basically, Johnny didn't give a damn. He was just busy calculating, yeah, even though she's crazy, if I can get close to her, it'll be incredibly good for me. Her fighting style matches mine pretty well too. I just need to flatter her a little bit. Right then, a punch landed straight on his face, and of course, Johnny took the full force of it, right before the wide-eyed astonishment of his two lackeys. Along with the pair, Kim Jin and Sojiro. He could only cover his mouth while listening to Yeo Riem curse him out. Hey, you basket head, do you want to die? Who gave you permission to put your hand on my shoulder? Huh? Are you and I close? You dare act like my equal? You insect. At this point, Johnny stood frozen with a distorted face, but inside his head, he was screaming, you crazy bitch, just you wait. And then, surprisingly, he turned his back and walked away, even though Yeo Riem was still hurling insults at him. Next time I see your face, you're dead meat. Kim Jin and Sojiro looked at Yeo Riem in utter shock, while Ji-tae, who was all too used to this, could only let out a heavy sigh. Afterwards, a teacher stepped forward to announce, all right, all cadets pay attention. It was the combat professor, Quit T. Looking rather lazy, he said, now I'll explain the rules. You will be divided into 50 teams, starting from your respective starting points. Activity points, takedowns, deaths, damage. Everything will be calculated into points and ranked live. If you die, you have to wait 3 hours to respawn at a different point. Keep this in mind. The virtual terrain is named the Anthill, and true to its name, that location is a massive cavern. The teacher concluded his presentation with a word of blessing. Good luck to everyone. Dismissed. One by one, everyone stepped into the virtual matrix. Ji-tae's group had entered as well. Yeo Riem laughed and said, hey, pretty impressive. Since it's this great, let's kick things off with a slaughter. However, Kim Jin quickly stopped her and asked, wait, how can we fight when we don't even know where the other teams are? Yeo Riem said blankly, huh? Just run around and we'll run into them. Kim Jin explained, I'm sorry, but we aren't as agile and durable as you. If you charge off alone, we might get ambushed from behind. Kim Jin offered her opinion. We should establish a strategy before we act. Hearing that, Yeo Riem scoffed. What strategy? Just let me fight. You guys cover the rear. Kim Jin criticized her seriously this time. This is a team match, not a solo game. Don't act recklessly. Yeo Riem glared and barked back. I took pity on you and let you into the team. Now you're trying to push me around? Sojiro immediately stepped in between them to break it up. Hey everyone, calm down. Only now did Ji-tae speak up. Do you guys have any specific target in mind? Being asked out of the blue, Kim Jin was a bit startled, huh? Keeping his cold expression, Ji-tae continued. How many teams do you want to take down? Kim Jin replied. How could it be that easy? Every team has a navigator, so it's hard to catch them off guard. Yeo Riem couldn't help but speak up again, so pessimistic. What do you mean? Which teams, or how many teams? Then the mischievous girl flashed a triumphant smile. We'll just destroy whatever team we see. On the other side, Johnny was grimacing from the loving gift Yeo Riem had given him, muttering as he walked. That annoying brat. My face is still throbbing. Their team's navigator wondered, why do you keep teasing Yeo Riem and getting beaten up? The higher-ups explicitly told you not to mess with her. He replied gloomily, I just wanted to make friends. Who knew she was actually a psycho? Only then did the lackey speak up. But Johnny, earlier when you were planning to kick one of us out to bring Yeo Riem in, did you really mean it? Hearing that, he felt a pang of guilt. Of course not. I was just testing her reaction. To change the subject, he stomped his feet furiously and shouted out loud, Ugh, Yeo Riem, just you wait. If we meet again in here, I'll tear you limb from limb. Speak of the devil, and the devil shall appear. A voice that sent shivers down Johnny's spine rang out. Tear me apart? Where did this boss lady just charge out from? The sword she held was strangely gleaming. Her eyes were filled with so much love that Johnny froze for a solid 5 seconds, unable to utter a single word, his expression completely locked up. Yeo Riem looked at him and threw down a challenge. Give it a shot. Before he even had a chance to move, she launched a kick straight into his jaw for the second time, causing poor Johnny's health points to drop from 100 all the way down to 17. Then she spun around gracefully before everyone's admiring eyes. As a result, Johnny was sent flying into the wall, creating a significant impact. The navigator of Johnny's team thought in shock. Damn it, when did we get followed? He came to his senses and shouted, "Ambush! Prepare for battle." With that, the two lackeys readied their machine guns, getting into an offensive stance. Yeoriam had landed back on the ground by now. She said smoothly, "Battle? You guys have got it all wrong." And then she slowly raised her head, giving a savage laugh as she continued. "This is just a one-sided hunt for me, you dogs." Johnny's teammate opened fire at Yeoriam. Unfortunately, Yeoriam's speed was so fast that she could dodge bullets. Seeing this, the guy immediately panicked and screamed at the top of his lungs, "Don't come over here!" In the blink of an eye, Yeoriam had dashed right in front of his face. Without a single moment of hesitation, she brought her sword down in a slash, completely wiping out his health bar. Just as she finished, Yeoriam noticed something. There was a guy charging toward her, and without any hesitation or dodging, she raised her sword to block it. This action startled the attacking opponent, but internally he was cursing, "You idiot, you're blocking my counterattack straight on instead of dodging." Since his position was higher, he thought he had it in the bag, and the weight of his weapon far exceeded hers. Therefore, he believed that no matter how strong Yeoriam was, there was absolutely no reason for him to be overwhelmed. However, reality didn't go as planned, and the guy's eyes suddenly widened in shock. Because Yeoriam still stood there proudly, smirking in disdain. "You thought you could beat me in a contest of pure strength?" With those words, she delivered a powerful slash, dropping his health completely to zero. After wiping them out, Yeoriam was deeply unsatisfied. She muttered in annoyance, "What kind of garbage is this? This guy wasn't even enough for a warm-up. Is that really it?" Right at that moment, Hisaki shouted a warning. "Yeoriam, there's still one left over there." Hearing that, Yeoriam furrowed her brows in confusion. "Another one?" Then she glanced over and saw Johnny scrambling to crawl up from the ground. That previous kick hadn't completely ended his life. He still had 17 HP left. Seeing Yeoriam notice him, he quickly begged, "Can you please not hit me in the face again?" Unfortunately, Yeoriam had never listened to anyone in her life, and she kicked him straight in the face, dropping his HP down to a perfect zero. Johnny's guardian saw this and cried out, "It's over." Hisaki quickly ran over to praise her. "You're amazing. You took down all of them by yourself." Kim Jin also marveled internally. "I didn't expect Yeoriam to be that strong. Why is that Henry guy even famous?" But what shocked her even more was Yeoriam's guardian, Jite. Even under conditions where mana perception was restricted, he had still managed to locate another team this quickly. In this training session, tactical commanders weren't allowed to utilize mana. Even so, Jite had precisely calculated the exact moment for Yeoriam's ambush and ordered the attack without missing a single beat. Such swift tracking ability combined with flawless command. Kim Jin was absolutely certain that he used to be a first-rate tactical commander of the Alliance. Right at that moment, an announcement broadcast rang out. All members of Team 37 have been eliminated and will respawn at a different location in 3 hours. Johnny's guardian quickly led the 3 individuals away. Jite calmly watched them, then gave a slight nod to the guardian. Just then, a shout of surprise echoed from behind them. "Look at this!" Causing Jite to look back in surprise, it was Hisaki. Kim Jin nodded slightly in agreement. The Mock Demon War hasn't been underway for long, so there are probably still many teams that haven't finished their engagements. In that situation, it's only natural to make the top ranks, since Yeoriam overwhelmed an entire team without taking any damage. Hearing that, Hisaki wanted to rush over and hug Yeoriam. As expected of Yeoriam, "You're seriously amazing." However, before he could even touch her, she grabbed him by the mouth. Yeoriam barked in dissatisfaction. "What are you grinning for, you squid, when you were just standing in the back watching?" She said, "What was Hisaki doing while I was charging ahead alone? Isn't he supposed to be a sniper? While I was fighting, he should have been finding a vantage point and getting into position to snipe. Instead, he just stood in the back looking like an idiot." The two of them were scolded thoroughly by Yeoriam, but since she was clearly right, they could only bow their heads and apologize. Seeing this, Yeoriam gave a cold snore of contempt. "And don't get all excited over just being 6th place. We absolutely have to take 1st place. Got it?" Saying that, she thumped her chest, her eyes blazing with determination. Hisaki and Kim Jin had no choice but to nod in agreement. But Yeo Riem wasn't done yet. She angrily adjusted Hisaki's clothes while snapping, "Hey, you squid, dress properly, you're not a kid anymore." Watching this scene unfold from the side, Jitae couldn't help but sigh helplessly. While they were out fighting, Joel had to stay home with Guardian, feeling completely bored. Time passed just like that, and 2 days had already gone by since the start of the mock survival battle against the demons. Inside the control room of the virtual dungeon, Jitae walked over with a cup of coffee, muttering as he went, "Today is the final day of the simulation, right? Hey, assistant, which team is in first place right now?" The assistant immediately replied, "Team 1 is still in the lead, but Team 50 is close on their heels." Hearing this, Jitae furrowed his brows in confusion. "Let's see. Team 1 is that elite squad from Class 52. But who's on Team 50? The assistant quickly spoke up. "That's the team with Cadet Yeo Riem, sir." Jitae was taken aback to hear this. "Yeo Riem? You mean that crazy girl?" The assistant whispered, "Yes, that's right. It's Yeo Riem and 2 cadets who don't have guardians. On Yeo Riem's team, she's the only frontline attacker. Both Hisaki and Kim Jin are snipers." Seeing this, Jitae commented, "This really is a team where Yeo Riem is carrying the whole thing on her own. Is she really so strong that she managed to climb all the way to second place?" The assistant hastily spoke up. "In my opinion, it's thanks to their guardian carrying them with his role as tactical operator, sir. Take a look at this." Saying that, he opened up the map. Seeing it, Jitae cried out in astonishment. "Good grief, what on earth is this?" On the map was a movement route that was far too perfect, making it impossible for him not to be surprised. The assistant glanced at him again and asked, "Could he have been a tactical operator belonging to the Alliance before?" Jitae didn't think so and shook his head in disagreement. "Hey, did you forget that I used to be a tactical operator too? There's no one in this circle that I don't know, and I've never heard of his name before." Saying that, he fell deep into thought. The person of interest from the Blue Dragon Academy, Cadet Yeo Riem, and the one praised by the magic professors as a rare genius, UBOM. They all belonged to the household established by that guy named Jitae. The important thing was that this man's information was far too clean, almost as if it had been completely wiped away with an eraser, making it impossible for Jitae not to be suspicious. While he was pondering, the assistant spoke up hesitantly again. "Professor, there's one point that's really bothering me." Jitae knit his brows slightly and asked, "Yeah, what is it?" The assistant slowly opened his mouth. "It seems Team 1 is using matchmaking manipulation. Team 1's route has never intersected with Team 3 and Team 4, almost as if they're exchanging signals with each other." Hearing this, Jitae narrowed his eyes at him and coldly asked back, "Hey, assistant, are you a sports referee or something?" This left the assistant completely flustered. Jitae snorted coldly and explained, "Our subject is real combat. In a situation where there are no external communication devices, conveying intentions to one another isn't cheating. It's a tactic. Shouldn't we be praising them instead?" Hearing this, the assistant finally realized his mistake and hastily replied, "Ah, I never thought about it that way, sir." Shrugging indifferently, Jitae nonchalantly continued, "However, if they cross paths and don't fight, then that really is cheating." Inside the dungeon, Yeo Riem was absolutely furious, punching the wall violently and causing it to crack. She shouted out in irritation, "Hey, we haven't died even once from the beginning until now, and we're still racking up points continuously, right?" Hisaki nodded slightly and replied, Yeah, that's right." Hearing that, Yeo Riem barked out unhappily again. "Then why the hell are we still in second place?" Hisaki was terrified by her, replying with a trembling voice, "Second place is already incredibly impressive anyway." Yeo Riem furiously punched and kicked him, causing his health bar to continuously drop while her mouth kept hurling curses. "I already told you, if it's not first place, I won't accept." Seeing this, Kim Jin opened her mouth hesitantly. "I'm sorry, but can't you just be satisfied with second place?" These words made Yeo Riem snap her head around to look back. Kim Jin felt momentarily uneasy, but she still spoke up to remind her, "You might be fine, but we're almost completely out of stamina, and besides, there's not much time left." She said that if they pushed themselves too hard, they might lose points instead, so it would be safer for them to consider the current situation. Yet as soon as she finished speaking, Yeo Riem suddenly closed the distance right in front of her face, causing Kim Jin to gasp in fright. What? Yeo Riem softened her tone and opened her mouth. Yeah, I get it. Except for the very beginning, you guys did try hard, and you followed my lead pretty well. That can be called putting in just enough effort. Hearing these words, Kim Jin was deeply moved. Yeo Riem? Yet before she could even finish her sentence, Yeo Riem flew into a rage again. But that's exactly why you guys will never amount to anything. As she spoke, she squeezed Kim Jin's shoulder, making her cry out in pain. But Yeo Riem didn't care, continuously scolding her. Do you know why you two are looked down upon by the others and called idiots? Is it because you don't have guardians? Jitae stood nearby observing their surroundings, paying no attention to them. No one stopped her. Yeo Riem ran completely wild, shouting and scolding, without any restraint whatsoever. It's because the moment you get a little tired, you give up. That piece of shit loser mentality has rotted your brains entirely. She said, on the very first day, the two of them were the ones who said they wouldn't get in my way. So stand up, stop living like a bunch of losers. Hisaki heard this and lifted his head to look at her. Kim Jin also bit her lip hard. She could truly feel the weight of what Yeo Riem had just said. Right after that, both of them shouted out in unison, "We can do it. We'll take first place." Seeing the two of them chanting, Yeo Riem flashed a satisfied smile. At this moment, Jitae suddenly spoke up. Now that your speech is over, come over here for a second. The three of them quickly walked over and saw strange marks appearing on the wall in front of them. Yeo Riem snorted coldly and opened her mouth. Yeah, no wonder I felt something was off. Are those guys using these signs to hold hand with each other? Hisaki also nodded in agreement. I checked other spots and saw similar signs too. Come to think of it, I think I've heard about this somewhere. Some upperclassmen used to form alliances to avoid running into each other. He said, these marks were probably left by them too, but it's just a suspicion. Hearing this, Jitae said hesitantly, there's no definitive proof though. How about we report this matter to the management? It's still not too late right now. However, Yeo Riem fell into silent thought, and after a long moment, she let out a scoff. No need. Kim Jin looked at her in confusion upon hearing that. Yeo Riem flashed a wicked smile and spoke up. I have a better idea. This method will make those bastards catch a massive beating. In another location, Team 1 was also continuously checking the rankings on the scoreboard. Team 1's current ranking. First place. A chubby blonde guy on the team looked at the time on the notification screen. Remaining time until the end, 40 minutes and 35 seconds. The notification for the whole team is almost done too. There are only 40 minutes left until the simulation ends. The red-haired girl walking in front suddenly turned back to ask him, is second place still Team 50? The blonde guy quickly confirmed, yes, but there's no need to worry. As long as we don't die, first place is definitely ours. Then he commented with interest, by the way, the leader of the second place team is that girl Yeo Riem, right? I heard she's a beast at fighting, but I didn't expect her to be this terrifying. A freshman climbing all the way to second place. If we didn't have a perfect plan, it would have been dangerous for us too. The moment those words came out, the person walking in front immediately stiffened slightly. The red-haired girl instantly realized the situation and hurriedly turned back to bark at the blonde guy. No matter how good she is, she's nothing compared to our captain. Watch your mouth, you fat pig. He's from the prestigious Yong clan of swordsmanship. The captain of Team 1 belonged to a renowned lineage of swordsmanship, the Yong family. Yong Kumayongo. The blonde guy also knew he had spoken out of turn, so he smiled to smooth things over. Myong-ho, I'm sorry about that. It was just a slip of the tongue. Yong Myong-ho only gave a nonchalant reminder. Don't let your guard down. The exam isn't over yet. Although he remained calm on the outside, his heart was filled with absolute determination. It doesn't matter how strong Yeo Riem is, because my goal is to take first place in this exam to be recognized by the family head. He felt a surge of anger as he remembered someone else. Just you wait. I'll prove that I'm superior to that bastard Yong Tae-ha. Right at that moment, their instructor looked rather flustered and asked the group, Hey kids, your plan didn't change halfway through, did it? Yong Myong-ho immediately replied to him, No sir, is something wrong? But the moment he looked ahead, he was startled, as the walls in front of them were covered with numerous markings that they had set up. The blonde guy cried out in a panic the moment he saw them. Why are there so many markings? Like this, how are we supposed to know who passed through and which direction we should go? He gnashed his teeth in anger. Who the hell played this trick? Meanwhile, the red-haired girl warned the group, "Calm down, someone's coming." From a tunnel ahead came the sound of footsteps from a group of people. The moment he saw those individuals, Young Myong-ho blurted out in surprise, "You guys are Team 3? The people from Team 3 also stared back blankly. Team 1. The blonde guy was also flustered at this point. "We're allies, aren't we?" Meanwhile, the red-haired girl immediately asked their captain, Young Myong-ho, for his opinion. "What should we do now?" He replied without a single moment of hesitation. "What else? We have to kill them," simultaneously drawing his weapon. The people from Team 3 were also thrown into chaos by the situation before them. "Hey, they're seriously planning to fight. Should we pretend to lose?" The captain of Team 3 was more level-headed, immediately shooting down his teammate's idea. "You idiot! Do you think Professor Jite is a fool? Now I don't know what to do either." Finally, he let out a curse and made a decision. "Damn it, since it's come to this, let's just fight first." The moment the order was given, both sides charged into close-quarters combat with one another. Meanwhile, on a high cliff nearby, Yeo Riam's group was watching the situation below with great interest. Look at them tearing each other to pieces. Sojiro looked at the situation below in utter disbelief. "I didn't expect this plan to actually succeed." Yeo Riam excitedly asked him, "Want to bet on who wins?" Rewinding to a few minutes prior, both Sojiro and Kim Jin looked at Yeo Riam in surprise. "Use those signs in reverse." Yeo Riam pointed at the signs on the cliff and explained to the two of them, "Exactly. Even if we don't know what those markings mean, we just need to redraw them to the point where even they won't recognize them. Once that happens, their route will be in total chaos, and the plan will collapse on its own. My plan is just that simple." Sojiro and Kim Jin followed her instructions, walking all over the place, filling the area with identical markings. During that time, Yeo Riam would split off alone to hunt people down for extra points. "If I happen to run into the first-place team, I'll beat them to a pulp." Kim Jin hesitantly raised her hand to interrupt. "Hey, I have a question. What if we're wandering around and run into another team?" Hearing that question, Yeo Riam had already planned ahead and pointed toward Jite. "You really are a coward. I'll lend you this mister right here to lead the way, so figure out how to hide yourselves." He objected in slight dissatisfaction. "Am I a piece of merchandise?" But Yeo Riam still asked him back in a completely casual manner. "Well, my plan is pretty solid, right?" Jite remained silent for a brief moment before finally nodding in acknowledgement. "It's solid." Having gained his validation, Yeo Riam boasted smugly. "I knew it. This plan is so damn peak that it leaves you speechless, making you ponder silently like that." Returning to the present, Young Myong-ho finally managed to take down the captain of Team 3. The notification board immediately displayed, "Team 3 has been eliminated." The red-haired girl clutched her injured shoulder, speaking to Young Myong-ho with difficulty. "Captain, I'm sorry, I'm dead." He only replied to her calmly, "It's fine. We took down all of Team 3, so our points will increase even more if we just survive like this." Right at that moment, a voice rang out, cutting him off. "Who said you guys are going to live?" Young Myong-ho snapped into alertness. "Who's there?" Yeo Riam put on a show as she jumped down from the cliff, replying, "You're asking who I am? In the midst of this chaotic and turbulent world, your daddy right here is the true villain." Before her dramatic entrance, the atmosphere grew dead silent for a moment. Her two teammates observed from high above, as Yeo Riam calmly faced Young Myong-ho, while he looked at her suspiciously, wondering to himself, could the one who ruined my plan be her? But immediately after, he glanced up at the cliff. They came from above. Sojiro poked his head out and said to Yeo Riam, "Yeo Riam, we'll cover you." The moment he saw those two, Young Myong-ho let out a cold laugh. He quickly gave an order to the blonde guy. "Wei, can you still move? There are 2 members of Team 50 up there. Go take care of them." The blonde guy objected. "Can't we just retreat? If we just stall for time like this, we win anyway." Young Myong-ho's voice immediately dropped. "Wei." He glared at him threateningly. "Don't make me say it a second time." Wei immediately shut his mouth, but cursed internally. Damn it. Does he think he's all that? But in the end, he spoke up in agreement. "Got it. I'll be right back." With a single leap, he launched himself up toward the cliff where Sojiro and Kim Jin were hiding, making a spectacular landing, and called out to them before their terrified faces, "Sup, homies." Right after that, he aggressively cracked his knuckles, slowly advancing. "Your big bro here is a bit busy, so let's end this quick and clean. Both of them screamed at the top of their lungs simultaneously, then turned around and bolted. Run, Wei also shouted. Where do you think you're running? Then he brushed past Jite, giving chase down below. Yeo Riem heard the shouts echoing from above, and commented with amusement, "Look, a flying pig." But right after that, she was startled, quickly drawing her sword to block an attack from Yong Myong-ho, who had slashed at her while she was distracted. He snarled to remind her, now is not the time to be distracted. Yeo Riem swung her sword powerfully to push him back, and the moment he stabilized his stance, Yong Myong-ho suddenly asked her, "Your name is Yeo Riem, right? I didn't expect you to be able to ruin my plan. That's worth acknowledging. You really aren't someone who only knows how to use her fists." Yeo Riem replied in sheer disdain. "Colluding with each other is what you call a tactic? You idiot." Yong Myong-ho responded arrogantly, "Let's end it here. No matter how much you guys struggle, first place still belongs to the Yong clan." Yeo Riem confidently brandished her sword. Not a chance. She turned toward Jite, who was calmly watching the match from above, and confidently declared, "Because first place belongs to our Yu family." In another location, Sojiro and Kim Jin were running for their lives with Wei hot on their heels. He shouted angrily at the two of them, "Be good and stand still." The freshman kids ran, with Kim Jin leading the way, trying to encourage Sojiro, who was following behind. "Hold on a little longer, Sojiro. That pig just fought a battle, so he must have taken quite a bit of damage. Once he's out of breath, we'll counterattack." But Sojiro was completely out of breath, his eyes rolling back, his mouth wide open, as he stammered back to her, "Huh? What did you say? I can't hear clearly anymore." That appearance of Sojiro made Kim Jin gasp in fright. "Ah, you startled me. You look like you just lost 10 years of your lifespan." Sojiro wheezed back to her, "Kim Jin, you run ahead. I can't run anymore." Kim Jin tried to both encourage and threaten him. "Don't give up. Do you want to die at Yeo Riem's hands?" Sojiro suddenly snapped back at Kim Jin, "No, I'm not giving up. I'm leaving what lies ahead to you and Yeo Riem." As he spoke, he turned around and fired an arrow straight at Wei, giving the guy quite a scare. Meanwhile, Sojiro recalled his past of being bullied, pouring out all of his resentment. "I'm sick and tired of living a life where I'm looked down upon just because I don't have a guardian and I'm weak." He firmly drew his bow. "I won't run away anymore." But the arrow limply dropped right halfway, leaving all three of them frozen in place. In the end, the first person to speak was still Sojiro. He cried out in terror, "Maybe because I was busy messing up the signs earlier, my hands are completely out of strength." Wei reacted incredibly fast, leaping forward and punching Sojiro straight in the face. "You scared the crap out of me, you dog." That single punch completely knocked Sojiro out. His health dropped from 88 to 0 in an instant. Kim Jin anxiously drew her weapon and called out to him, "You idiot, Sojiro." But immediately, her face was gripped tightly by Wei. He violently slammed Kim Jin's entire body against the wall. "Where do you think you're going?" After subduing Kim Jin, he questioned her in disdain. "Hey, I saw your file and that dried fish guy's file. You two don't have a guardian, do you? You pieces of trash got carried all the way to second place, and you think you're hot stuff or something?" Kim Jin suddenly let out a smirk at this moment. Just second place? Wei was caught off guard by the situation before him, only hearing Kim Jin say coldly, "Sorry about that." Simultaneously, a gleam of light flashed in one of her eyes. Kim Jin was utilizing the Guardian Blessing skill, Sniper's Eye, firmly declaring to him, "We care more about first place." At the same time, the barrel of the gun in Kim Jin's hand aimed straight at Wei, emitting a bright light. The guy cried out in confusion, "Wait a minute!" But when he instinctively put his hand out to block and dodge at the same time, Kim Jin's shot fired straight upward instead. Seeing that her attack didn't hit him, Wei finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Holy crap, that scared me to death." Then he viciously insulted her. "Kim Jin, your mana-gun can't even shoot straight and you're dreaming about first place? Know your place." But she gave a cold laugh in response. "What are you talking about? I use it exactly the right way." Her gaze directed straight toward a boulder that was falling right down onto Wei's head. In the blink of an eye, the large rock struck him square on the head. It finally dawned on Wei. Could it be that she wasn't aiming at me, but the top instead? Wei was finally defeated by Kim Jin. As for herself, she collapsed exhaustedly against the wall behind her, muttering in a low voice, "Yeo Riem, I did my best." Seriously, the system notification immediately updated. Remaining members of Team 1. The red-haired girl from Team 1 suddenly opened her eyes. The instructor standing to the side asked her with concern, "Are you awake?" She shook her head slightly, quickly sitting up. "Yes, I'm just a bit dizzy." Then she anxiously inquired about the situation. "Guardian, my team, how is everyone doing?" He quickly replied to her, "The thing is, Wei has fallen in battle, while Yo Myung-ho is still engaged in combat." She looked toward the ongoing battle in utter disbelief. "What? The team leader is losing? To that insignificant brat?" Yo Myung-ho was currently slumped down beneath a cliff face, while Yeo Riem still stood casually in front of him. "I thought you were actually decent at fighting. Turns out that's all you've got. What a disappointment." She even mocked him relentlessly. "Don't go making excuses about being out of strength because you just fought another team. I also smashed a few teams to pieces right before meeting you guys." Yo Myung-ho gnashed his teeth in anger, countering, "Don't act like you're the winner." He charged forward violently, swinging a heavy sword stroke toward Yeo Riem while roaring, "How does a low-class family have the nerve to do that?" But right after, the top of his head was pinned down tightly by a hand. Yeo Riem smirked from above. "What's low-class is your actual strength." As she spoke, she used her leg to stomp down hard on Yo Myung-ho. But immediately, her expression became even more thrilled. When Yo Myung-ho brought his sword up to block her knee that was pressing down, "You blocked it?" Yo Myung-ho used all his strength to fling Yeo Riem off his body. By this point, he also had to acknowledge, "Fine, I admit you're stronger than I expected, but you aren't proficient in swordsmanship." His voice suddenly became laced with a heavy threat, and even his expression turned extremely dark. "Now I'll show you the difference in our class." Yeo Riem was still thoroughly excited, replying with a hint of disdain, "You've been beaten to a pulp and you're still putting on airs?" But right after that, she froze in her tracks, because Yo Myung-ho had dropped into a stance, and around him, Sword Chi seemed to materialize into a roaring azure dragon. This is the swordsmanship of the Yong clan. First form, Rising Dragon. The guardian standing outside couldn't help but blur that out in surprise. Yo Myung-ho, when did he learn the secret technique of the Yong clan? Meanwhile, Ji-tae still stood to the side, calmly watching the match. During this time, Yeo Riem was standing near Yo Myung-ho, thinking to herself alertly, "The wind feels like it's turning into blades. Is this the swordsmanship of the Yong clan?" But that only made her even more thrilled. That's actually pretty badass. Yo Myung-ho had now stepped onto the torrent of sword chi, charging straight toward Yeo Riem, shouting at her arrogantly, "No matter how strong you are, with such a wild fighting style, you will never touch the prestigious swordsmanship of the Yong clan." Swordsmanship of the Yong clan. Second form, Dragon Blade Flash. Yo Myung-ho rushed past Yeo Riem like a gust of wind, simultaneously unleashing several sword strikes, hitting her dead on. Yeo Riem's entire body seemed to be pierced right through by Yo Myung-ho's sharp sword chi. While he muttered complacently to himself, "I didn't expect the first time I'd use this swordsmanship would be in a place like this." Yo Myung-ho recalled his days of grueling practice. "All these years I've been silently practicing to manifest the dragon's sword." He tightly gripped the sword that had just delivered the strike, thinking to himself with pride, "Real combat truly is the perfect testament. Now I can be recognized by the clan elders. I am inherently superior to that bastard Yong Tae-ha." But right at that moment, he discovered that he was only holding the bottom half of his broken sword. Yo Myung-ho asked in pure confusion, "What? Where's my sword?" Right then, a chilling voice answered him from behind. "It's right here," as Yeo Riem appeared behind him like the Grim Reaper. She casually mocked him. "Hey, I actually gave it some thought after hearing you brag so much about your prestigious swordsmanship family." Yo Myung-ho spun around, utterly shocked to his core. "How the hell does that girl have my sword?" Yeo Riem was biting down hard on Yo Myung-ho's blade. She looked down on him and scoffed. "A prestigious swordsman without a sword is just bottom-tier trash, right?" Right after that, she copied Yo Myung-ho and yelled aggressively, "You family swordsmanship." 999th form. Shadow Breaker Torrential Smash. Yo Myung-ho was sent flying by a single strike, but he couldn't help cursing in his mind. Holy shit, this isn't even swordsmanship. Yo Myung-ho was knocked completely unconscious by Yeo Riem, but she was also panting heavily, her body swaying, yet she still smirked triumphantly. "First place. I got first place." With that, she collapsed backward. Catching her out of nowhere, Ji-tae caught her in his arms and calmly asked how she felt. How do you feel after winning? Yeoriam replied cheerfully, "You're gonna fucking love it. I'm gonna go heal up and relax, just like Yugi-Yun." At that moment, the system announced the final rankings of the Demon Humanoid Combat Simulation as follows. Team Yeoriam in 50. First place. Jite kindly informed Yeoriam, "I heard it's snowing outside." Her brow furrowed in annoyance at those words. Seriously? Then my wounds are probably going to sting like crazy. The scene shifted outside, where snow was already falling on the streets. Looking out from inside the house, Ji-Yul mused, "Do you know why it's snowing in the middle of such a warm spring? It's because of Jul. They say that when the Blue Clan gets gloomy, white snow falls around them. In other words, little Jul is feeling lonely." Even though she turned around to say that, as the guardian of the clan, shouldn't the live-in caretaker melt Jul's heart? The guardian stammered in response, "I understand what you mean, milady. But with me looking like this, can I really melt Lady Jul's heart?" Looking at his princess-like appearance, Ji-Yul said with amusement, "Of course. There isn't a single kid these days who doesn't love this character." She confidently ordered, "Now, let's head out and melt Jul's heart." The guardian nodded in agreement. Little Jul was currently hanging out in the living room. She was drawing all by herself, looking completely miserable. Then, from behind her, the guardian walked up and called out, "Lady Jul, you seem very down, milady. Would you like to play princess with me?" He put on a cute face, but it didn't look cute at all. Seeing him like this only made Jul angry. The little girl clenched her fist so hard that the colored pencil in her hand snapped right in half. Seeing this, the guardian asked in confusion, "Lady Jul, what's wrong?" UBOM walked up from behind and asked, "What is this? What's up with that outfit?" The guardian explained, "Oh, this. I thought Lady Jul would be happy if I dressed up as a cartoon character, so I gave it a shot." Seeing UBOM appear, Ji-Yul gasped in shock. "Oh crap, she caught us." UBOM sighed in exhaustion and said, "You're only making Jul more scared looking like that. Go wash your face right now." Then he immediately turned to Ji-Yul and explained, "But Lady Ji-Yul told me you would definitely love it." Ji-Yul instantly denied it. "I never said that." Right after, the guardian went into the bathroom to wash off the makeup and returned to his normal look. Just then, the front door opened from the outside. Jite and Yeoriam had returned. She rubbed her head in annoyance, venting, "What the hell? Why is it snowing in May?" Waving to the two as they returned, Ji-Yul enthusiastically greeted them. "Mr. Yeoriam, it's really been a while. Did you guys have fun?" Yeoriam glared at her in annoyance. "Did you seriously think we went out to have fun?" she asked back in confusion. "Didn't you guys just get back from a trip?" Yeoriam flashed a sly smirk, holding a snowball in her hand as she replied, "Yeah, we did. So since I'm back from a trip, I brought a gift for you." Instantly catching on to her intention, Ji-Yul turned and tried to run away, but Yeoriam had already anticipated it. She grabbed the back of Ji-Yul's shirt, shoved the snowball down her back, and laughed out loud. "Here, take your gift." A bone-chilling cold shot through Ji-Yul, making her scream at the top of her lungs. "It's so cold. What did you put down my back? Is that a snowball?" Yeoriam replied, "Yeah, and it comes with a little dog shit bonus inside." Hearing that, Ji-Yul cried her eyes out. "I hate you." UBOM walked up and greeted him. "Welcome back, mister. You've worked hard." He nodded back to her. Then he looked down at little Jul. He asked in curiosity, "What is that?" UBOM replied, "It's a gift Jul made for you, mister." He took the drawing the little girl had just finished. He explained with interest, "This is me, and these two are Yeoriam and Ji-Yul, right? And the person cleaning up and the person hugging Jul is..." UBOM replied, "I think that's you, mister." He asked back, "This is me?" UBOM continued, "Because he's hugging Jul." Hearing this, a faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips, and then he turned around and suggested, "Let's go somewhere tomorrow. A 2-day, 1-night trip." This made UBOM excited. "You want to go on a trip, mister?" Jul must have really put you in a better mood. He glanced away to avoid her eyes and mumbled, "Not necessarily." Noticing this, little Jul's mood instantly brightened up. Along with that, rays of sunshine returned to the city, melting away the previous freezing cold. This left the citizens down below a bit surprised. Hey, the snow stopped. This place was about 2,000 kilometers north of the Mongolian border, within Russian territory. About 20 years ago, this place was used as part of a military base during the war. But now, it was a highly secret area with no signs of human activity. The whole family had arrived, and Ji-Yul gasped in awe, "Wow, it's so beautiful." She happily splashed around in the water and turned to ask him, How did you know about such a beautiful place, mister? Look how clear the water is. You can see all the way to the bottom. He replied, I found out about it back when I was raiding a fortress. Eorium lay on the roof of the car, yawning widely. Seriously, we could have just used teleportation to get here. Why do we have to go through the trouble of renting a car? Bomb smiled and replied, going for a drive like this once in a while is nice too. Seeing him turn to leave, she asked curiously, Mister, where are you going? He replied, I'm going to pitch a tent nearby and look for food. You girls go have fun. She suggested, can I come along? He replied, you're the oldest sister, so you need to look after Joel. Being turned down by him made the little girl a bit sad. And all of these actions were witnessed by Eorium. She pushed up her glasses, watching them with an analytical gaze. After working up a sweat for a while, he finished setting up the tent and was now starting a fire. After finishing the fire, he went to forage for food. Holding a purple mushroom in his hand, he hesitated for a moment, but then he decided to take it anyway. After returning, he told everyone, everything is ready. Come over here, girls. Then his eyes suddenly froze. UBOM replied, is everything ready? We finished playing and we're having snacks right now. What had caught his eye just now was the whole bunch of kids wearing very revealing bikinis. Looking at her swimsuit, he muttered, that's swimsuit. She quickly replied, yeah, it's the swimsuit I wore at the mall before. You still remember, mister? She continued, mister, honestly, you really wanted to see it, didn't you? Me in a bikini. He put on a deadpan expression and replied, go put some clothes on. Eorium walked over to tease him. What's this? Why are you avoiding our eyes? Don't tell me you're shy, mister. Do you actually see us as women now? You said you want to pitch a tent, but I wonder if you pitch something else instead. If I knew it'd be like this, I would have worn a super sexy micro bikini here. He was completely speechless and didn't answer. Afterward, Eorium was thoroughly punished by him and thrown straight into the river. Jiyu looked at her with delight. That's your punishment for stealing my cup ramen, second sister. Just like that, a long day passed and dusk arrived. The girls' faces looked a bit miserable as they stared at the pot of food in front of them. Staring at the purple pot of food that looked like pure poison, Jiyu asked, what is this? He replied, mushroom hot pot. Eorium questioned further, isn't that poisonous mushroom hot pot? Jiyu added, back when I was in the Amazon, I ate way too many poisonous mushrooms, so I don't want to eat them anymore. UBOM wondered how she even survived in a place like that for months. Just catching a whiff of it made Eorium's face scrunch up like a monkey's, but oh, holy shit. Speaking of poisonous mushrooms, this looks like complete garbage. Even a neighbor's dog wouldn't touch this. He snapped back, and yet you guys wolfed down you bombs cooking just fine. UBOM pouted. Mister, are you insulting my cooking? Last time you even praised my food, saying it was delicious. Those words caught him off guard, and he could only cough clear his throat to avoid her gaze. Eorium continued. Anyway, I'm not eating this crap. Bring out the cup ramen before I flip this table. Jiayul countered angrily. You ate every single one of them earlier. Ignoring them, UBOM watched Jewel step up to the pot of food, scoop up a spoonful, put it in her mouth, and devour it greedily. This drew the attention of everyone else. Seeing this, Jiayul screamed, Jewel, you can't just eat random things like that. Eorium tried to stop her. Hey, spit it out right now, hurry. Standing behind them, he remained calm. It's good for your health. Contrary to what everyone expected, the little girl suddenly showed a purely delighted expression and blurted out, Yummy, it's so yummy. This left the rest of the kids completely stunned. Did you just speak? The little girl took another spoonful of food and giggled. Jiayul asked blankly, Jewel can speak? But the moment the words left her mouth, she realized she was being silly. Wait, what am I saying? Of course she can speak. She's been able to speak since she was born. With that, Jiayul rushed over to hug Jewel tightly, laughing as she said, Oh my God, so it's not that you couldn't speak all this time, you just didn't want to? You wanted to say so much but held it in until now. Hearing that from the side, Eorium pouted and teased. Isn't it because her blonde sister is so noisy that she told herself she shouldn't be like that? Jiayul, displeased, shot back. What are you talking about? I'm naturally a quiet person. Jite ignored the bickering duo. He glanced at UBOM and asked, Did you know about Joel? UBOM gave a slight nod and replied, Yes. I heard her talking when you weren't home, mister. Jite asked again in suspicion. Then why didn't you say anything? She answered casually, because she wanted to choose the right time to speak herself. The person she wanted to talk to first was you, mister. While the two of them were talking, Yeoriam and Jiayul were still bickering loudly over on the side. Jitae, on the other hand, paid them no mind. His gaze suddenly turned sharp. In one of his regressions, he had locked the adult blue dragon in a prison, and she had tried to escape. At that time, Jitae was furious as he caught her. He stepped on the blue dragon, speaking in a cold voice. How many times do I have to say it for you to understand? Blue dragon, you can't leave this place. Even though the blue dragon was severely injured at the time and had Jitae's foot stepping on her face, she still kept muttering, "Please let me go. You're going to need me." As Jitae recalled this, he suddenly froze. Yet standing before Jitae right now was a very young blue dragon, and she was leaning on him like this. He really didn't know what to do. Joel didn't understand the chaotic thoughts spinning in Jitae's mind. She still wore an innocent smile, murmuring, "The food is delicious." That smile was something Jitae had never seen in any of his past lives. He shouldn't regret having treated this fragile child so terribly. That's right, Jitae absolutely cannot afford to regret, because regret is the beginning of a regressor's curse. Therefore, a regressor could only pray in his heart. With that thought, Jitae knelt down to face Joel. This action of his left Ubom and Jiayul stunned. Ubom, on the other hand, looked full of anticipation, watching him intently. Right at that moment, Jitae pressed his forehead against Joel's forehead. He murmured in a low voice, "Thank you." The little girl also flashed a genuine smile, enjoying the warm sensation. At least in this loop, Jitae hoped she would grow up healthy. Right after that, they still finished all the mushroom hot pot that Jitae had cooked. Yeoriam looked at the empty pot, pouted, and muttered, "TCH, I'm still hungry. Is all the food seriously gone?" Hearing this, Jaeyul scoffed and mocked her. Didn't someone just say earlier that even a dog wouldn't touch it? Ubom spoke up at this point. "Hey girls, since he did the cooking, cleaning up is your job." But before she could even finish, Yeoriam stood up, waved her hand, and said, "Jaeyul, Joel, you two clean up yourselves." Hearing this, Jaeyul yelled out in protest, "You're cheating. Where do you think you're going?" Yeoriam replied casually, "Going for a post-meal smoke and walk, idiot." But right at that moment, a hand suddenly landed on her shoulder. It was Ubom. Her tone right now was slightly cold. "Yeoriam and Joel, clean up." Yeoriam instantly froze, failing to react for a good while. After a long moment, she let out a helpless sigh. "Fine, I'll do it, all right?" Yet the moment the words left her mouth, she manifested a magic circle. Seeing this, Ubom asked in confusion, "Yeoriam, isn't that a summoning circle?" She replied calmly, "Just wait a second and you'll see." Very quickly after, Yeoriam dragged a head out from inside the magic circle, cursing in frustration. "Holy shit, you're heavy as hell. Get out here right now. Hurry up." The moment she finished speaking, the bodyguard guardian instantly appeared and asked in confusion, "Lady Yeoriam, why did you summon me? Don't tell me everyone was worried I'd be lonely and bored staying home all by myself? Too bad you're delusional." Yeoriam threw her arm over his shoulder, pointing her finger toward a certain direction. The pile of dishes and the pot they had left there after eating. She raised an eyebrow and smiled, saying, "What are you looking at? Hurry up and clean it." Left with no other choice, the bodyguard guardian had to get to work. He frowned and asked, "Why is that servant guy here?" Yeoriam replied casually, "Because he's a servant." Jaeyul pouted righteously and snapped, "You're seriously cruel." Yeoriam refused to care, pouting as she suggested, "Then you go help him." Hearing this, Jaeyul got cold feet and cheered loudly, "Good luck, Mr. Servant." Right at that moment, Jitae noticed something. He glanced toward a certain direction, and right after that, he spoke in a serious tone, "You girls get inside the tent right now." Jaeyul asked in confusion, "Huh? Is something wrong, mister?" Jitae didn't answer, staring intently at the forest, where a figure was slowly walking out. Jitae looked at the person with extreme caution. The newcomer was a middle-aged man wearing a wide-brimmed hat. Yeoriam and Jaeyul were instantly taken aback, muttering in confusion, "Hiking gear? Who is this middle-aged uncle?" The middle-aged man warmly grabbed Jitae's hand. "Is your family out on a picnic?" Jitae gave a vague reply, "We're on a trip." "What about you?" The man explained enthusiastically, "We're just out having fun too. This is my beautiful wife and my precious son." Saying that, he pointed behind him where a pregnant woman stood. The man spoke up again, "I didn't expect anyone else besides my friends to know about this place. This is a pretty remote spot. By any chance, have you been picking mushrooms around here? Hearing this, Jite frowned and asked back, do you mean the Abaddon mushrooms? I ate them all. Those words caught the man off guard, leaving him stunned. But very quickly, he smiled awkwardly and said, oh, really? Actually, those are mushrooms I cultivated. Since rarely anyone comes here, I didn't think anyone would eat them. Hearing this, Jite spoke with apology. I'm sorry about that. The man shook his head and said, haha, it's fine. It's my fault for not putting up a nameplate anyway. While the two were talking, Yeoriam walked up to Jite's side and whispered, who's that? He looks crazy strong. Jite gave a slight shake of his head and replied, I don't know. But in reality, he knew exactly who he was. He just hadn't expected to run into him here. That middle-aged man was the 9th-ranked person in the superhuman world, the reincarnated mage Myong Yongha, one of the few natural element superhumans considered a national tactical weapon. Jite had fought alongside Yongha, had been friends, and had also been enemies with him in previous loops. He didn't remember everything perfectly, only that Yongha was always worried about his pregnant wife's illness. Perhaps those mushrooms were also grown by the husband for her sake. With that thought, Jite reached his hand into the shallowest part of the abyss. Then he pulled out something and threw it toward Yongha. Myong Yongha looked at the item in his hand in confusion, asking in bewilderment, what is this? Jite replied casually, it can replace the mushrooms. It's very nutritious too. Hearing that, Yongha bowed 90 degrees and spoke up. Oh my goodness, you didn't have to be so polite. Then I'll gladly accept it. Thank you very much. Son, say thank you to the uncle. This thing is even more precious than Abaddon mushrooms. Consider Jite's debt settled then. But just as he was about to leave, a voice called out from behind. Hey man, since fate brought us together like this, I wonder if you have some time. Seeing him stop, Yongha continued to smile and said, if you walk a bit further, you can see a spot with a beautiful rift. The scenery there is absolute peak, I gotta say. Why don't we all go together? Jite wanted to refuse, but Yeoriam and Jiayul were a step ahead of him. Jiayul interrupted excitedly. A beautiful view? I'd love to go. Yeoriam, on the other hand, aggressively challenged. What scenery? You look pretty decent, uncle. Want to have a fight with me? Hearing that, Yongha burst out laughing. Ha! These girls are really straightforward, but uncle doesn't really like fighting. Jite let out a helpless sigh. These two kids were really something. Right at that moment, a plant vine suddenly erupted from the ground. In a flash, they wrapped around Yeoriam and Jiayul's waists, catching them completely off guard. But before they could do anything, they were lifted high up by Yongha. He laughed cheerfully and said, all right, buckle up your seatbelts. Let's head out to enjoy the view. Seeing this, Yongha's wife spoke up apologetically. Oh dear, I'm so sorry. My husband acts a bit childish. Jite shook his head and replied, it's fine. We'll follow after we finish cleaning up here. You guys go ahead. Hearing that, Yongha's wife nodded and walked toward the direction Yongha had just run off to. At this moment, Yubiom walked over, smiling as she said, it's so lively. It feels just like two families going on a trip together. But do you know what the difference between us and that family is, mister? Jite replied without a moment's hesitation, because we aren't a real family. Yet after hearing that, Yubiom burst out laughing and shook her head. Not necessarily. Listen to me, mister. If you're the dad and I'm the oldest sister, those guys would be the younger siblings, but then no one plays the mom, right? That won't do. Those words left Jite stunned, not knowing how to respond. Ubom didn't wait for him to react. She took off her hair tie, letting her long wavy hair flutter in the wind. Right after that, she walked up right in front of Jite, facing him directly. She raised her eyebrows and spoke up. I guess I'll just have to be the mom. She stood on her tiptoes, leaning in close to him, and whispered, maybe I should act as the mother. Hearing that, Jite was completely dazed, not knowing how to react. Seeing his reaction, Ubom couldn't help but burst into a giggle. Right after, she patted his shoulder, laughing as she said, just kidding, I'm just joking. Are your ears turning red again, mister? Hearing that, Jite quickly reached up to cover his ears. Ubom kept pushing her luck even more. Your ears really are red. Move your hand, let me see. Annoyed, he shooed her away. Enough joking around. Hurry up and catch up with them. Right at that moment, the voice of the Grand Duke's shadow echoed in his ear. Master, I found a clue regarding Prototype X. Hearing that, Jite frowned, a deep thought flashing across his eyes. After a long silence, he finally spoke up. You go ahead. UBOM froze, not knowing what Jite meant. He spoke coldly. I'll go handle some business and come right back. UBOM quickly called after him, Mister, but Jite had already walked straight into a space portal. UBOM watched his retreating figure, muttering in confusion. Where is he going at a time like this? The bodyguard guardian couldn't help but speculate. If he said that, he's probably going to the bathroom, right? Must be an emergency then. UBOM was left completely speechless after hearing that. She glared at him, raising an eyebrow as she asked, Since you're completely done cleaning, you have time to goof around, don't you? The bodyguard guardian nodded and replied, Ah, yes, I'm completely finished cleaning. On another front, in Moscow, Russia, a figure stood quietly on the rooftop of a skyscraper. It was the Grand Duke's shadow, currently disguised as a woman within the demon humanoid organization. Not long after, Jite emerged from a space teleportation portal. The Grand Duke's shadow immediately bowed. You have arrived, Master? Jite spoke casually. I'm just dropping by briefly. I have to head right back. Hearing that, the Grand Duke's shadow hesitantly suggested, If you're busy, you could have just called. Jite looked up at the dark night sky, speaking gloomily. I just wanted to catch a breath of air. Those words caught it off guard. But Jite didn't care. He asked seriously, What is X's whereabouts? The Grand Duke's shadow stopped overthinking, handed him a file, and spoke up, Please look over this. Jite reached out to take it, frowning as he muttered. The Grand Duke's shadow slowly replied, This is the demon humanoid's plan to deploy X to the front lines, a project to attack the Superhuman Alliance. Hearing that, Jite opened the document to take a look. The Grand Duke's shadow beside him continuously explained, Recently, Master, you wiped out the demon humanoids hiding in Reyes, throwing their organization into chaos. They have started to realize that something is standing in their way. Hearing up to this point, Jite nodded in understanding, so they decided to make the first move. The Grand Duke's shadow nodded and replied, The target is a 70-man strike team. X will conceal their identity, blend into the team, and slaughter every single one of them. Jite frowned slightly and asked, What about X's personal information? The Grand Duke's shadow spoke apologetically. I am sorry, Master. I have yet to uncover that. Hearing this, Jite fell silent for a long moment, then burned the document in his hand, saying seriously, I will go personally. You stay here and keep monitoring the situation. Understood. Please be careful, Master. The Grand Duke's shadow nodded, accepting the order. Over on this side, Yongha's group had climbed up a mountain peak, spreading out a mat and waiting there. After talking for a bit, Yongha learned Joel's name, and he couldn't help but laugh out loud. The baby's name means winter, and these girls are spring, summer, and autumn. These cute girls literally cover all 4 seasons, don't they? Hearing this laughter, Yeoria muttered in dissatisfaction. No matter how much I think about it, it feels like our names were just thrown together randomly. Jae-yul replied nonchalantly. What's wrong with it? I think it's cute. UBOM didn't join in on the conversation. By this time, she had realized something, and glancing back, she saw that Jite had returned. She cried out happily, Why are you so late? You said you'd only be gone for a bit. Jite replied flatly, I ran into an acquaintance. Hearing this, UBOM asked suspiciously, Who did you meet? Yeoriam poked her head out to tease him. Who else could it be at this hour? Probably his secret lover. Angered by those words, UBOM glared at her. Yeoriam could only quickly change the subject. She looked at Yongha and shouted, So when is this beautiful view coming out? It's almost morning. Yongha hurriedly replied, Oh, it's about to start. Everyone, look up at the sky. Following his suggestion, everyone looked up and saw a crack forming in the dark night. Gul cried out in surprise, Oh, there's a crack in the sky. Right after that, her eyes widened in pure delight. Inside the crack was another sky, full of vibrant colors and beautiful little stars that were incredibly pleasing to the eye. Seeing that everyone was enjoying it, Yongha laughed excitedly and said, Ha, what do you kids think? Pretty epic, right? Yeoriam stared blankly at the sky and mumbled in disbelief, Oh my god, I actually have goosebumps. Gul quickly recorded it, saying excitedly, This is insane. It's not an illusion, is it? UBOM glanced at Jite and asked, Mister, have you ever seen a view like this before? Jite shook his head slightly and replied, I'm not sure either. With that, he stayed silent, his eyes fixed on the starry sky. Right at that moment, A blurry vision suddenly flashed across Yubom's eyes. She bit her lip and mumbled, "Mister, don't tell me you." But before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Gul's sudden, breathless cry. "Wow, a shooting star." Just as she said, shooting stars really did appear across the sky. Ubom, however, didn't pay any attention to them and just stared intently at Jite. Over here, Gul and Yeorium watched on with pure excitement. Yongha's family was no exception. A gorgeous scene like this was perfect to watch together as a family. At the same time, Yongha's son suddenly glanced over at Jul, who was in Jite's arms. His cheeks instantly flushed red, but Jul didn't notice. She was watching the shooting stars intently, her large eyes sparkling like water, clearly overjoyed. They had this breathtakingly beautiful scenery all to themselves today, making for a truly romantic chance encounter. After a memorable night, a new day began, and everyone woke up to get ready to say their goodbyes. Yongha shook Jite's hand, laughing as he said, "Ha, it was short, but I really had a great time." Jite nodded in response. "Thanks to you, we got to see something amazing." Yongha suddenly winked and whispered, "That place is really beautiful, right? I actually proposed to my wife there." His wife mumbled, half annoyed from behind him, "I can't hear you, babe. Why are you bringing that up here?" Jite hesitated for a long moment before speaking up. "That's romantic." Those words left Yongha stunned. Seeing his reaction, Jite asked, a bit confused, "What's wrong?" Yongha scratched his head sheepishly. "Oh, it's just that I didn't expect you to say something like that. Do you have someone special in your heart, too?" These words threw Jite into a heavy silence. He suddenly glanced over toward the riverbank, where Ubom and Jul were standing. Jite suddenly remembered a girl from the past, wearing a white dress, with hair reaching down to her waist, who used to play by that same riverbank. Her smile had been so beautiful it could make anyone's heart skip a beat. A flash of pain crossed Jite's face, and he mumbled quietly, "Not right now." Yongha wanted to say something more, but his wife suddenly coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood. Yongha cried out in panic, "Honey, are you okay? You haven't had any symptoms lately. So why all of a sudden?" Seeing that his wife was in bad shape, he quickly took her hand along with their son and stepped into a portal, saying, "We'll take our leave first, then." After saying goodbye to their family, Jite walked over to Ubom and said, "Ubom, Jul, let's head home." However, Ubom just stood there dazed, not responding at all. Seeing this, Jite frowned, walked over, patted her shoulder, and called Ubom. Only then did she snap out her thoughts. He asked suspiciously, "Why are you just standing there frozen?" Ubom said apologetically, "Sorry about that. I was just thinking about something." With that, she remembered something and spoke up, "Oh, by the way, it seems like Jul doesn't want to leave yet. She's been staring at that lake for a while now." Hearing this, Jite looked at the little girl in silence for a long moment. Jul just sat there, her wide eyes fixed on the water, her expression full of melancholy. Jite hesitated for a moment before taking a bottle and walking over to scoop up some water. His action left Jul stunned. Jite smiled and said, "Let's come back here again next time." Jul took the water bottle from his hand. After a long moment, a smile finally broke across her face, looking deeply content. Right then, Yeorium poked her head out of the car and yelled impatiently, "Damn it, hurry the hell up." On another note, back at the hospital, Yongha's wife was put on in 4 after they returned. Yongha sat beside the hospital bed, his back looking incredibly lonely. His wife was now so weak that she needed a ventilator to help her breathe. He bit his lip and murmured, "Honey." Right at that moment, a hand suddenly landed on Yongha's shoulder, causing him to look over in surprise, only to see a young man standing there, who raised an eyebrow and smiled, saying, "Hey Weed, long time no see." This young man was the rank 2 superhuman in the world, the first Ritterni. Outside the hospital, patients and various other people were constantly walking back and forth. The young man, BM, sat on a bench and threw his head back to chug some orange juice. Yongha sat across from him, taking a sip of his drink as he smiled and said, It's been a few months, hasn't it? I heard you've been swamped lately, BM. You didn't even show your face at the grand celestial banquet." Hearing this, BM pouted and said, "I was just out gathering some items. I stopped by to see how you were doing, but now I gotta get back to the lab to keep working." As he spoke, his gaze suddenly lingered on Yongha for a long moment. BM then opened his mouth slowly. "I heard your wife was doing better lately, so why is this happening again?" Yongha let out a helpless sigh and replied, "Yeah, we just went camping not long ago, and she had a relapse. Saying this, he bit his lips slightly, his face completely overcome with grief. It had been 10 years already, so what did it matter how much medicine and magic had advanced? Still, nobody knew what Ha-won's illness actually was. If only Yongha had protected her better during the Great War back then, things might have been different. If it weren't for that damn ancient virus, Ha-won wouldn't have ended up in this state. Yongha deeply regretted that period of time. Hearing this, BM couldn't help but speak up to comfort him. You did your best. At that, Yongha angrily crushed the can in his hand, gritting his teeth as he muttered, "There's no way in hell I'm just accepting this." His action startled BM, but Yongha still clenched his fist tightly and said, "So what if I'm a top superhuman? So what if I'm the strongest mage in the world? I don't give a damn about any of that. I just need Ha-won to be healthy." Saying this, he couldn't hold it back any longer and burst into tears. Seeing this, BM leaned closer to get a good look, which made Yongha choke back his tears. He asked in confusion, "What the hell are you doing?" BM smiled casually and said, "You rarely ever cry, so I gotta take this chance to get a good look." Usually, Yongha would laugh out loud like an orc, but now he was bawling his eyes out. Talk about a rare sight. Come to think of it, the first time he saw him cry was when his son was born. After saying that, BM raised an eyebrow and teased, "Your face back then was seriously something else." Hearing this, Yongha said dynamic with annoyance, "You could at least pretend to comfort me." "You psycho." BM shrugged indifferently, then tossed something to him, speaking casually, "I don't really do comfort. Just take this." Yongha looked at the object in his hand and asked in confusion, "What is this?" BM explained slowly, "Have Ha-won try it. But don't get your hopes up too high. It's really good stuff. It was a massive pain to get my hands on it. I'm off. Give Ha-won my best when she wakes up." Hearing that, Yongha smiled. "If it was enough of a pain for you to go looking for it, it must be something really precious." "Thanks." It was just that right then, he suddenly remembered the ginseng he had received from Jite. He quickly called out, "Hey BM, can you take a look at something for me? I got it as a gift. I bet you've never even seen anything like it before." BM's footsteps froze at those words, and then he turned his head, raising an eyebrow as he shot back. "Something even I've never seen before?" On another note, by a crystal-clear stream, a monkey was frantically chasing a bird, making the little bird scream bloody murder for help. Meanwhile, Joel sat on a boulder not far away, watching the whole scene play out. Right then, a sudden shout rang out, "Hey Joel," making the little girl turn her head around. Catching sight of the scene before her, her eyes involuntarily widened. Because Jite was standing some distance away, his shirt unbuttoned to reveal his toned abs. He was even waving at Joel. "Come over here. Let's play in the water." The sight was so incredibly striking that Joel stared at it completely mesmerized. Right after that, she leaped down from the boulder, gliding smoothly across the surface of the water. As she drew close to Jite, Joel launched herself into the air. Just like that, her body was suspended in midair. But before long, she fell right into Jite's arms. He laughed happily and said, "Ha, gotcha. Our Joel is really good at jumping. And you look so cool too." Hearing this, Joel was taken aback. "Cool?" Jite spun her around in the air a few times, laughing heartily as he replied, "Of course. Joel is the prettiest and the coolest, after all." It turned out that all those beautiful scenes just now were nothing but Joel's dream. From the outside, Jite poked his head in, and seeing that Joel was fast asleep, he quietly closed the door and left. It was already late at night. The moon had reached its peak, and the manager was already fast asleep. Yeoriam was the same. She had long since been sleeping soundly on the large bed. Jite silently walked outside, but right at that moment, he suddenly froze. Ubom had appeared behind Jite before he even noticed. He frowned and asked, "What are you doing? Why aren't you asleep at this hour?" Ubom spoke slowly. "Let me come with you, mister." Jite replied coldly, "I'll be back in a bit. Go to sleep." Yet, Ubom still stood there, saying seriously, "The urgent matter you need to go out for is related to why you left yesterday, isn't it?" Hearing this, Jite was taken aback, but he quickly asked in a stern voice, "Did you see something through the providence?" Ubom opened her mouth slowly. "You know that whatever is seen through providence cannot be spoken of. What I can say right now is that you need me." Jite didn't change his mind, his voice ringing out coldly. "This isn't your business, so?" Before he could even finish his sentence, Jite abruptly froze. Because Ubom had lunged forward and wrapped her arms tightly around him. She whispered softly, Do you think I'm just a child who needs protection? Hiding the ugly things, staying away from the filthy things. Do you really think that as long as you stuff us full of good things, we'll be happy? As she spoke, she clenched her fists, gripping the fabric of Jite's clothes tight. Yuko murmured in a low voice, "If I were like other kids and only saw the good things, I wouldn't have cared. But I belong to the Green Dragon clan." Hearing this, Jite frowned and fell into a heavy silence. After a long moment, he stepped out of Yubom's embrace. Jite spoke flatly, "I'm leaving." Ubom couldn't sway him. A flash of disappointment washed over her heart. She lowered her head and murmured, "I'm sorry, but if it's something very painful and very unpleasant, yet it absolutely must be done, what should one do?" Jite paused in his tracks, but he didn't turn around as he replied flatly, "Then it still must be done." Ubom bit her lips slightly and said, "Even if people hate it, even if someone has to suffer?" Jite just gave a casual nod, and then continued walking toward the door, only to see a massive greatsword placed right in front of the entrance. Ubom explained slowly, "I borrowed it from the manager. The time to use it will come, but I hope you won't have to use that sword." Jite couldn't help but look at her in stunned silence, murmuring under his breath, "Ubom," but before he could finish, Ubom smiled and cut him off. "Have a safe trip, mister." On another front, at the International Superhuman Association headquarters in Tokyo, in preparation for today's large-scale raid, the big-name powerhouses within the Superhuman Alliance had gathered. The 70-man strike team of the International Hunter Alliance had assembled, and, of course, there was one other person. The captain of the Superhuman Alliance sat in the room, looking rather displeased at the moment. Jite stood before him, raising an eyebrow as he proposed, "Are you the captain here? Make an extra spot for me on the team." The proposal caused the captain's face to turn pitch black. He gritted his teeth and muttered, "What?" The 70-man strike team of the International Superhuman Alliance was fully assembled. The target of this raid was the giant boss appearing in the S-rank dungeon, the Hatiya Sea Kraken. The high danger level of this raid was plain to see. Because of this, the Alliance had only gathered superhumans who were in the top 0.5% or higher. To put it simply, this level of power was equivalent to the military firepower of a developing nation. And the captain who summoned them was an executive of the International Superhuman Association, the rank 90 powerhouse in the world. "Shiraishi Ryanoso." He asked, "Are you Japanese?" He replied, "I just live nearby." He continued, "In other words, you want a spot on this 70-man raid team? And you even want to check the entire files of all the members?" He answered coldly, "You catch on quick." The corners of his mouth curled up in sheer amusement. And he covered his face with his hand and laughed out loud. "Right, finding out classified info about our operation and bypassing the surveillance network to get right in front of me proves you're pretty capable. For a dangerous operation like this, having a powerful asset like you join is something I'd welcome with open arms." Then he instantly shifted his tone. "Did you seriously think I'd say that?" He pointed his finger forward, getting ready to launch an attack, and reminded him, "The raid starts in just a few hours. In a situation like this, you have no prior coordination, no connections, and you're not even a member of the Alliance. What kind of trust do you expect me to have to let you in?" He gritted his teeth in pure rage. "What the fuck do you think this Alliance is?" He replied calmly, "And here I thought you were someone I could talk to." He pointed toward the door and barked, "Now get the hell into a holding cell right now. If you resist, I'll consider you an enemy of the Alliance and kill you without hesitation." In the face of these threats, his gaze didn't betray a single hint of fear. This made Shiraishi a bit angry. He immediately fired a blast of energy directly at him, but he easily leaned to the side and dodged the attack. Seeing this, he slammed his body down onto his chair, using his leg to kick the desk in front of him with massive force, sending it flying toward him. Without a moment's hesitation, he thrust both hands forward again, unleashing a barrage of mana bullets that riddled the desk with countless holes. In a split second, the desk was blasted into tiny pieces, but this still wasn't enough to satisfy him. So normal attacks weren't working, because all of these strikes were being countered by him in an incredibly simple manner. His expression darkened completely. "I didn't want to have to resort to this." He reached out to touch the armrest of his chair, and his body instantly launched straight up into the air. As soon as he was airborne, he drew a bow, pulling it back and aiming it straight at his head. His voice turned ice cold. "Please don't dodge this. I really don't want to blast a hole through the basement of this building." Once he was set, he activated the skill, Judgment. An arrow tore through the wind, flying straight at him from behind. Maintaining his calm composure, he reached his hand out and caught the arrow with absolute precision. This made Shiraishi's lips twitch in pure terror. He caught the heavenly bow of judgment, and so damn easily too. While he was still in a daze, his own arrow was thrown right back at him. The heavy impact slammed his entire body hard into the wall behind him, causing it to shatter into pieces. His body collapsed onto the ground, letting out a painful groan. He walked over and stepped right in front of him. By this time, his face still managed to look composed. He stepped forward and asked, "So, change your mind yet?" He replied, "Hard to say. What are you going to do to me if I keep refusing?" He continued, "I guess I'll just skin you alive and wear it." His entire body erupted with a surge of green mana. Laughing through the pain, "Haha, I might look young, but I've got some years on me. An old man's skin is tough. Trying to wear it is going to be a massive pain." Without a single moment of hesitation, he activated the skill, Brilliant Sprint. His body launched from the spot, quickly spinning around to bolt outside. As he ran, he gritted his teeth and thought to himself, "Calm down. Outrunning that monster is out of the question anyway. The only way out right now is the emergency teleportation device in the room right next to the office. I just need to get to headquarters, report the situation, and call the guards." The moment he smashed through the wall and leaped into the adjoining room, his eyes suddenly went completely blank for a few seconds. The teleportation device had already been destroyed by someone beforehand. His eyes stared in utter shock at the scene before him. A sword had already been pressed tight against his neck before he even realized. His face radiated an incredibly heavy aura of murderous intent. He repeated, "So, change your mind yet?" Terrified, he stammered out a curse, "Son of a bitch." After a few seconds of thought, he spoke up, "Welcome to the raid team." Back in the office, he was now sitting in a chair, reviewing the profiles of the raid team participants. Meanwhile, Shiraishi was currently kneeling on the floor, his eyes filled with a trace of pure dread. Just who the hell is that monster? He's definitely not a demon. Could he be a Ritter Knee from another world like BM? No. If he were a Ritter Knee, there's no way the Alliance wouldn't have any information on him. And why do he want to join our operation in the first place? It's impossible to guess what he's planning. After finishing his review, he turned to question him, "Is this all the information on the raid team?" He startled and replied, "Yes. Out of the 70 people, the information for one person is still missing." He asked back in confusion, "What is the meaning of this?" He explained, "The old operator couldn't be reached, so we rushed to find a replacement. That's why the name isn't in the files yet. But since they were sent directly by headquarters, there's no need to worry." He immediately made a request. "Can I meet that operator right now?" He complied at once, speaking through his communication bracelet. "Operator waiting over there. Come to my office immediately. Don't ask questions, just hurry." Suddenly, the voice inside his head rang out. "Master, could we speak for a moment?" He replied, "What is it?" The voice continued, "I have obtained information regarding Prototype X." He went on, "Now that you've found it, transmit the memories over immediately." The voice stammered, "I'm sorry, the thing is..." Hearing those words, he was taken aback. "Is it someone I knew from my past life?" The voice answered, "Yes, that is correct." From the outside, a pair of petite feet stepped into the room. Scanning the surroundings, this person gasped in shock. "Huh? Why is the office in such a mess? Why is the captain kneeling over there? And he's injured too." Shiraishi replied immediately, It's nothing. I just tripped." The other person continued, "Are you getting scolded?" He snapped angrily, "That doesn't matter. He wants to meet you." This left the girl startled. "Me?" He stared intently at the girl, thinking to himself, even if X's identity turns out to be an acquaintance of mine, it doesn't matter. Whoever it is, they must die. But the moment this person took off her mask, his eyes widened in utter disbelief. She spoke up to ask, "Were you looking for me?" Oh. He muttered to himself, "Ha, say bile. She is the returnee's ex-girlfriend." This moment was after Jite began his second regression. 3 years had passed since the war with the Demonkin broke out at Severobakelsk. Humanity had set up camp here to rest. Some were busy tending fires and cooking, and Jite was also present among them. He was 32 then, in his second regression cycle. As Jite was taking in the view, someone suddenly came up behind him and tapped his shoulder. Jite glanced back and felt a finger touch his cheek. The newcomer was a girl. She laughed cheerfully. "Ha ha, you fell for it again, Captain." Jite looked down and asked suspiciously, What's with that outfit? The girl's face strongly resembled Ha Sapion's, but was somewhat more youthful. She smiled and replied, "We rarely get to rest, so I try to create a vacation vibe. What do you think? Does it suit me?" Jite said nothing but avoided her gaze. Seeing this, Ha Sapion teased, "You're blushing." Jite shook his head in denial. "No, I'm not." Ha Sapion didn't think much of it. She suddenly proposed, "Captain, do you want to go up that hill tonight?" Jite frowned slightly and asked, "The hill?" Ha Sapion nodded softly. "Yes, I have something I want to show you." They stood there talking. Those at the camp couldn't help whispering, "The captain and Ha Sapion. What's going on between those two? It seems they've known each other for a long time. Love still blooms, even on the battlefield, huh?" Meanwhile, someone suddenly asked suspiciously, "Why did Ha Sapien join our mercenary unit?" It felt too grim to have such a young, pretty woman here. Unaware that others were gossiping about them, Jite and Ha Sapien happily played by the lakeshore. Jite lifted Ha Sapien horizontally, making her scream with excitement. Someone at the shore exclaimed in surprise, "Don't tell me she fell in love with the captain at first sight and joined because of him." Hearing that, another shook his head. "No, she originally worked at an orphanage. And as everyone knows, that was when the war broke out. The orphanage was destroyed. The children all died. Ha Sapien was devastated at the time. Then she awakened as an operative class superhuman and was inevitably pulled into this grim world." Hearing this, the other nodded in understanding. "I see. She's always so cheerful. I didn't expect that kind of past." That evening on the hill, Jite and Ha Sapien actually arrived. She waved excitedly at him. "Come here, come here." Ha Sapien glanced at Jite and smiled. "You remember the promise, huh? I thought you'd forgotten." Jite frowned slightly and asked, "What's here?" Ha Sapien lifted her head to look at the moon in the night sky. She winked and said with a smile, "You really aren't romantic. There's a beautiful night sky here and a pretty girl like me." Jite fell into thought at her words. The atmosphere turned quiet. Seeing this, Ha Sapien blushed and cleared her throat. "Actually, there's something else here. You know my ability is danger-detecting eyes, right?" Jite immediately grew serious, frowning. "You mean there's something dangerous here?" Startled by his reaction, Ha Sapien cried out, "No, you're taking it too seriously. Close your eyes and just listen to me." Hearing that, Jite puzzledly shut his eyes tight. At that moment, Ha Sapien said, "My ability does detect danger, but once you get used to it, besides danger, it sometimes senses other things as well. If my feeling is right, what I sense this time is a tremor." Hearing this, Jite opened his eyes and asked in a low voice, "Are you trying to say?" Before she could finish, his eyes narrowed involuntarily, because the sky was suddenly streaked with countless shooting stars. Jite looked up in amazement. At the same moment, Ha Sapien suddenly sprang forward, and then leapt straight into Jite's arms. She looked up at him and cheerfully asked, "Do you see? That's the tremor." At her words, Jite seemed to be thinking about something. After a moment, he reached out and touched Ha Sapien's face, and a second later, Jite pressed a deeply romantic kiss in that perfect instant. After a long moment, he released Ha Sapien's lips. After a shy pause, Ha Sapien raised an eyebrow and teased, "The captain's lips are so dry. Let me lend you some lip balm." Jite cleared his throat and nodded, embarrassed. And in the instant a shooting star crossed the sky, Jite proposed to Ha Sapien, "When this local battle is over, will you marry me?" Ha Sapien, surprised, asked back, "You're proposing to me?" Just like that, all of a sudden. Jite frowned and asked, "What's wrong? Don't you like it?" Ha Sapien shook her head. "It's not that I don't like it. If it's an order from the captain, I must follow." Hearing this, Jite gave a rare smile. That night on the starry hill, they shared many plans together. But then disaster struck. In a battle, Ha Sapien was gravely wounded. Someone attacked the unit with a knife. Many fell, blood flowing like a river. Only the one wielding the blade turned out to be Jite. He seemed insane then, repeatedly driving the knife in Ha Sapien's body. But Jite kept shouting, "Stop, please, please stop." It turned out someone was controlling him from behind. That person was the collapse-class superhuman, Hasegawa. He chuckled and said, "What a beautiful sound. No melody excites me more than killing the one I love with my own hands. After saying that, Hasegawa's tone abruptly sharpened. He ground his teeth and demanded, "Why commit such an outrageous act? Do you know how much damage you've caused us?" He said he had promised Sapien he would let you live, so live, and remember this forever. With that, Hasegawa withdrew the strings, controlling his puppet. He turned and left, leaving Jite standing there with a horribly sullen face. He chuckled triumphantly. Remember well the consequences of daring to oppose us demonkin. In that regression, Sapien died at Jite's hands, and that moment in his second regression became his torment. The moment he began killing and the entire mercenary unit fell, Jite's mission to save Earth failed. He then returned to the next regression cycle. Back in the present, seeing Jite dazed and unfocused, Sapien anxiously called out, "Hey, are you okay?" Jite finally snapped out of the past and looked at the finger Sapien had pointed at him. Realizing this, Sapien hurriedly explained, "I just poked you because you've been zoned out and saying nothing." This startled Shiraishi. He quickly warned, "What are you doing? Don't provoke him." Sapien asked suspiciously, "Why? Is he someone important?" At the same time, Jite activated the pendulum clock ability. The person whose malice needed checking was Sapien. Quickly, Jite learned that for some reason Sapien's life path in this regression had changed, and she had become a cursed one, a contract-bound superhuman aligned with an abyssal entity, turning into a demonkin. The entity bound to Sapien was the seventh lord of the abyss, Rakshita. Jite received all the information and immediately shut off his ability. No need to ponder who Rakshita is. What he had to do was clear. His sole mission was to stop Rakshita. Thinking that, Jite slowly spoke. "Hey, my position is wing guard, right?" Startled, Shiraishi replied, "Yes, that's right." Jite coldly requested, "Switch me to combat coordinator. I'll operate with this woman." A few watches later, at the dungeon area in the Hitia Sea, the ocean surged violently. After a moment, a spatial gate appeared and people stepped out from within, followed by many others behind them. This was Shiraishi's 70-person assault team from the Superhuman Alliance. Sapien walked behind Shiraishi, squinting at Jite. He walked at the front, his silhouette proud. He drew the large blade from his back. Thus, the assault on the Kraken dungeon officially began. The Hitia Sea was churning now, signaling a certain danger. Those participating in the battle were using downtime to check information. Seeing Jite's name, they whispered in shock. "The combat coordinator?" Someone complained unhappily. Why was someone suddenly added? Is it okay to let an unknown fellow join such a dangerous operation? Not far away, Jite leaned against a cliff to rest. Shiraishi approached him calmly. "I told the team you're an acquaintance of mine. Although a few people seem suspicious, it shouldn't be a major problem. And you won't cause any more trouble, right?" Jite nonchalantly nodded. "Yeah." Hearing that, Shiraishi replied with satisfaction, "All right, finish the job and quietly leave for me. I find this whole thing really troublesome." Sapien, sitting on the ground, couldn't help but speak up. "I think you're putting pressure on them." Captain Ryanosuk looks flustered. "Surely you're someone important? Or an inspector from the Alliance?" Jite remained silent, and Sapien, paying him no mind, laughed. "Then you must have a lot of experience with dangerous dungeons." "Actually, I'm very afraid of water, so this is my first time acting as a combat coordinator in an ocean dungeon like this." Saying that, she turned to Jite and winked jokingly. "If I fall in the water, don't leave me behind. I'm heavy, so I'll probably sink." Jite was immediately stunned into silence. Seeing this, Sapien blushed. This is bad. I need to go do something. I'm not usually like this. I'm suddenly so nervous today." With that, she hurried off, and Jite said nothing the whole time, simply watching her leave impassively. This Sapien, you know she's always been a coward like that. She's not only afraid of deep water, she trembles at the sight of blood. But the woman in front of Jite now showed no fear of the water, even though she carried fragmented memories lost from the timeline. Sapien still didn't recognize him. Her core was different, and she merely imitated Hasetbile using the host's memories. Perhaps her true soul had been bound by the seventh lord of the abyss, Rakshita. And the one who engineered this whole situation was an entity outside of time. What he wanted was singular, Jitae's despair. He wanted to make him fall by forcing him to kill his own Hasatbian. To be precise, it was pure malice aimed directly at Jitae. But clearly, the seventh lord of the abyss, Rakshita, didn't understand him very well. At that moment, from the deep sea, a massive tentacle writhed up. The faces of everyone there immediately turned ugly. What had appeared was the Kraken, the giant monster. The Kraken crawled ashore, step by step. It was much larger than the reports indicated. Truly, a giant specimen. Just then, someone anxiously went up to Shiraishi and urged, "Captain Ryanosuk, give the order." Shiraishi snapped to attention and hurriedly said, "Ah, right. Deal with it quickly. We still have a celebration to go to." Frontline charge. No sooner had he finished than arrows of light began to appear in his hands. At the same time, the guard units surged forward. Immediately, countless beams of energy launched at the Kraken. At that moment, several silhouettes flashed and then vanished. When they reappeared, they were right in front of the Kraken. They attacked it frantically. Swords and blades kept striking it, but the Kraken's outer hide was like iron. It was basically impervious. Of course, they didn't give up and continued to press the attack. Fortune favored them. Someone managed to stab into the Kraken's eye. The pain made the Kraken enraged, and the fighters immediately panicked. Unfortunately, it was too late. A gigantic tentacle lunged forward. With a thunderous crash, the tentacle lashed down. Shiraishi urgently shouted for everyone to brace. Seal its tentacles. Arcane-type superhumans now. He also ordered supports to amplify mana and had the marksmen provide continuous covering fire. Thus, they coordinated smoothly to fight back the Kraken, holding out until the combat coordinator could find a weak spot. But before long, the chains binding the Kraken began to show signs of snap. The priest controlling the chains immediately murmured, trembling, "It's too strong. We can't hold it for much longer." Shiraishi turned and yelled toward Jitae at the rear. "Has the combat coordinator identified the weak point?" Jitae replied slowly, "Its left eye. Aim for that." Shiraishi asked suspiciously, "Is that the core?" Jitae explained matter-of-factly, "Hitting that makes it react in pain." Shiraishi nodded slightly to show he understood. Just then he seemed to realize something. He cried out in alarm, "Hasatbian! Where is she?" Jitae answered calmly, "She hasn't returned since she said she was going to the restroom." This made Shiraishi worry and shout, "Damn it, is she crazy? Going to the restroom at a time like this?" He bit his lip aggressively and asked with difficulty, "The left eye? Are you sure?" Jitae didn't answer, but Shiraishi assumed he was confirming. Ready to act, someone anxiously asked, "Captain, what are you going to do?" Shiraishi cried out fiercely, "Hold those tentacles tight. I'm going to strike hard." As soon as he finished speaking, he released his energy. Immediately after, a beam of energy appeared in his hand. In an instant, Shiraishi shaped it into an arrow. He screamed wildly, "O monster of the dark deep, I vow you shall sink into eternal sleep." As his words ended, the arrow was immediately drawn taut. Then Shiraishi slowly released his grip, and the arrow tore through the air. The arrow flew straight for the Kraken's left eye. With a boom, the arrow detonated on impact. The Kraken began to roar in pain. The others quickly retreated to avoid the blast. They cried out anxiously, "Did Captain Ryanosuk succeed?" At that moment, the Kraken slowly collapsed. After delivering that strike, Shiraishi hurried ashore. But his expression was strained because he realized his power hadn't been enough. If only his shoulder hadn't been injured. This still wasn't enough to kill the Kraken. Shiraishi knew they had to finish it before it recovered. At the same time, a figure stood on a cliff not far away. Seeing the Kraken sink step by step, that person lifted their foot and jumped down. The person was none other than Hasatbian, and her target was Shiraishi. Her eyes were now bloodshot and filled with killing intent. At this critical moment, Jitae appeared to stop her. With a crash, the sea suddenly exploded, spraying water everywhere. Shiraishi stared in bewilderment at the scene and murmured, "What was that?" Something just flashed by. Beneath the waves, shattered pieces of armor began to sink. Hasatbian was also sinking. Her gaze had turned vengeful. She ground her teeth and muttered, You bastard! Since when did you know my plan? Jite stood coldly before her and said matter-of-factly, You don't understand me at all. I have no lingering feelings left. The Has-Sate Bile of that time and the Jite of that time, though they shared bright moments and endured a dark past, he had killed them all with his own hands. Having spoken, Jite fixed his gaze on Has-Sate Bian, his face filled with killing intent, while Has-Sate Bian glared at him vindicatively and ground her teeth, asking, You know me? At that moment, Has-Sate Bian also realized something. So that's it. No wonder you look familiar. I think I'm starting to remember. Back on the battlefield before, right? We used to be a pair who lived and died together. We must have held hands, and even shared a kiss under the starry sky, I suppose. She leaned close to him and continued. Those lips, rough as they were so sweet. If I had known you would stop me like this, I should have bitten off your tongue back then. As soon as she finished speaking, she struck at him with a powerful punch, but he immediately reached out and blocked the blow. She began reverting to her true form. Countless legs sprouted from her back. You said that earlier, didn't you? That you killed me back then. She had now fully transformed. Then now it's my turn to kill you. This is the complete prototype X form. She smiled with pleasure. Isn't that right? Without hesitation, she lashed out at him with her legs. Following the flow of the water, the tentacles were coming in. He did not hesitate and swung his sword, easily severing the incoming tentacles. As soon as he finished cutting, other tentacles rushed in. He proceeded to deal with them with the same neat efficiency. This made Has-Sate Bian somewhat irritated. She gave a delighted roar. Ha ha! Then she attacked him repeatedly, but every assault was easily parried by him. This made her somewhat puzzled. Ha ha! Is this really the Jite I knew? Compared to then, you've become overwhelmingly stronger. If you had been this strong back then, you could have protected both me and our comrades. She lunged and grabbed his hand. But I've been wondering since earlier, why do you only block and refuse to attack? Is it out of guilt? Unable to kill the woman you once loved again? Back then you tore me apart, slashing and stabbing me to pieces. You even gouged out my eyes cleanly. You don't know how much I suffered back then, do you? But the old images began to rush back into his head. Has-Sate Bian continued. That morning I was truly cold. She smiled as she spoke, but the smile contained an indescribable pain. The image of Jite now appeared in her remaining eye. Then the image of him began to shrink and disappear. At that moment, the system sent a notification. The Pleasure Timepiece EX ability has detected an item displaced from the world's timeline. Target: Arma's Greatsword. Countless slashes began to appear, and the one who created them was none other than Jite. He had now mastered his emotions, and thus did not fall into the illusion again. Subjected to a barrage of strikes, Has-Sate Bian cried out in excruciating pain. The system continued to send a notification. The Pleasure Timepiece EX ability will protect you from the approach of malice. He thought to himself, Can I sense the Pleasure Timepiece power on the inner blade of the Guardian's sword? Could it be that when the malice was drawn from the Guardian, some of its power was left on the sword? The image of the sword, radiating power, appeared in his mind. Along with that came U-Bomb's words ringing out, I borrowed it from the janitor earlier. Sooner or later you'd need it. He thought to himself, did that girl foresee this situation and give me the sword for that reason? If it's this thing, it can dispel both malice and the demon's power without having to kill Has-Sate Bian. Feeling pain coursing through her body, Has-Sate Bian gritted her teeth in anger. You bastard, what did you do to my body? Then her eyes suddenly widened, a little startled, because at that moment he had rushed to the front, his voice firm. Stop playing with that poor girl's body. Come out here now. As he spoke, he delivered another slash to her. Feeling parts of her body as if they were falling apart, she cursed inwardly. Damn it, every time that sword touches me the shedding layer is destroyed. At this rate the demon state will disappear. Is there any better way? Then she turned her gaze to the giant squid lying on the seabed. A smile spread across her lips. That's right. As long as my body doesn't touch it, that's fine, right? As soon as she finished speaking, she lunged straight toward the squid below and landed lightly. Then countless tentacles began to sprout from her body, piercing into each part of the giant squid's body. A source of power exploded forth from her eyes. Immediately, she was able to fully control the squid. Looking down, he marveled. This loop isn't just about the demon. It seems she can mentally link with monsters too. She didn't answer, only letting out a loud shout. She didn't answer, only shouting loudly, then directed the squid's tentacles to strike straight at him. The sword in his hand began to glow. He activated the skill Invisible Sword, second form. Energy began to swirl around the blade. Without hesitation, he made a decisive slash, dispersing Lotus form. It easily cut through the incoming tentacles. Watching that attack, she was somewhat surprised. This black power, it does not exist at all in this woman's memories. She could sense it emanating from the Kraken's skin. This was neither mana nor a blessing. It was pure killing intent, honed from countless supremacy and curses. What the hell did you do to obtain such power? Facing the incoming slash, she could only smile helplessly. Haha, truly a crazy monster. A slash immediately flew straight toward the top of her head. Right after the impact, a violent aftershock rippled across the shoreline where they fought. This made the other warriors startle and shout, "AAA? What is this? Why suddenly? Get out quickly." Shiraishi also felt the power. He thought to himself, this ominous power must be his. He sighed, well, this is unbelievable. Personal matters causing such a commotion. After the battle, the sky returned to its usual clear blue. Jitei's feet slowly began to move. He was carrying Ha Saitbyun in his arms, completely unclothed. At that moment, the system called in to notify, beginning to collect traces of malice contained within Ha Saitbyun. A notification that Ha Saitbyun must be periodically monitored for traces of malice. Looking at the notification board, he finally let out a relieved sigh. So it's over for now. Suddenly, the communication bracelet on his arm vibrated. Gul's voice rang out. Uncle, where are you?" He replied, "I had some personal business to take care of." On the other end, her voice grew urgent. "Come back quickly. There's no room here now. Urium's mixing your booze and drinking at AAA." He could only be helpless in the face of these girls' mischief. Thus, the 71-man strike team of the International Superhuman Alliance completed the S-rank subquest to punish the Kraken in the Hitia Sea. And one more thing. Immediately after, he brought Ha Saitbyun home with him. Seeing her naked, cocoon-like state left the kids at home wide-eyed and open-mouthed. The moment Jintei stepped inside, he was given a roll call with guilty looks all around. All the sisters were waiting at the door. Urium crossed her arms and immediately demanded an explanation. On the sofa, Myong Hui lay unconscious, only draped in a spare black shirt. Urium stepped forward to tease Jintei, asking if this was his girlfriend. She sneered while Gul was utterly shocked at the allegation that Jintei had stripped her. Jintei broke into a sweat, only able to explain that she was an old acquaintance. Urium wouldn't let it go, continuing to play up the ambiguous relationship. A chop to the nape silenced Urium. Jintei firmly stated that this girl did not know him at all. BOM joined in, asking if Jintei had gone out yesterday because of her. Hearing Jintei say he needed to keep the girl for information, Urium, though nursing a swollen head, reluctantly accepted. Gul suddenly shouted her objection, making Urium jump. She asserted firmly that this house was the group's own home. For Gul, it was a sanctuary to relax after being out. Gul pointed and declared she didn't want anyone disturbing that privacy, leaving Urium speechless. Jintei pointed to the janitor as an example, but Gul waved it off since that uncle wasn't human. Urium found that reasonable and immediately sided with Gul. Gul turned to Baum for his opinion, who was also uncomfortable with strangers. Baum's expression showed clear concern, especially since the stranger was a woman. The vote ended in an overwhelming result. The strange girl was officially barred from the house. With that settled, Gul urged everyone to sleep early so they'd be ready for school. The group filed into rooms, leaving Jintei with the girl still sleeping soundly. Urium stayed behind to ask Jintei what he planned to do with this bother on the sofa. Jintei sighed, certain that once she woke, she would have to find another place to stay. Myong Hui had no idea she'd just been voted out by the household. The next morning, sunlight poured brightly outside the penthouse. Birds chirped, a seemingly peaceful start to the day. Urium rushed out breathlessly to tell Jintei, while Gul hid behind her, watching anxiously. She reported that the strange girl from last night was starting to go mad. Myong Hui woke up out of control, brandishing a broken bottle as a weapon. She screamed, asking what kind of hellish place she was in. Jin-tae carried Jul in and calmly watched the girl causing a scene. Myung-hui demanded an explanation in a fury, asking why she was in a state of missing clothes. Her face flushed crimson as she imagined the unsavory things Jin-tae might have done. Though small and slight, Myung-hui insisted she had superpowers. Urium stood next to Jin-tae, exasperated at the endless theatrics. Urium's gaze turned cold as Jin-tae noticed something unusual from his sister. Traces of malice had accumulated to 10%, signaling a terrifying transformation. The eternal clock activated, revealing a new truth about Myung-hui's condition. The system confirmed she had been psychically corrupted, making her personality extremely violent. Jin-tae realized this was the dreadful consequence of direct exposure to malice. Myung-hui suddenly lunged with terrifying speed, surrounded by a golden aura. She swung the bottle shards wildly, demanding everyone get out of the way immediately. Urium suggested incapacitating the crazed girl first and dealing with it later, but Jin-tae quietly warned not to kill her. Myung-hui charged like an arrow with the broken bottle in hand, screaming at being ignored. In the blink of an eye, Urium grabbed the hysteric's wrist. With a highly skilled throwdown, Myung-hui was ruthlessly knocked out on the floor. Urium basked in pride over her perfect move, but Jinty's attention was elsewhere. The jacket slipped off again, leaving Myung-hui completely exposed. Urium panicked while the girl fainted from shock. The red-headed girl hurriedly covered the poor girl with a jacket, muttering scolding remarks. Annoyed, Urium snapped at Janitor to clean up the broken glass. But the angry command was met with a cold refusal from the iron armor. Urium, Jin-tae, and little Jewel were stunned by the unexpected defiance. Janitor declared his duty was to protect Bone, not to mop floors, as purple smoke began to pour out ominously. Psychic contamination erupted. Janitor roared that Jin-tae must return the sword at once. A chill ran down Urium's spine, and little Jewel trembled at the killing intent seeping from the armor. Jinny's eyes hardened as he realized Janitor was falling into the same state Sapyeon had experienced early. The eyes of the iron armor shone brightly, seemingly having completely lost reason. Jin-tae recognized that during the fight, Janitor had also been infected by a wave of malice. A thick, black energy enveloped Janitor, turning him into a dangerous enemy in madness. Jin-tae quickly set Jul aside to prepare to confront the uncontrolled threat. Janitor took a fighting stance with the mop, treating it like a real weapon to attack. Tension was evident in every seam of the armor as purple smoke billowed. As fast as lightning, Jin-tae delivered a precise chop to Janitor's neck to end the chaos. A loud crash resounded as the giant armor collapsed to the floor before the two girls' stunned eyes. The helmet tumbled across the floor, revealing an empty void inside. Urium was horrified to realize both of them had contracted the same terrifying affliction from that evil. Myung-hui and Janitor had both been subdued, lying scattered on the floor. Urium anxiously asked Jin-tae what the next step should be, since they obviously couldn't take them to a hospital. Jin-tae asked an unrelated question instead, whether Urium had finished the alcohol stored in the room. He swept his arm open and produced a shimmering purple portal, preparing to take them all away. The destination was a place that could heal the aftermath of this psychic contamination. The group entered the underground maze, a vast space filled with gloomy, ancient stone architecture. Urium was awed by the grandeur of the place, while Jin-tae treated it merely as a secret refuge. Looking at the rows of iron cages, the red-headed girl felt as if she'd stepped into an underground prison. Jin-tae calmly led the way, indifferent to his sister's utter astonishment. Urium began to worry aloud, asking if Jin-tae intended to lock up the sisters if they disobeyed him. Behind those bars, figures of the past seemed to remain imprisoned. A blazing red gaze peered through a gap, full of hatred and pain. Jin-tae peered into the depths of the maze, muttering that the place was no longer what it used to be. Steady footsteps echoed, shattering the eerie silence of the stone labyrinth. Eventually, they stopped before a metal door with a nameplate BM. Both Urium and Jul craned their heads forward, curious about who lived there. Urium sensed the presence of someone extremely powerful, Jin-tae confirmed it was the world's second-ranked hunter. The news that the second strongest person in the world lived here left Urium gaping in astonishment. Jin-tae ordered Urium and Jewel to wait outside, despite the redhead's frantic screaming to be let in. Despite Urium's pleading promise to just watch, Jin-tae coldly shut the door to face whoever was inside alone. As soon as he stepped into the dim room, Jin-tae felt a terrifying pressure aimed straight at him from the darkness. A massive, monstrous arm covered in foliage lunged to attack, but Jin-tae quickly drew his sword and blocked the strike by a hair. Amid sparks flying from the clash, Jin-tae calmly observed that it was quite a rude greeting for a guest. In the lab's dark recesses, a man in a white coat sat drinking as if nothing was happening. He drained the bottle and smiled enigmatically, showing no surprise at Jinty's intrusion. He was BM, the world's second-ranked hunter and one of the first returnees, coldly declaring he'd never invited a guest like him. In an ordinary classroom, the teacher continued lecturing at the podium. But below, a boy paid no attention, instead doodling dragons and snakes in his exercise book. The boy Arendot sat with his chin propped on his hand, his gaze distant as if his soul hung from a branch. He continued absorbed in his scribbles, indifferent to the surroundings. Those eyes suddenly flashed a strange light, as if seeing through thick corrective lenses. This happened about 40 years ago, when a horrifying incident suddenly swept the globe. It was called the Great Babylon Disappearance. At that time, thousands of children with extraordinary abilities abruptly vanished in a series of mass disappearances. Before the sudden crisis, armies worldwide searched frantically but found nothing. 15 years passed, and those children remained missing, leaving only white flowers on empty desks. But then, a man suddenly returned to Earth amid violent streaks of electricity. It was Arendot, the first to come back from another world, known by the alias BM. Currently, he holds the number 2 spot on the global superhuman ranking. BM drained a bottle and sighed, his expression far from happy. He muttered regretfully about his beloved chimera getting its head chopped off by Jin-tae right in the lab. Jin-tae was unfazed, saying a clean cut like that can just be reattached, nothing to worry about. BM bluntly asked why Jin-tae had come. He replied curtly that he wanted to borrow the underground maze's inner chamber. The scientist was suspicious, unsure whether Jin-tae was a superhuman or an agent of the devils. Jin-tae didn't care what he thought. He needed a place to treat his people for about half a year. BM heard that and immediately set his price, 30 days. He insisted on allowing exactly 1 month. Any longer would be beyond his tolerance. Jin-tae frowned. 30 days was clearly insufficient for full treatment. He tried to negotiate since he wasn't coming empty-handed, but BM lowered it to 25 days. Then the man kept pushing, dropping the offer to exactly 20 days with a very arrogant attitude. BM smugly declared there was nothing in this world he needed. He pushed up his glasses, saying that Jin-tae barging into his place and getting 30 days was already a great favor. Seeing the other's arrogant tone, Jin-tae snapped back, muttering that he should just shut up. Suddenly, a jet of black killing intent erupted, rending the lab space. Jin-tae began destroying BM's expensive equipment with a single sweep of his hand. BM panicked and shouted what the hell he was doing, but Jin-tae coldly told him to shut up. Jin-tae declared it was now his turn to bargain, lowering the time to 15 or 10 days. BM clenched his teeth in anger, threatening that Jin-tae would regret touching his things. He declared he was no longer interested in using Jin-tae as a test subject and would instead eliminate him. When BM prepared to use the right hand of a Hylia technique, Jinty's face remained impassive. BM grinned with murderous intent, ready to deliver the finishing blow. He vowed to wipe Jin-tae from existence without a trace. A massive energy mass covered in glowing red eyes rose up behind BM. That grotesque arm reached out, poised to devour the young man before him. Jin-tae stood there with darkness obscuring half his mysterious face. Immediately, he unleashed the Hylia curse, generating a terrifying pressure that filled the entire room. BM's arm suddenly froze midair, unable to move forward even an inch. BM panicked to find his body completely paralyzed, suspecting it was some high-level illusion. BM broke into a cold sweat, realizing this was neither magic nor trickery. It was a primal fear closing in on him, utterly overwhelming the will of the number 2 superhuman. Even the demonic blood coursing through Ahilia's arm trembled before Eugene-tae. BM, terrified, wondered who this young man really was, since this pressure was more dreadful than any opponent he'd ever faced. Eugene-tae casually picked up a test tube containing a strange compound and asked BM what he was creating. The scientist panicked, shouting that he must not touch that specimen under any circumstances. Under pressure, BM was forced to admit it was a specimen for creating a humanoid chimera. He explained that it was merely a plan to produce a backup copy for old age, not some scheme to dominate the world. BM lowered his voice and begged Eugene-tae to put the test tube down so they could talk peacefully. But Eugene-tae coldly insisted the man was lying, which broke BM down and made him promise to reveal the whole truth. Eugene-tae returned the specimen to its place. He didn't care what BM did as long as he agreed to lend the inner chamber. BM, now afraid, hurriedly consented to let Eugene-tae use the maze as he pleased. He planned to rent the room for about a year and visit frequently. Eugene-tae said he would bring 2 people suffering from severe psychic contamination here for treatment. BM nodded eagerly upon hearing that, promising to help watch over them carefully. As a gesture of thanks, Eugene-tae left a precious bottle of liquor and said it was payment for the room. When BM opened the cap, an exquisite aroma escaped, leaving the scientist dumbstruck. He stared at the bottle, astonished to realize it was a top-tier liquor that money could hardly buy. Eugene-tae nonchalantly turned his back and walked away, leaving BM still stunned behind him. BM cradled the bottle, wondering where the young man had gotten it. Meanwhile, in the corridor outside, Yoram was trying to get Jewel to move aside so she could go in. But little Jewel stood firm and coldly said a decisive no. Yoram began to get angry, harshly ordering her sister to let her through immediately. In response came Jewel's vehement shout of refusal. The girl adamantly refused to let Yoram pass. Jewel glared in warning, declaring she would protect the door at all costs. Yoram yelled in frustration, saying she had no intention of barging in. She tried to sneak a peek, but Jewel quickly split herself to block every approach. The girl repeated Jinny's instruction that the door must not be opened for anyone. Yoram was furious but couldn't do anything to the stubborn child. She was indignant that, as a dragon lady, she was being thwarted by Kid. Yoram impatiently said this was no time to waste, since there were surely extremely interesting things happening inside. She imagined Eugene-tae and BM locked in a bloody death match, shaking the entire maze. Yoram painted a vision of thunder and lightning tearing the sky apart, but Jewel curtly replied, "I don't care." Joel's blasé expression left Yoram speechless. The girl looked at Yoram with contempt, as if staring at a fool. Yoram couldn't believe her own sister could be so indifferent. Yoram collapsed to the floor, lamenting, wondering who in the Yu household was actually normal. She stared up at the ceiling with a look of utter helplessness. Suddenly, Yoram changed tactics and began to coax Jewel in a sweet voice. Yoram quietly asked if the girl had been upset lately, because Eugene-tae had no time to play with her. She promised to help Jewel persuade Eugene-tae, so the two could go out alone together. At the prospect of a private outing, Jewel's eyes immediately lit up with joy. Yoram continued to paint an enticing future in which Jewel and Eugene-tae could go to snow-covered mountains together. There, the uncle and niece would happily ski together, enjoying the winter air like in a fairy tale. They could also slurp steaming bowls of ramen together in the freezing weather to chase away the cold. Yoram's invitation was irresistibly sweet to a child like Jewel. Yoram pressed on, asking if that didn't sound wonderful, try to sway the girl's resolve. Jewel was completely enchanted by the offer. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation, and she nodded softly in agreement. But just as Yoram seemed to have succeeded, a hand suddenly appeared. Jewel looked bewildered as someone hoisted her up from behind, cutting off the sisters' negotiation. Yoram had not yet noticed the third presence. She was still sneering and triumphantly declaring herself a victor. She arrogantly assumed Jewel could never be a match for a great dragon lady like herself. Then a thunderous strike landed, and Yoram only managed a cry of pain. The one who had acted was none other than Eugene-tae, who looked at her with a cold, warning gaze. Jin-tae looked down at Yoram sprawled on the floor and asked what she was doing here. Yoram looked up at him in disappointment and asked if the spectacular battle she had hoped for was already over. Jin-tae calmly said they hadn't fought at all and had resolved everything peacefully through negotiation. Seeing Yoram so deflated, Jin-tae suggested that if she wanted to fight so badly, she could go in and test herself against BM. He reminded her that hadn't she always longed to face top-ranked superhumans? At that moment, BM stepped out from inside, his demeanor having regained its usual confidence. BM looked at Yoram and issued a challenge, warning that once a fight began he would show no mercy to anyone. Yoram was stunned by the unexpected but thrilling proposal. Without hesitation, she nodded immediately with fierce determination. Yoram smiled excitedly, baring sharp fangs, ready for a new hunt. BM tipped the bottle back and drained it in one satisfying gulp. The liquor spilled at the corners of his mouth. He was so intoxicated his face flushed bright red. Jin-tae watched calmly as BM praised the superb flavor, something the earth could never produce. BM asserted confidently that this was wine fermented from the world of Arendot. The image of Arendot's magnificent castle appeared, the place BM had been forcibly relocated to 40 years ago. Drinking more, BM wondered aloud where Jin-tae had gotten this when he had searched the world and found none. BM was ecstatic, saying he'd gladly trade 10 years' use of the inner chamber for it. Jin-tae turned and called for Yoram to come out, but she flatly refused. Jin-tae asked BM for one more favor. BM, bottle in hand, looked surprised at the request. He stared intently, waiting to hear Jin-tae's next demand. It turned out Jin-tae wanted him to take care of the fired-up Yoram for a bit. BM asked about the identities of the two kids with Jin-tae. Meanwhile, Yoram was in a state of extreme excitement. Yujul hugged her stuffed bear close to Jin-tae, while he handed Yoram over to BM. Jul raised her bright blue eyes and looked around with curiosity. The girl's cuteness even drew a compliment from BM. Yoram asked curiously whether the man before her was truly the world's rank 2. She excitedly said she'd watched videos of him online, but was now seeing him in person for the first time. BM brushed his hair back and asked if he was prettier than she imagined, only to be shot down by Yoram, who said he looked like an unemployed gamer. She then tossed her head and asked whether he was stronger than Javier Karma. BM sneered, saying it had been a long time since he'd heard that name. In his memory appeared a burly blind hunter. BM wondered how he fared after being possessed by a demon. Yoram felt uneasy, breaking into a cold sweat at those horrific stories. BM walked toward the door, asserting that there were at least 5 people in the world stronger than Javier. And most importantly, he declared that he was stronger than all 5 of them combined. Hearing that, Yoram's eyes lit up. She thought her uncle was insanely cool. A hand pressed a touch panel to open the door. They entered a vast chamber used to measure the strength of Chimera. BM told Yoram to feel free to attack whenever she was ready. No sooner had he finished than Yoram darted forward like a red lightning bolt, throwing a powerful punch that was easily stopped. BM gently brushed her hand aside, smiling and saying there was no need to be so hasty. His gaze turned cold and sharp as he looked straight at the bloodthirsty little dragon. Yoram flipped in midair, drawing her sword to slash down from above at incredible speed. At the same time, Jin-tae carried Jul into the inner chamber deep underground. He walked down the stark white corridor, moving deeper into the heart of the maze. A hand reached out to touch a black mass speckled like starlight, like a spatial rift. Shadowy entities with long, spidery arms materialized around the armored knight and the mysterious girl. Jin-tae told them to stay and recuperate here until their condition stabilized. Jinny's eyes were pensive as he gazed ahead. Before him stood the Heaven Crystal, a relic he hadn't seen in a long time. The giant crystal radiated a soft, golden light, the pinnacle of ancient magical craftsmanship. That light forced anyone who touched it into a state of absolute bliss and satisfaction. Jin-tae looked at the crystal and thought to himself that the happiness it produced was ultimately an artificial product. He went on to tell how, in the past, a fierce fire dragon had been imprisoned here for a long time. Inside the crystal, the dragon from years ago appeared with eyes full of despair and pleading. That happiness experiment ultimately failed disastrously, leaving the victim begging for death. Yujul stood beside Jin-tae and, wide-eyed, let out an astonished wow at what she had just heard. The girl stared at the crystal so intently she drooled. Jin-tae snapped his fingers to bring her back to her senses and prepare to leave. The scene shifted to a modern penthouse at night, the surroundings eerily quiet. UBOM sat on the sofa with Jewel, and she quietly understood why the house had been so messy lately. Jewel wistfully asked if they'd ever see the janitor again, while Jin-tae confirmed they wouldn't for a while. Yuriam descended the stairs battered and covered in bandages, replying in a gruff, annoyed tone. Yuriam exploded in fury, shouting to get the janitor out, which made nearby Gul jump in fright. UBOM worriedly examined Yuriam's wounds, while Jin-tae silently thought she had been completely defeated by BM. Jewel puffed her cheeks in disapproval at her sister's attitude. On Yuriam's door hung a warning sign. Anyone who doesn't knock will be bitten. Yuriam lay sprawled on the floor of her room, panting with a vacant, stunned look in her eyes. She told herself she knew the outcome already, but she hadn't expected to be utterly defeated without even a chance to fight back. Looking at Jewel standing there, Yuriam bitterly realized the world was truly vast, and she was just a rookie soldier. The little dragon jerked up in surprise and yelled when Jewel suddenly appeared in her room. Yuriam irritably reminded her sister to knock before entering her room. Jewel was silent for a moment, then reminded her of the promise about opening the door while they were still in the maze. Jewel insisted Yuriam had promised to talk to Jin-tae if the girl opened the door in exchange for ramen and a ski trip. Yuriam sat up and asked if the girl was referring to what had happened earlier in the maze. She tried to correct her, saying she only promised to persuade him if the girl would step aside. Yuriam flopped back onto the floor, firmly declaring she wouldn't go have any talk with him. She told Jewel to go out and remember to turn off the lights, because she was in a really bad mood. Hearing that, Jewel began to tear up, looking at her sister with a painfully pitiful expression. Yuriam couldn't stand that look. Annoyed, she jumped up and asked what exactly the girl wanted her to say. In the end, she gave in and took Jewel's hand to go find Jin-tae. Jin-tae was working alone in the dark room. He turned when he heard a sound at the door. Yuriam stood in the doorway with a nonchalant expression, asking what Jin-tae actually wanted to say to her. Standing behind her sister, Jewel mustered her courage and hesitantly asked Jin-tae if he would be free tomorrow. The mop scraped across the tiled floor. A giant chimera was busy cleaning. Farther away, the mysterious researcher leisurely sipped his drink in a white lab coat. He looked at the half-empty bag of liquor and sighed, telling himself to drink less next time. Amber eyes behind glasses began calculating the true identity of the person he'd just encountered. He stared at the beaker, his mind circling back to the fact that Jin-tae possessed that rare wine from Arendot. He set the liquor bag on the table, convinced that Jin-tae was also a regressor like himself. An image of Jin-tae sitting coldly atop a pile of monster corpses surfaced. The man confirmed he was someone returned from Arendot. Seeing the dark circles under Jinny's eyes, he felt some sympathy for the fatigue of those who've lived many lives. His gaze sharpened. The giant chimera extended a hand and gave him something tiny. It was a black strand of hair. He was certain it belonged to Jin-tae. With the research data wiped out, he had nothing left to do but target Jin-tae. He smirked, considering the strand of hair a rather good parting gift. In another scene, little Yujul was stammering as she asked Jin-tae if he would be free tomorrow. Jin-tae pressed for details, which made the girl sweat even more. Jewel fidgeted and twisted, her face turning ashen from the tension. She pointed straight at Yuriam and said her sister had something to say. Yuriam stood next to her with a sullen face. Jin-tae told them to speak for themselves and not make Jewel do it. Yuriam huffed in annoyance. She turned away, muttering that it wasn't important anyway. Jin-tae rubbed Jewel's head reassuringly. The girl looked up at him with a worried expression. Yuriam suddenly regained a serious expression and looked Jin-tae straight in the eye. She curled a lip and began to make a suggestive proposal. Yuriam invited Jin-tae on a private date for just the two of them. Jewel, listening below, was absolutely stunned. The girl's spirits seemed to leave her. Her mouth hung open in disbelief. Jin-tae asked what Yuriam wanted to do tomorrow, whether she wanted to fight BM again. She stretched and said no. Go hang out with that blue-haired kid instead. Yuriam turned her back and walked out of the room, gripping the doorknob. Before leaving, She softened and told Jin-tae to stop by later because she had something extremely important to discuss. The two of them watched her dragon-like figure go, bewildered. Jin-tae turned to ask Jewel where she wanted to go the next day. The girl shyly touched her fingers together and murmured that she wanted to go skiing. And so the two of them found themselves in the high, snowbound Himalayas. Majestic white peaks rose against the clear blue sky. Jin-tae and Jewel sat on a sled, hurtling down a steep slope. Jewel rode in front, shouting with excitement in Jinty's protective arms. The sled skimmed over rocky outcrops, the speed whipping wind across their faces. They sped on through a blizzard of white snow. At one high drop, the sled flew into the air and landed with a silky smooth touchdown. Jin-tae kept a composed expression as he steered the sled down. Jewel's eyes lit up. She had never been this happy. The sled tore through the thick snow, leaving long trails across the mountainside. Their speed never slackened. They raced on through the vast expanse. On a flat stretch, Jewel was still crawling on the sled, giggling. Jin-tae knelt and asked if she was scared. She simply said she was having a lot of fun. Jewel sat in the snow, whining that her legs wouldn't obey her anymore. Jin-tae stepped forward and picked her up, saying they still had to climb further up the mountain. Jin-tae put Jewel on his shoulders and asked if that felt better. But the girl accidentally covered Jinny's eyes with both hands, leaving him unable to see the path ahead. The child innocently asked what would happen if she covered his nose. Jin-tae could only reply that then he wouldn't be able to breathe. Jewel giggled and reached to cover his mouth too, completing the set. Night fell, and the two stopped at a small wooden hut in the snowy forest to warm up. An empty pot and clean bowls and chopsticks had been set out. Jewel collapsed on the floor, patting her belly, saying she was full, while Jin-tae tidied up the pile of instant noodle wrappers. The girl had eaten all 20 packets by herself. Jewel stealthily crawled closer to Jin-tae with a scheming look in her eyes. She reached out her tiny hands, intending to do something to Jinny's feet. He glanced down and caught the child in the act of trying to take off his socks. Jin-tae asked straight out what she was about to do, startling Jewel into freezing. He warned that the socks were dirty and not toys. Jewel, hearing this, drooped and bowed her head. Jin-tae then asked if she meant to take a strand of hair, since he had given one last time. The girl mumbled a confirmation, her face looking terribly remorseful. Jewel mumbled an apology, clasping her hands tightly on her knees. She looked up at Jin-tae with teary eyes, utterly pitiful. Jin-tae sighed softly, watching the remorseful child. He raised his hand to his head and decisively plucked out a strand of his hair. Jin-tae placed the strand of hair into Jewel's palm, warning that this was the last time he'd give one like that. He ruffled her hair and told her that from now on, she should tell him directly what she wants, not go through the sisters. No matter how busy he was, he'd make time for her. Jewel beamed with joy and happily agreed. The fire crackled in the hearth, bringing a cozy warmth to the small hut. Night fell. Jewel hugged her teddy bear and went to sleep, still smiling contentedly. In her dream, an ancient memory seemed to arise within the young blue dragon. Jin-tae watched her sleep deeply, quietly calculating the time. He wondered if today might be the day. It was the day a lamb tribe hatchling would receive the revelation from its ancestors. Each dragon clan has its own inclinations to discover its purpose in life. For example, the Green Dragon clan are lovers of the arts and often become skilled artisans. Then there's the Gold Dragon clan, those who yearn to wander the continents and become guardian deities for all beings. And the Red Dragon clan, fervent warriors who constantly seek glory in battle. The Scarlet Warriors charge into war with destructive power and iron will. However, the Blue Dragon clan had no specific path laid out for them beforehand. Exactly 80 days after birth, they would receive direct instructions from the ancestral dragon. It was an ancestral will bound by blood, entrusting a mission to each tiny individual. Tiny Jewel stood in the center of the spiritual realm, her deep blue eyes flashing with determination in the face of an inevitable destiny. A massive blue dragon of supreme majesty materialized right in front of her. Its brilliantly glowing eyes pierced deep into Jewel's mind. The great blue dragon called out, "My daughter," kicking off a mysterious new chapter in the youngest one's life. Jewel was floating in a deep, blue watery space when a voice suddenly echoed, calling her his daughter. Even though she was hearing this voice for the first time, it gave the little girl a very warm and familiar feeling. A massive blue dragon appeared, its scales and fins glowing brilliantly in the deep water. Jewel stared blankly at the great creature before her, softly muttering, "Grandpa." The great blue dragon looked at his little granddaughter and told her he understood her heart just as she understood his. He noted that Jewel seemed to be living a very happy life right now. The little girl smiled and nodded in agreement, admitting that she was indeed feeling very happy at the moment. The great blue dragon gave a gentle smile, saying it was all thanks to someone who sincerely wished for her happiness. Then he turned the question back on her, asking if she wanted to do the same for that person. To do that, he told Jewel there was an important task she needed to carry out. The dragon's eyes narrowed with utter seriousness as he warned that a long, dark night was about to fall. In that darkness, some would fall, and they might never be able to pull themselves back up again. He instructed her that when the time came, Jewel had to use her own 2 hands to protect what was most precious. Hearing this, Jewel anxiously clutched her hem, worried because she didn't have any strength at all. But the ancestor insisted that didn't matter. The thing that decided everything was the will in her heart. A glowing finger gently touched the little girl's chest as if passing down a sacred message. The great blue dragon manifested in the form of a man with long blue hair, telling her to think carefully about how to protect the one she loved. Only when her determination was great enough to pierce through the darkness would Jewel and the people important to her be able to smile. The words, "I know you can do it," faded as his figure dissolved into the deep water. Jewel squeezed her tiny fists tight, etching the advice she had just received into her mind. The little girl's eyes blazed with determination as she promised herself that she would absolutely protect what mattered to her. The scenery shifted, returning to the modern city under a clear blue sky. At the cafe, in coffee, Jin-tae was having a meeting to talk about work. Wai Yunju sat across from Jin-tae, apologizing for not being more proactive in the incident involving Prototype X. Jin-tae casually took a sip of his coffee and asked if she had found any more information on the organization Invisibility. Yunju asked him if he remembered anything about the Malaysia's ball, and Jin-tae confirmed that he did. It was an extremely rare, large-scale S+ rank dungeon, whose location was incredibly difficult to detect. Every single room inside this dungeon harbored unpredictable dangers. Its danger level was ranked among the absolute worst, to the point where even top-tier hunters had to wager their lives just to step inside. Yunju announced that the location for Lair's year-end event had been set right at this Malaysia's ball. The Invisibility organization plotted to use the cadets there to create 100 new demons. Their goal was also to push Wyan into the position of supreme leader. Jin-tae fell into thought, realizing this was a method of operation he hadn't seen in any of his previous regressions. Yunju handed over a stack of documents, mentioning that there was a lot of talk within the organization about the person who destroyed Prototype X. A wanted poster appeared showing Jinty's silhouette, offering a massive bounty for the name X. With a price tag of 15 high-grade mana stones, Jin-tae remarked that they were certainly willing to spend, but since they didn't know his real identity, he wasn't worried. He told Yunju to sort things out on the Russian side, and then keep staying close to observe Wyan. Yunju nodded to accept the order, but then she glanced behind her with a slightly flustered look. Jin-tae also noticed something strange, so he turned around and asked why Jewel was acting like that. It turned out the tiny bodyguard Jewel was loudly slurping her drink through a straw, glaring daggers at Yunju because she considered her a suspicious woman. Right in the middle of their conversation, the watch on Jinny's wrist suddenly vibrated, signaling a new notification. It was a message sent from the Lair Academic Affairs Office. After receiving the important notification, Jin-tae glanced at his watch to start his routine work session. He announced the Guardian consultation session, making the 3 girls sitting on the sofa look very surprised. An official notice from Lair had been sent down, and Jin-tae planned to hold individual chats with each of them. The baby dragon Jewel, wearing a super cool suit, wanted to join in too, but Yuriam quickly brushed her off and told the kid to stay out of it. To snag the first slot, Yuriam quickly stepped forward and grabbed Jinny's arm to lock it in. She gave a playful wink, begging him to prioritize doing her consultation first. As Yuriam started, BOM and Gul waited outside with pretty resigned expressions, while little Jewel remained completely serious. Jinte sat down, opened the file, and asked if there was anything bothering Urium lately. He focused on listening so he could note down any important psychological shifts in the Red Dragon Girl. Urium looked down, confessing in a low voice that she felt really weak. Jinte thought she was upset over her loss against BM, but he advised her not to lose heart because that old guy was absurdly strong. But the problem was that Urium had just won a sparring match against the upperclassmen. Yet she didn't feel happy at all. She felt like she hadn't won using the strength of a normal human, and that made her feel insecure. The agony was clear on her face as she recalled the moment her original dragon power surged inside her. Jinte realized right away that she had secretly used mana from her dragon heart, a major taboo while the dragon daughters were in the human realm. He listened in silence as Urium blamed herself for acting stupidly just to satisfy her own ego. Looking deep into her eyes, Jinte affirmed that Urium was actually very strong and would go much further in the future. He reminded her that her very existence carried a supreme power of absolute dominance that no one could deny. However, trying to skip hundreds of years of training in an instant was an act that went against the natural order. Jinte asked her bluntly if she was ready to accept all the consequences just to become stronger right away. After a moment of thought, she affirmed that to her, living happily in the present was the most important thing. Brushing aside her melancholy, Urium looked at Jinte with eyes full of resolve and trust. Jinte nodded in understanding and put pen to paper to write down the most crucial points of their chat. He stood up and promised that as soon as vacation started, the two of them would train together to raise her strength. Not just talking big, Jinte decided he would personally teach and train this stubborn girl. He would show her how to become truly strong without having to break any rules. Jinte's sudden offer left Urium stunned for a few seconds out of pure surprise. To hide her embarrassment, she pouted and said she had never asked him to teach her anyway. Urium burst out laughing, teasing Jinte by asking if he wanted to take her on as his prized disciple. Jinte silently wrote in the file that Urium was the type to always act tough just to hide her lack of self-confidence. The next one to walk in was Gul, who excitedly asked if she needed to prepare anything special. She claimed she was still doing great with her studies and making a lot of new friends, and that her school life was completely fine. Seeing Jinte about to call the next person, Gul quickly said she had something important to ask. The Yellow Dragon Girl expressed her desire to participate in work trips to military bases just like the other cadets. Jinte asked for the reason, and Gul said she wanted to go volunteer to meet more new people and broaden her horizons. In her head, she was imagining a scene where she shined brilliantly on a performance stage to the cheers of the soldiers. Seeing Jinte fall silent, Gul gave an awkward laugh and asked if she had just made a totally ridiculous request. Jinte made a note and said he would consider it carefully once her plan became more specific and clear. He thought to himself that her desire for attention and excitement was definitely an unmistakable trait of the Gold Dragon clan. Looking at the folder, Jinte noticed there was only one last consultation session left to complete his task. UBOM walked into the room with a calm demeanor and her usual gentle smile on her lips, ready for the chat. Jinte started by asking how Bomb's life was going, and she shared about her classes and taking care of the other dragon sisters. Ubom smiled and suggested creative activities like drawing or writing, then asked Jinte if he felt like he was lacking anything himself. Jinte kept his cool attitude and said he was fine, while Bomb kept pressing him about how he had been doing lately. Seeing that Jinte had no particular reaction, BOM kept digging deeper into the issue by repeating her question about his secret desires. Ginny's eyes showed a brief flash of contemplation when faced with the somewhat excessive concern from the Green Dragon Girl. The words love suddenly surfaced like a loaded hint about what Jinte might actually be missing. Bomb abruptly leaned down close to Ginny's face, using a piece of yellow paper to cover her lips as she looked at him with a deeply teasing gaze. She tilted her head, her emerald eyes sparkling with anticipation for an honest answer from her guardian. The evening sun beamed through the penthouse window, looking peaceful on the outside, but a storm was definitely brewing. UBOM giggled mysteriously, while Jin-tae started to smell trouble and told her she should stop. The guy kept his deadpan expression, but inside he was probably screaming from being pestered by this girl. The pretty lady didn't listen, going right ahead and plopping down onto Jinny's lap, completely ignoring his reminder that they were in the middle of a counseling session. Jin-tae complained about his knees hurting, while BOM sat there casually scribbling on the files like a real professional. She pouted sulkily, saying she only wanted to be close to him like this, and yet she was getting kicked out. In a massive room, the two of them kept wrestling back and forth, one pushing forward while the other kept dodging. Baum even boldly claimed that the two of them should have been this intimate a long time ago. Jin-tae could only look away, trying to keep a cool head against her relentless offensive. Seeing him flustered, she pushed even further, leaning her face in close and making the guy flinch back. But because he backed up too much, the swivel chair suddenly lost its balance and started to tip backward. A sharp thud echoed, signaling a pretty bad ending to this teasing session. The two of them tumbled onto the floor, with Baum landing flat on top of Jin-tae in an incredibly awkward position. Jin-tae lay there frozen, staring at the ceiling, while BOM took the opportunity to ask him straight to his face whether he saw her as a burden or as a woman. But then she suddenly froze, the mischievous smile from earlier vanishing, replaced by utter embarrassment. Baum's face flushed bright red like a tomato, and she looked down because she suddenly realized she had gone a bit too far. In that split second, a dark premonition about the demon Hasegawa flashed through her mind like a bad omen. Right at the critical moment, the youngest, Joel, appeared out of nowhere at the door, freezing for a few seconds at the sight before her. The innocent little girl asked what kind of racket the two of them were making down on the floor. Jin-tae quickly tried to clear his name, saying Baum had suddenly jumped on him out of nowhere, that he didn't do anything. BOM quickly slapped a hand over Ginny's mouth and laughed it off, saying she was just playing a little prank on him for fun. Seeing her older sister get counseled that way, Jules' face started to fall because she felt left out. The little kid dropped a line that made both of them want to faint, saying she wanted to do that too. With a determined face and sparkling eyes, Jules demanded that Jin-tae counsel her right this second. Jin-tae was speechless looking at the youngest, while BOM stood to the side giggling, knowing she had accidentally planted a seed of jealousy in the kid's head. Sensing that the situation was getting dicey, Baum quickly slipped away to cook dinner, leaving those two to sort things out themselves. The moment she stepped out of the room, Baum's expression instantly turned gloomy, as if she was terrified of what she had just seen in her vision. Inside the room, Jin-tae could only reluctantly sit down on the floor to begin an unintentional consultation session for the youngest girl. Meanwhile, the media was exploding with news about the S+ ranked dungeon raid event called Malaysia's Ball. Professor Wyan appeared looking powerful on television to announce the plan for this massive campaign. A question was raised about whether letting the cadets participate in such a dangerous mission was too reckless. With a confident smile, she asserted that the strength of this year's cadets had increased many times over compared to the past. A series of emblems from top guilds and clans flashed on screen, promising an incredibly fierce struggle for positions. Wyan emphasized that they had invested a massive amount of financial resources and effort to ensure this event was a complete success. In the offices, reporters and staff were frantically typing away to update the hottest news. The professor concluded her speech with ambitious, glowing red eyes, hiding a dark conspiracy behind the event. Elsewhere, Kwok Pan-wai was angrily watching the news broadcast on the TV screen in an incredibly foul mood. He gnashed his teeth in rage, his arm in a cast, a bitter consequence of his loss against Jin-tae. His assistant Hashimoto, standing nearby, couldn't help but wonder about her superior's sudden strictness this time. Pan-wai squeezed his fist tight, shifting all the blame onto the guy codenamed X, who had completely ruined his entire plan. He told himself that as long as he got through this rough patch, everything would go back to normal. Looking at Wyan on the screen, Pan-wai fantasized about the day she took the throne and how he would get to share in the glory. Kwok Pan-wai was bragging to Hashimoto about the preparations for the Malaysia's Ball event. Seeing that she seemed eager for gossip, Pan-wai suddenly remembered this was classified information and told her to act like she hadn't heard anything. But Hashimoto wasn't about to give up. She turned on the charm and pleaded, swearing her lips were completely sealed. With a fake sweet smile and sparkling eyes, she quickly melted the assistant Panhwa's heart. Panhwa flushed bright red. Truly, even heroes can't resist a pretty face, and his resolve was starting to waver. In the end, he finally spilled the beans, but didn't forget to warn her absolutely not to blab to anyone. The classified info was absolutely shocking. 2 Calamity-class demons and 1 Disaster-class demon would be attending the gala. Powerful entities with glowing red eyes and overwhelming bloodlust were slowly revealing themselves. One of them was none other than Lord Hasegawa, a name that sent shivers down anyone's spine. Right in the middle of the story, Panhwa's phone rang, and he quickly took off, leaving the girl sitting there all by herself. Only Hashimoto was left behind, her sweet expression from moments ago vanishing instantly, replaced by a razor-sharp glare. She bit her lips slightly, her face filled with calculation as if she had just bagged a juicy piece of prey. It turned out she was a spy. Hashimoto secretly reported the situation, stating that she had obtained the necessary information. Her cold expression showed that the date, just now, was nothing more than a total act. Shifting back to the penthouse, Gul and Jul were lying flat on the floor, studying chickens through a book. Seeing Jin-tae about to head out, Gul's eyes lit up like high beams, and she didn't forget to tell him to remember to buy fried chicken for her. Jin-tae appeared in an incredibly elegant black suit and a long trench coat, exuding the aura of a gentleman. Our 2 little girls were completely dazzled, freezing for a few seconds in front of the old uncle's fresh new look. Gul innocently asked if he was about to attend someone's wedding since he was dressed up so sharply. But responding to that excitement was Jin-tae's cold gaze as he told her he was attending a funeral. The 2 kids stared blankly at each other, not understanding what a funeral was for it to sound so serious. The sunset fell over the penthouse, signaling that a long, turbulent night was about to begin. Jin-tae strode through the crowded plaza. The funeral clothes he wore seemingly separating him from the bustling world around him. Painful memories suddenly rushed back. The image of a girl with a bleeding wound made his heart tighten. He recalled the sight of himself screaming in despair in a pool of blood, a past he never wanted to repeat. And also the disgusting smile of the old man Hasegawa, the mastermind behind every tragedy he had to endure. Jin-tae gnashed his teeth, a chilling bloodlust radiating from him as the name Hasegawa etched deep into his mind. The surrounding crowd started to buzz with chatter about a beautiful girl who was standing in the middle of the plaza waiting for someone. They wondered out of curiosity what kind of tycoon that absolute stunner named UBOM was waiting for to be dressed so luxuriously. UBOM stood there in a glamorous black dress, layered with a highly elegant white blazer, drawing every single eye. The moment she caught sight of Jin-tae's familiar silhouette, her eyes instantly brightened. BOM hopped up and down, waving her hand in sheer excitement, completely ignoring the attention of everyone around her. She ran over pouting, blaming Jin-tae for making her wait so long, feeling both embarrassed and sorry for herself. Then Bomb spun around, excitedly asking if this outfit matched his tone and if it looked good on her. Seeing Jin-tae still keeping a straight face, BOM started to turn on the cute charms to soften the atmosphere. Jin-tae sighed, ordering BOM to go back home immediately because he didn't want her getting wrapped up in this dangerous matter. He anticipated that she would argue back, that she would say he definitely needed her help this time. Bomb's jaw dropped in shock because her inner thoughts had been read perfectly as she was about to say the exact same words he just guessed. Jin-tae continued to read her play, saying she would say that if he kept going alone, the timid UBOM would be left behind, and then she would sit there crying all night, waiting for him to return, just like a sappy movie script. Bone silently looked at Jin-tae, seemingly not expecting him to understand her psychology so thoroughly. But Jin-tae wasn't joking. He asserted that he was about to go kill people and that he wasn't some kind of good person. Jin-tae bluntly warned her that everything coming up would be very brutal and far from clean, and he didn't want her to witness those things with her own eyes. He demanded that she quickly go back, but UBOM turned the question back on him, asking if he understood the feeling of living in a clan like hers. BOM explained that living in that clan meant having to see destiny, and the feeling of helplessness when you couldn't do anything to change it was truly horrible. She recounted a heartbreaking destiny she had just seen yesterday. An autistic child killed the mother who had taken care of him for 20 years. It was a cruel tragedy that she could only watch in despair, unable to intervene or save anything. BOM gently placed her hand on Jinny's arm, affirming that no matter what, she still wanted to be by his side and help him. She desperately wanted to support Jin-tae, just like the way he had saved that woman before. Jin-tae let out a weary sigh, seemingly starting to feel swayed by the girl's determination and sincerity. In the end, he finally agreed, but didn't forget to threaten that if she caused even a single bit of trouble, he would kick her back home right away. Hearing that, Bomb's face instantly lit up, and she happily replied, "Yes, sir," as if she had just won a major victory. The story paused there and shifted scenes to Kyoto, Japan. The city of Kyoto at night appeared with high-rise buildings packed close together, harboring dark secrets that were slowly coming to light. Inside a luxurious room, a henchman bowed his head and reported to Lord Hasegawa that all preparations for the plan were complete. A powerful hand reached out to take a black fedora, exuding a mysterious and highly dangerous vibe. That was Hasegawa, a calamity-class demon with glowing red eyes and a horrifying smile, and he was eagerly anticipating the upcoming fun. Kyoto during a late afternoon. The ancient city appeared under a brilliant sunset, but carried an incredibly mysterious feeling. At the center, a modern skyscraper was shining brightly, serving as the venue for a grand event of the high society. Inside the banquet hall, the atmosphere was extremely lively with elegant guests raising their glasses. The sound of the elevator chimed, signaling the arrival of someone new. Jin-tae and BOM walked out in elegant, pitch-black attire. BOM was a bit struck with awe, her emerald eyes widening at this extravagance. Under the gorgeous chandeliers, couples were guiding each other to the melodious rhythm of a waltz. The surrounding crowd was full of aristocratic faces, completely absorbed in business small talk and multi-billion-won contracts. The two of them casually made their way into the main hall, blending themselves into this vain world to begin their mission. BOM softly whispered to Jin-tae. It turned out this was the place where he would have to engage in a life-or-death battle. Even though she had seen it beforehand through her heavenly destiny ability, she still felt overwhelmed because this place looked nothing like a battlefield. Jin-tae coldly reminded her not to let her guard down, because they were standing right in the middle of the enemy's den. BOM scanned her surroundings, noticing that the guests here seemed to be just normal humans rather than demons. Out of nowhere, a glamorous blonde woman stepped up to strike up a conversation with Jin-tae, recognizing him as a completely fresh face. She curiously asked which prestigious family he belonged to. The woman gave a highly meaningful smile, her gaze unable to hide her interest in Jin-tae's cold exterior. He casually replied that he was from the Konosuk family. Hearing this, she was astonished because that was a highly powerful ninja clan. She laughed delightfully, not expecting that mysterious family to have such a handsome man. Meanwhile, another man started to approach Bomb as well. This woman then extended an invitation for Jin-tae to dance, but he decisively refused for the simple reason that he didn't know how to dance. Yet she remained highly persistent, even confidently claiming that she could lead him in this dance. Right at that moment, BOM reached out her hand to hold onto Jin-tae, decisively cutting off the woman's pestering. Jin-tae turned in slight surprise to look at his partner, who was rescuing him. BOM flashed a bright but loaded smile, declaring that Jin-tae had already agreed to be her dance partner beforehand. Getting caught off guard and blindsided like that, the blonde woman froze, her face showing clear annoyance and jealousy. She turned around and stormed off in a huff, not forgetting to grumble about how rude the two of them were. Once it was just the two of them left, BOM softly asked Jin-tae if they actually had a dance. She even subtly brought up the fact that the two of them had taken a dance class together before. Looking around, everyone was pairing up to dance with great enthusiasm. BOM figured they needed to blend in completely to avoid raising suspicion, and so she decided to ask him to give a shot with her. BOM slightly lifted the hem of her black dress, performing a highly elegant and graceful greeting gesture. Jin-tae looked at the girl, seemingly understanding that this was the best way to maintain their cover right now. He extended his black-gloved hand to take hers, ready to step into the dance. The appearance of this couple on the dance floor immediately got the surrounding guests gossiping out of curiosity. A few girls standing nearby whispered in jealousy at BOM's beauty, while that man from earlier couldn't take his eyes off. Someone even had the idea to wait for them to finish dancing to go strike up a conversation with the handsome Jin-tae. In the middle of the splendid banquet hall, the two began to glide along to the music, looking perfectly in sync like a true high society couple. BOM smiled and teased Jin-tae that his dancing skills had significantly improved, suggesting he must have been secretly practicing alone. Jin-tae maintained his deadpan expression, asserting that he had absolutely no time to play around. He asked if BOM sensed anything out of the ordinary. The girl replied that the people here didn't seem like demons or brainwashed victims, but the atmosphere was still very strange. BOM questioned him about the target they were hunting. Jin-tae revealed that the target was someone who always hid behind the guise of an artist and loved playing music. Right at that moment, a low voice echoed from right behind them, calling out the exact fake identity Jin-tae had just made up. An old man with a mysterious smile appeared, introducing himself as Hasegawa, the host of this gala. He casually shook Jin-tae's hand, apologizing for interrupting their private moment, and then curiously asked about the identity of the beautiful girl standing next to him. BOM bowed slightly with great grace, introducing herself as Haru, the personal secretary to the second young master of the Konosuk family. She followed up with flattering compliments, saying she had long heard of Mr. Hasegawa's illustrious reputation and his soul-stirring compositions. Hasegawa smiled with satisfaction, while BOM secretly grabbed Jinny's sleeve, creating an intimate atmosphere right before the old man's eyes. BOM even added a cheesy line, saying she and her boss also wanted to turn into a pair of beautiful butterflies to immerse themselves in tonight's party. The old man laughed out loud, praising the two of them as truly a match made in heaven, and even wished her a speedy path to becoming a true lady of that prestigious family. Jin-tae, his face still deadpan, softly whispered to ask if she was overacting a bit too much. A subordinate suddenly stepped forward to report that all preparations for Lord Hasegawa's performance were complete. BOM looked visibly thrilled, saying she couldn't wait any longer to enjoy his artistry. Hasegawa replied with humility before starting. The instant the old man turned away, BOM's gaze immediately turned sharp and cold, and she asked Jin-tae if he planned to send the old guy off for good today. Jin-tae looked at the targets retreating back, explaining that the old man was an immortal, so taking him down wasn't as simple as she thought. He would always resurrect after dying. It was just a matter of time before he could make his return. Jindy's gaze was pensive as he revealed that the duration of that period was a whopping 10 years. He said that if BOM weren't here holding him back, he probably would have leveled this extravagant place along with that old man right away. Jin-tae figured 10 years was enough to put an end to his annoying existence, so completely eradicating him wasn't necessary right now. But BOM reminded him that he himself had said her presence was necessary for this mission. Jin-tae remained silent for a moment and then nodded, admitting that he understood what she was trying to say. Up on the stage, an announcement echoed, signaling the start of the performance with Liszt's masterpiece, La Campanella. Jin-tae instructed BOM that the party would only last until tomorrow, so they had to make use of every single second to take action. BOM's eyes suddenly became filled with resolve, and she swore that she would absolutely find a way to finish off this old man today. On the stage, Hasegawa had taken his seat, his demeanor no different from that of a true musical maestro. He smiled triumphantly, preparing to begin his show. The piano music rang out, but hidden behind it were bizarre, glowing red notes that began to spread throughout the entire space. Night fell over Kyoto, yet the skyscraper remained shining brightly like a lighthouse in the middle of the quiet city. Inside the deserted hotel corridor, only the faint sound of footsteps echoed on the red carpet. Suddenly, BOM stumbled and sank down, her face pale with intense pain, forcing Jin-tae to quickly check on her. She clutched her chest, her breathing heavy as she confessed that she felt incredibly nauseous. Jinte looked at her with worried eyes, softly calling her name out of genuine concern. He told her that if she couldn't bear it anymore, she should head back, as it still wasn't too late. BOM tried to steady herself, explaining that this was the first time she had ever heard such a disgusting piece of music filled with foul energy. Jinte turned away thoughtfully, as if the old man's piano playing was still lingering and haunting his mind. He said this place was too filthy and evil. It truly wasn't meant for someone like her. Illusions of glowing red notes materialized like a warning, and Jinte asserted that a kid like Baum shouldn't be facing these things. He questioned why she stubbornly insisted on throwing herself into this place just to be forced to see such horrible sights. BOM bowed her head in silence, her sorrowful eyes staring into the empty void. She softly said that if she hadn't come, Jinte would probably have to fight all alone in this defiled world forever. Her words left Jinte stunned, as he hadn't expected her to care about him that much. The next morning, the sound of a door opening signaled a new day with highly tense developments ahead. BOM stepped out with a completely fresh look, full of determination as she asserted that she hadn't just sat there shivering all night. She smiled with a bloodthirsty aura, declaring that today would be the final performance of the old man Hasegawa's life. Down in the auditorium, the old man was already seated by the piano, preparing to play his enchanting sounds before the crowd. The announcer's voice rang out, introducing an original piece composed by the man himself, the third movement of E. The entire auditorium erupted into crisp rounds of applause as Hasegawa began his performance, completely unaware of the disaster about to strike. Hasegawa's skeletal hands glided skillfully over the piano keys, creating mesmerizing harmonies that enveloped the entire hall. The audience below seemed hypnotized. Some burst into tears from pure emotion, marveling that this was a beautiful melody akin to a dream. Jinte stood at a distance watching with an indifferent face, softly asking BOM if she was truly ready for what was coming. He lowered his voice to remind her to brace herself mentally, because the upcoming scene would be more horrifying than anything she could imagine. Jinte casually released his grip, letting the wine glass he was holding fall freely onto the floor. An ear-piercing shatter rang out as glass fragments sprayed everywhere, cutting right through the melodious rhythm of the music. Instantly, the atmosphere turned spine-chilling as the eyes of the entire audience suddenly glowed with a bizarre emerald green light, looking completely possessed. Dozens of soulless, murderous glares simultaneously locked onto the two of them, creating a crushing pressure. BOM and Jinte stood in the center of the encirclement of human puppets, calmly facing this abnormal transformation. Hasegawa roared in sheer fury, his face distorting into a demonic expression with bloodshot eyes as he screamed to know who dared to have the audacity to ruin his cherished performance. The audience began to shriek as the glowing red notes seemed to suffocate the atmosphere. They twisted their bodies in a sickening manner, their mouths gaping open to emit bizarre noises. In the midst of that zombie crowd, Jinte and BOM still stood tall, facing the madness that was taking over. Looking at the humans around her, BOM realized a chilling truth. None of them possessed life anymore. Jinte casually confirmed it, stating that these were actually just soulless corpses. He further explained that the entire audience sitting here were merely toys, puppets that Hasegawa had constructed from dead bodies. BOM smiled with complete confidence, asserting that as a dragon daughter, there was no way she could mistake this. It turned out that earlier, the girl had sensed something unusual when touching these elegant guests. A surge of brilliant blue energy radiated from her hand, exposing the truth hidden beneath the human facade. BOM was certain that an artificial life pulse was operating inside them, and it only became clearly exposed when that artist guy began to play music. The audience laughed and clapped, but their eyes were terrifyingly hollow and vacant. The horrifying truth stood exposed. The only thing truly alive on the bodies of these corpses was the pairs of ears attached to them. Jinte curled his lip in disdain, exposing Hasegawa's perverted hobby of collecting real human ears. That mad artist meticulously sewed every pair of ears onto the corpses, creating an ideal audience that knew only how to worship his music. Jin-tae thought to himself that he had been too impatient in his previous lives, killing him before he could discover this secret. Turning back to the discussion, Ubom questioned his immortality and brought up the catalyst used by those who form contracts with demons. The girl drew a picture of a demon on paper to illustrate the law of cause and effect when selling one's soul. According to her, if a demon failed to achieve its purpose after transformation, they would have to undergo a process of molting. Ubom excitedly made a suggestion, her eyes sparkling as if she had found a solution. Jin-tae agreed, but first he needed to force that guy to expose what he was hiding. He fell into thought, calculating as darkness shrouded his cold face. In the end, Jin-tae decided to act according to the plan Ubom had laid out. Back in the auditorium, Hasegawa took his hands off the keys, looking disappointed that he couldn't find anyone with ears that knew how to listen. He exposed his true demonic nature with glowing red eyes, howling in rage as his sacred performance was interrupted. He ordered his minions to sever the ears of the ones who dared to disturb him immediately. The living dead lunged forward like starving beasts, while Hasegawa stood at a distance, directing the massacre. Surrounded on all sides, Ubom looked at Jin-tae and asked if this was the brutal world he always faced. Jin-tae nodded in confirmation, and the girl gently closed her eyes as if she had made up her mind. A surge of emerald green power began to radiate from Ubom's body. She wanted to understand more about the world of the man beside her. The walking dead pounced, but the girl was ready to fight instead of just standing behind to be protected. The monstrous entities were blasted backward by a massive, invisible pressure. Ubom stood there, her blue hair fluttering along with a powerful surge of magic energy that was violently rising. The girl spoke up, delivering a sentence to the souls destined to rot and decay. Brilliant rune magic circles surfaced, carrying the authority of ordainment. A massive magic formation glowed brightly beneath their feet, forcing everything in the vicinity to drop to its knees. It was an overwhelming source of power, causing the entire auditorium space to tremble. The corpses were bound tightly by magical chains, unable to budge even a single millimeter. Even Hasegawa didn't escape it, his face contorting in astonishment at this authority. Dragon scales appeared on Ubom's cheeks. She was casting her ultimate skill, the destiny of life. The girl's gaze was razor-sharp as she declared she would handle all of these puppets, so Jin-tae would be free to take action. Jin-tae looked at her with complete trust, then immediately turned toward his main target. He dashed off like a dark streak of death, while the living dead were completely pinned down by the dragon daughter's magic. Despite being bound tightly by the brilliant blue magic circles, Hasegawa still struggled in vain. He hissed through his teeth, unable to comprehend what kind of wicked magic was restricting him. Hasegawa roared frantically, thinking this measly bit of magic couldn't possibly do anything to him. But the demonic energy was too violent, causing Ubom to start burning out, and the dragon scales on her cheeks began to fade. Seeing Ubom falter, Jin-tae thought to himself that the girl was still too young to suppress a demon like Hasegawa all on her own. The corpses seized the opportunity to rush forward, shrieking disgustingly right in front of Jinny's face. In an instant, Jin-tae swung his blade, creating dark flashes of light that sliced through space, blasting away anyone blocking his path. His face was cold as he looked straight at Hasegawa, who was howling because his show had been ruined. Hasegawa's hands clawed the air, unable to accept that someone dared to look down on his melody. He threatened to cut off both of their ears to attach to his loyal puppets, turning them into part of his eternal audience. With a twisted smile and glowing red eyes, Hasegawa promised absolute silence for this gift. Instantly, he activated his molting state, draining the energy from the puppets to boost his own strength. Jin-tae calmly observed that sickening transformation, recognizing that this was Hasegawa's final trump card. The magic shattered, and Ubom collapsed onto the floor, exhausted in the face of the massive wave of malice. The girl panted, apologizing for being unable to maintain the magic any longer. Eugene gently reassured her that this was already more than enough. Ubom looked up at him with eyes full of absolute trust. He stepped forward, his right hand enveloped in a pitch-black, chilling mist, preparing to end it all. In the middle of the ruined auditorium, Eugene's silhouette radiated a terrifying bloodlust. Hasegawa lunged madly, screaming about the arrogance of those who dared to whisper in his presence. He considered their existence nothing but a bunch of useless noise insulting art. Ubom anxiously called out his name as the demon closed in. Hasegawa laughed gleefully, gloating because he thought he was about to punish the insolent fool. He bellowed that the performance was sacred and no one had the right to stop it. He brought up the laws of ancient Egypt to justify his brutal act of cutting off ears. He casually grabbed a corpse by the hair, viewing it as proof of the uselessness of ears that didn't know how to listen. Eugene calmly walked through the resurrecting corpses, the pitch-black sword in his hand vibrating slightly. He delivered the bitterest insult, calling his entire performance nothing but absolute garbage. His ego deeply wounded, Hasegawa shrieked, cursing Eugene as a true demon. In a flash, a dark streak of light gleamed, and Hasegawa's head parted from his neck. The slash was so clean and decisive that the demon's body remained standing upright for a good while afterward. The power from the strike was so immense that it shook the entire high-rise building. Ubom witnessed the brutal scene that had just unfolded before her eyes in utter shock. Hasegawa's eyes were still wide open in complete bewilderment as his head tumbled to the floor. The head rolled around in a pool of murky black blood, putting an end to the madness of a self-proclaimed artist. Eugene stood there, looking down at his enemy with a cold gaze that lacked even a single ripple of emotion. He coldly declared that his little playtime ended right here. Hasegawa's body collapsed heavily, the headless corpse looking completely pathetic. The white-haired old man's head rolled across the floor, blood splattering everywhere. Eugene casually walked over and stepped on the head as if it were a broken toy. He looked down coldly at the enemy beneath his feet, completely unfazed by the horrific sight. In the distance, Ubom watched in utter shock as the enemy was taken down in a single, clean slash. Her jaw dropped, and cold sweat began to pour down her cheeks from sheer disbelief. The moment Bohem called out, "Mr." Eugene immediately reassured her that this kind of freak wouldn't die that easily. The head beneath his foot began to let out weird, raspy chuckles. Hasegawa realized that this power went far beyond the understanding of ordinary superhumans. He grinned from ear to ear, claiming that Eugene was the X he had been searching for all this time. Eugene asked him flat out what his goal was. Did he want to slay demons or bring world peace? But he also shut him down right away, saying that the dying usually talked too much, before exposing the fact that the old man had signed a contract with the Abyss as a sick performer. His immortal power was actually a gift from Amarbarka, the Lord of the Abyss. Shocked that Eugene knew his secrets so well, Hasegawa asked what his true identity was. He only responded with a cold gaze, telling the old man he was dead wrong about one thing. Hasegawa remained stubborn, believing that even if the audience left, his show would go on, as his corpse forced itself to its knees, desperately clinging to his so-called performance art. He laughed maniacally, declaring that he would create a brand new audience with his own hands right here. The moment he finished speaking, countless creepy red threads shot out, surrounding the room. Bohem was suddenly caught off guard as the threads tightly bound her and suspended her in midair. She realized with horror that she couldn't move her body at all. Hasegawa admitted Eugene was strong, but the girl with him was simply too weak. He forced Bohem to grip a sharp shard of glass, turning her into a murderous puppet in his hands. Eugene stood still and watched as the thick red threads blocked their path, while the old man claimed that no matter how strong humans are, they're always bound by their humanity. Hasegawa mockingly called that bondage love. He smirked, threatening that if Eugene touched him, Bohem would die, and if he stood still, she would kill him. He gave him a cruel choice, backing Eugene into a corner as the controlled Bohem lunged toward Eugene, the glass shard in her hand ready to stab down. Hasegawa gloated, waiting for the lovers to finish each other off. Eugene just smirked and criticized the old man's terrible taste, saying it hadn't changed a bit. His face remained terrifyingly calm, even as Bomb's attack rushed toward him. But suddenly, the red threads were shredded to pieces by strange bursts of green light. Hasegawa's eyes widened in shock, unable to understand what the hell this light was. The banquet hall suddenly vanished, replaced by a vast, star-filled universe. The old man panicked completely, thinking he had fallen into some kind of illusion. But BOM appeared right after, coldly declaring that he had stepped into her inner world. Brilliant strands of green mana wrapped around her arms, radiating a divine pressure that forced everything to its knees. The old man shuddered as he realized this girl hadn't been human from the very beginning. Hasegawa was tightly bound in midair by chains of light, completely helpless. BOM looked down at him with the eyes of a god, stating that her power came from the great Azure Dragon. Hasegawa screamed that even though his current power was weakened, his source would never lose to him. The silhouette of the great Azure Dragon loomed behind her, a mythical entity holding the power to create life and magic. Controlling the green threads with her hands, Bomb gently reminded him that he had gotten one very important thing wrong. Tied up tightly, Hasegawa had presumptuously called Jinte and her a passionate pair of lovers. BOM coldly corrected him on the spot. "Sorry, but we're not lovers." She gave a mysterious little smile and added, "At least, not yet." A bloodshot red, I trembled behind the green threads wrapped tightly around his face. Hasegawa choked, his head bound so tightly that he could only let out meaningless groans. He woke up to find himself in an unfamiliar cathedral, facing Jinte and the green-haired girl. Jinte explained that the original hotel had collapsed, so the old man couldn't perform, which was why he had to move them both here, the gloomy yet magnificent cathedral, creating the perfect stage for the grand finale. Jinte exposed Hasegawa's crimes, revealing him as the one who had indirectly forced countless people to slaughter each other in this place. Horrific memories rushed back into the old man's mind. Images of humans slaughtering one another in a mad frenzy. The cries and despair of the unfortunate victims he had once used as mere entertainment echoed back. The criminal had used those red threads to control the souls of the living like mindless puppets. BOM stood by silently, a trace of sadness in her eyes at the tragedies the old man had caused, as Jinte declared that his final show would end right here in this sacred place. Hasegawa let out a challenging smirk, asking if Jinte had seriously forgotten who he was. He proudly bragged about his musical pieces, which were written by sacrificing souls to demons. He believed that as long as the audience lived and remembered, he would live forever. Hasegawa screamed frantically, absolutely certain that there was no way to end his life. Jinte grabbed his head, admitting that he really couldn't kill him using conventional methods right now. He mocked the old man for acting all high and mighty when he wasn't even ready to face death himself. A surge of dark energy erupted from Jinte's hand, signaling that the old man was about to taste something far worse than death. Jinte's hand tightened, stained with blood and an overwhelming, pitch-black magic. The full view showed the absolute dominance of the regressor over the demon groveling at his feet. Hasegawa shrieked in agony as he felt his soul being crushed piece by piece. Jinte stepped on his corpse, explaining that failing to perform was a severe breach of contract. He ordered in a chilling voice, "Perform. Right now for me." Hasegawa roared, still believing that the body of a disaster-class demon would recover in no time. But his eyes suddenly shrunk in terror when he realized his arm showed no signs of regenerating. BOM stood there, her magic directly interfering with and choking out the old man's recovery process. Hasegawa's body began to dissolve into strange flakes of green light. BOM looked down coldly at the defeated foe who was slowly fading into nothingness. He still screamed in utter despair, "I can still perform," before a pitch-black energy explosion erupted as his existence was erased from reality. He frantically thought that losing an arm was nothing, and that he would still continue his show. Hasegawa screamed Amarbarka's name, begging the Lord of the Abyss to listen to the first piece he had sacrificed his soul for. He pleaded through tears and blood, hoping for one last salvation from the demon, but received only silence, while Jinte and BOM just stood there watching him with blank expressions, as if witnessing the curtain fall on a cheap play. The headless corpse on the piano bench began to turn into ashes, scattering into the air. The final fragments scattered across Jintae's gloves, marking a permanent end to the madman. Jintae stood silently in the quiet cathedral, watching the last glowing particles from Hasegawa's remains fade into nothingness. His gaze was unusually calm, as if the burden of the life-or-death battle had finally been lifted. BOM looked around blankly, gently asking him about the horrible things that had actually taken place here. Jintae suddenly reached his hand out toward her, making BOM flinch slightly as her cheeks instantly flushed with embarrassment. Instead of patting her head, he gave her cheek a hard pinch, scolding her for daring to pull off such a dangerous plan. Rubbing her flushed cheek, BOM argued that they never would have been able to destroy Hasegawa if she hadn't done it that way. His anger fading, Jintae gently placed his hand on her head, a rare gesture of care from the usually cold man. He looked deep in her eyes and gave her his most sincere praise for her efforts. Good job. BOM's eyes sparkled with happiness upon hearing his acknowledgement, while Jintae suggested they head back. She flashed her brightest, happiest smile yet, softly responding with a sweet, okay. The invitation to go home echoed, marking a peaceful end to a long night full of chaos and death, as Jintae and BOM walked side by side toward the bright light at the end of the road, closing the final chapter on the musical dictator. It was a beautiful sunny day at the family penthouse, and the atmosphere seemed incredibly peaceful. Sunlight streamed through the window, shining directly on the lush green plants in the living room. Gul was sitting on the floor, intently writing something down in a thick notebook on the coffee table. She hummed a tune as she wrote, looking extremely satisfied with her work. It turned out to be the Mr. Observation diary that she was compiling herself. The very first page had a drawing of Mr. Jintae standing on top of the world, along with a statement claiming he was the strongest person on the planet. Gul also noted that he had probably been alone for a very long time, which was why he didn't seem to care about his surroundings. She drew a picture of Jintae looking serious, guessing that he was hiding a lot of untold stories. Below it was a drawing of a suit, with a note saying, "Mr. looks incredibly sharp in a suit." Propping her chin up, Gul smiled to herself, her head completely in the clouds. She was imagining herself in a glamorous dress, dancing with him while he wore a sleek black suit. The more she thought about it, the more her face flushed, and she stuck her tongue out with a slightly goofy grin. Right at that moment, Jintae appeared right behind her, asking what she was smiling at that look so creepy, making Gul jump and let out a loud shriek. She frantically covered the notebook with her hands, insisting it was nothing even though her attitude was completely flustered. Jintae glanced at the cheesy title, Mr. Observation Diary, on the cover. Gul made an excuse that she planned to add more drawings once they got closer. Jintae just gave a cold, "Oh," his face completely expressionless. He turned to leave, not forgetting to remind her to finish writing so she could get to her other chores. Gul breathed a sigh of relief, telling herself she should hide in her room to write next time just to be safe. But then she suddenly noticed something strange. Normally, he never paid attention to what she was doing, yet today he was the one who proactively asked. She crossed out the line, "doesn't care about his surroundings," thinking that maybe he was slowly changing after all. Gul started daydreaming again, believing that she was the one making him warmer. While she was lost in thought, Yujul appeared out of nowhere and read the title of the diary out loud, giving Gul a second jump. Jul even brutally criticized her sister's drawing skills, saying they were terrible and that even she could do better. Gul suddenly noticed that Jul was holding Mr. Jintae's civil servant ID card, and the kid casually admitted she had just stolen it. Gul quickly told her to give it back to him right away, but the little kid just pouted and refused. Curious, Gul took the card to check it out for herself. On the card was Jintae's portrait with his usual stoic face, and Gul's eyes instantly lit up when she saw his birthday, December 12th. Meanwhile, over at the International Superhuman Association headquarters, the mood was far from pleasant. A news broadcast on the TV was reporting on a horrific explosion that had just occurred in downtown Kyoto, Japan, the blast taking place on the upper floors of a hotel and causing a massive shockwave that collapsed part of the building. The identity of the culprit and the number of casualties were still unknown, but with firefighters and police working hard to investigate, many suspected it was the work of a superhuman. The scene of the explosion looked completely devastated, with thick smoke and dust blanketing the area. A hand pressed a button on the remote, shutting off the TV mid-broadcast. Jefferson Antonio covered his face, letting out a heavy, exhausted, and annoyed sigh. Jefferson, a high-ranking association official, began yelling at his subordinate about the incident that had just occurred. The person standing in front of him was Minamoto AI, the world's 13th-ranked superhuman and a special agent for the Japanese royal family. Jefferson slammed the table and shouted, refusing to accept that they still didn't know who was behind the explosion. He questioned what kind of information the Japanese royal family was hiding about this disaster. Jefferson shouted so loudly that Minamoto AI got a splitting headache, silently cursing that the old guy was being way too loud. Surprisingly, Jefferson had sharp ears, snapping that he heard everything she had just mumbled. He emphasized that they needed to investigate fast because the higher-ups were completely panicking, so AI promised to get it done as soon as possible before trying to slip away. But Jefferson wouldn't let her off the hook, saying he still had a lot of important things to discuss, leaving AI with nothing to do but let out a weary sigh. Jefferson held up a report, revealing that the secretary's office had just received an anonymous tip about an upcoming gala at the Malaysia's ball dungeon. Minamoto AI kept a cold expression, calmly asking what the big deal was. But the old man warned that something extremely dangerous was about to happen there, which made AI instantly guess that demons were planning to cause trouble. Jefferson nodded in confirmation, his face turning dead serious as he shared that intelligence indicated two demons, Disaster Class and Calamity Class, were hiding within the association and about to show themselves, causing even AI's expression to change upon hearing this. She placed her hand on the hilt of her sword, and the air in the room suddenly grew incredibly thick. AI asked Jefferson straight out if he was willing to take full responsibility for what he had just said, the two glaring at each other, neither willing to back down in the tense standoff. Jefferson explained that the tip had been sent straight to his desk, proving the informant was skilled enough to bypass all of the association's security layers without leaving a trace. At first, he thought it was just fiction, but after cross-checking, the clues lined up with terrifying accuracy, prompting AI to sarcastically remark that this was no time for him to criticize her family. AI wondered why he was revealing such crucial information to her, so Jefferson reminded her that the dungeon was located right within Japan's territorial waters. A map popped up, showing a demon unit from the Balkans heading straight toward the Malaysia's ball dungeon. Jefferson ordered AI to lead the Japanese royal family's underground special forces unit to quietly eliminate those demons. Meanwhile, the association's own airborne special forces would handle wiping out the rats hiding inside. He emphasized that all of these orders were classified commands coming straight from the top. Everything needed to be handled smoothly so that no rumors would leak out during the year-end holidays. While outside the window, the busy city streets stretched out. Sitting in her car, Minamoto AI silently despised the arrogant Jefferson, who only viewed her family as cleanup crews for the messes they left behind. She suspected that this tip about the demons definitely had a close connection to Hasegawa's mysterious disappearance. If taking down a Calamity-class demon like Hasegawa had been done by just one person, then that individual had to possess terrifying skills. AI narrowed her eyes in thought, trying to piece all the events together. She wondered what their ultimate goal could possibly be. The co-driver asked if they should assemble the underground special forces unit right away, but AI maintained an unusually calm demeanor. She ordered the team to remain on standby for now, wanting to personally check a few things first. She decided she would swing by the Chungcheon banquet first to see what the situation looked like, a shiny gold badge hanging from the rearview mirror. Night had fallen, and the family penthouse was enveloped in silence beneath a star-filled sky. The door opened with a soft click, signaling Jinte had finally made it home. Jinte walked into the pitch-black room, his face showing clear signs of exhaustion after a long day. Suddenly, a voice counting 1, 2 echoed from inside, and confetti exploded just as the lights flashed on brightly. "Happy birthday, Mr." All four dragon girls shouted in unison, freezing Jinte in his tracks for a few seconds as Gul happily stood in the center, holding a strawberry cream cake, surrounded by Yoriam, Bom, and little Jewel cheering wildly. Jin-tae asked blankly whose birthday it was, completely failing to remember what day it even was. Bom smiled and explained that she had accidentally seen his ID card a few days ago, while Gul confidently asserted that December 12th was definitely Mr. Jinny's birthday and no one else's. Only then did Jin-tae realize that it actually was today, prompting Gul to proudly ask if he was surprised and if this grand entrance wasn't absolutely amazing. The blonde girl excitedly added that this was her very first time throwing a birthday party for someone else, looking so thrilled that one might mistake it for her own birthday. Jin-tae looked over at Gul's glamorous outfit and asked for an explanation, finding himself now wearing a bright red birthday hat. Gul grinned from ear to ear, saying that since it was a birthday party, she had borrowed Sister Bomb's dress to match the fancy vibe. Twirling around, she asked Jin-tae if the outfit suited her, her face full of anticipation. Gul pouted and mentioned that the dress felt a bit tight around the chest, wondering out loud if the tailor had gotten the measurements wrong, leaving Boehm standing next to her completely speechless at her younger sister's cluelessness. Right at that moment, Yoriam walked in carrying a different cake, which had only a single candle burning brightly on top. Yoriam's expression looked incredibly forced, and she grimaced, saying that these cheesy wishes were way too cringe for her. Then she declared that was enough with the congratulations, stepping forward with a mischievous smirk that made even Boehm ask worriedly, "Yoriam?" Suddenly, a powerful whistling sound cut through the air, signaling an unexpected action. Jin-tae was still holding little Jewel in his arms, the red cone hat on his head looking entirely out of place given his highly alert expression. Before anyone could react, Yoriam tossed the cake aside and leaped into the air, launching an attack straight at Jin-tae, while Gul stood by, gasping and screaming in horror. The close-up showed Yoriam's thrilled face with glowing red eyes and a grin revealing her fangs as she yelled that she was definitely going to deliver a birthday punch, bringing a chaotic end to Jinny's birthday. Both hands pressed against the floor, straining to the point of trembling. Yoriam was sweating profusely, huffing and puffing through inverted one-handed push-ups. She gritted her teeth, her head upside down as she muttered to herself, wondering if she should just throw in the towel. The noble Fire Dragon clan having to learn how to fight from a human was utterly ridiculous, an embarrassing fact that would make even a passing dog burst out laughing if word got out. But looking back at Jin-tae, Yoriam wasn't even sure if the guy was actually human. The power gap was so massive that she felt like even if her entire clan rushed him, they still might not win. She told herself that even if she fought him to the death and back, there was zero chance of her beating the old guy. It was frustrating as hell, but she at least had to pull a prank on him to get back at him. So, the Fire Dragon decided to launch a surprise attack using a birthday cake. At that moment, Jin-tae was holding baby Jewel completely off guard. Yoriam thought triumphantly to herself that since he was busy holding a kid and his hands were full, there was no way in hell he could block, and at this distance, he wouldn't be able to dodge either. This was the golden opportunity to slap a cake right into the old guy's face. "Happy birthday, old guy!" Yoriam shouted, charging forward like an arrow. Jin-tae just stood there, calmly watching the kid fly toward him with the cake in her hands. But baby Jewel in his arms suddenly sensed that something was wrong. Sweat broke out on the little girl's forehead as she felt the incoming attack. Suddenly, Grandpa's image flashed through Jewel's mind along with his teachings about protecting what is precious, recalling how he had told her to hold onto the most important things no matter what. Jewel's eyes suddenly flared with a bright green light, her dragon soul awakening with a fierce will to protect. A glowing green magic circle materialized, forming a protective shield around Jin-tae that blasted Yoriam backward. Yoriam flew backward in panic, while Bom could only stand frozen, watching the accident unfold. The cake sailed through the air, heading straight toward a bewildered Gul. Splat! The cake landed dead center, right on the blonde girl's face. The room instantly fell dead silent, and Yoriam scratched her head guiltily for taking the joke a bit too far. Putting the mishap aside, the birthday party officially kicked off with a lavishly decorated table full of food. After wiping her face clean, Gul quickly recovered her composure to host the gift-giving ceremony. Jin-tae sat down, maintaining his cold demeanor while saying, I'm not a kid. I don't need presents. But Gul smirked and teased him, saying that a 27-year-old was practically a toddler in dragon years. Jinte picked up the first gift and asked who made it, and BOM immediately stepped up with a bright smile to claim credit. Inside the red box was a silver pocket watch that looked incredibly classic and intricate. The moment he touched it, his system notified him that the eternal clock ability was vibrating violently, leaving Jinte puzzled. Intrigued, he pressed the button to pop the watch cover open, curious to see what was inside. Inside was a photo of the whole little dragon family posing together by a lake, with the words "Happy Memories" written on it. Jinte gazed silently at the photo before softly saying thank you, a rare, gentle moment for him. Seeing that the old guy seemed to like the gift, Baum smiled warmly, brimming with pride. When it was Gul's turn, she held up a pink slip of paper with sheer excitement. "This is a wish voucher." She rambled on and on about how he could make her do absolutely anything he wanted, claiming it was the ultimate gift. But Gul's face suddenly went pale when Jinte asked for cash instead of the wish voucher. Urium stood next to them, laughing hysterically, mocking her younger sister's gift for being completely insincere. "Look here, this is what you call a practical gift," Urium said, reaching her hand into a paper bag to pull out her present. And the fire dragon's masterpiece of a gift was a freshly washed old white sock. The entire room went completely speechless. Urium further explained that it was a sock she wore often, but she had washed it thoroughly using her own special method before gifting it. She even asked Jinte if he felt deeply moved by it. BOM could only watch this in utter silence, telling Urium to stop doing that, because it just looked incredibly weird. Gul and baby Jul also stared blankly at their oldest sister's bizarre gift, completely failing to comprehend the fire dragon's logic, while Ginny's face contorted, not knowing how on earth he was supposed to react. Jinte suddenly recalled that baby Jul also used to peek into his socks from time to time, making him wonder if dragons actually possessed such a bizarre fetish. The old guy frowned and asked flat out if socks held some kind of profound spiritual or symbolic meaning for the dragon race. Gul was about to explain something, but Urium quickly slapped a hand over her younger sister's mouth, saying it was nothing and telling him not to make wild guesses. Putting the sock business aside, Urium urged baby Jul to hurry up and pull out her own gift to show off. The shy little girl stepped forward in front of Jinte, softly asking him to close his eyes, and Jinte obediently complied, silently wondering what kind of trick the kid was about to pull. Jul strictly instructed him that he wasn't allowed to open his eyes just yet and had to wait until she was completely ready. "All done. You can open your eyes now, mister." The little girl smiled radiantly, holding a very special necklace. Jinte opened his eyes to find a necklace with a tiny glass vial dangling right in front of his chest. BOM explained that this was a gift she and Jul had meticulously prepared together. Inside that little glass vial was one of Jul's dragon scales, and the necklace string itself was woven from the little girl's own hair. Hearing that her hair was used to make the necklace, Jinte paused for a moment and asked if this exchange of hair carried any deep, hidden meaning. BOM waved her hands and said there was no hidden agenda at all, explaining it was simply because Jul adored him so much, before warning him that he absolutely must not lose it. Jinte smiled faintly and nodded, promising that he would take care of this gift with the utmost caution. Standing right next to them, Gul was shocked to her core, unable to believe her own eyes as she witnessed the cold old guy actually crack a smile. Urium chimed in to tease him as well, pointing out how his face looked like a sour lemon earlier when they were giving him gifts. Yet he cheered right up the second he saw Jul's present. Afterward, Jinte told everyone to go to bed early since it was getting late. The story paused there, shifting scenes to the freezing Marie Birdland in Antarctica. This was the only territory in Antarctica not claimed by any sovereign nation, but currently, a secret group was constructing a base here. This group was called Chungcheon Banquet, a powerful underground organization that, unlike the International Superhuman Association, was a gathering of powerhouses with one single goal: to wipe out demons. Among them was Minamoto AI, a female prosecutor from the Japanese royal family's Special Duty Bureau, ranked 13th in the world. Next was BM, the first person to return from Arendot, who currently held the #2 spot in the global superhuman rankings, along with Manhwa, a master of recovery ranked 9th in the world, hailing from South Korea's illustrious Manhwa magic clan. But right now, Manhwa was weeping hysterically, his mouth continuously crying out Minamoto AI's name. Minamoto AI walked in and could only let out a weary sigh at the sight, asking BM what was wrong with the old guy this time. As Manhwa rushed over to cling to her leg, crying that the doctor had just delivered some monumental news. Half sobbing, the old guy recounted that his wife was finally showing positive signs of recovery after all these years. This joyful news left the entire group stunned, as the illness Han suffered from had always been considered completely incurable. The concentration of the ancient virus in her body was dropping rapidly, a miracle that no research had managed to achieve in the past 10 years. Manhwa tightly grasped BM's hands, declaring that it was all thanks to the medicinal herb BM had brought back. BM modestly replied that he hadn't done much, explaining that the herb itself had acted like a highly potent antibiotic to eradicate the virus. Manhwa curiously asked where BM had obtained such a miraculous medicine, noting that he had never seen anything like it even in Arendot, and BM shared that he had received it from a stranger he met along the way. BM's gaze grew serious as he recalled that man, asserting that he was no ordinary person, but an incredibly powerful individual. Just as the story was getting intense, Minamoto AI cut in, pulling BM aside to a corner to discuss private matters. Manhwa stood behind them, still mumbling and wishing that romance would blossom between the two of them so they could experience true bliss. But Minamoto AI bluntly congratulated him on Han's recovery before turning away, completely ignoring her teammates' rambling. BM was pulled along in confusion, even jokingly asking if she had suddenly developed feelings for him. But Minamoto AI shut that thought down instantly, telling him he wasn't her type. Her face suddenly darkened as she mentioned a name, Hasegawa, indicating that a massive conspiracy was likely underway. BM also grew dead serious upon hearing about the emergence of a disaster-class demon, promising a real headache of a battle ahead. The two of them then stepped out into the hallway to continue their conversation. BM spoke up. The fact that Hasegawa went missing and the fact that a bizarre report was sent to the Superhuman Association headquarters were both the work of the same person, right? And that report claimed that a disaster level or destruction level demon would appear. If that's the case, then one of the destruction level demons has to be Hasegawa. Minamoto let out a sigh and interrupted. Although it's not certain, looking at the situation, that's exactly how it seems. For now, the association will still proceed with the year-end event as planned. Their team has asked me to quietly deal with the demons gathering around the event area. In the meantime, they will search for the demon hiding within the association themselves. Hearing this, BM laughed out loud. That's hilarious. It'd be a miracle if those idiots actually found anything. From what I can see, you're the only ones who have to carry the load. But do we really have to keep it a secret from that grasshead guy? He belongs to the General Assembly as well. Shouldn't we be discussing this together? Minamoto replied solemnly. This might be a matter of life and death. For someone who just escaped from the hell that tormented him for 10 years, forcing him back into that hell again would be too cruel. She recalled a familiar image, Yongha laughing and talking to his son. Yes, would you like to eat something delicious with mommy today, son? For someone who just escaped from the hell that tormented him for 10 years, forcing him back into that hell again would be too cruel. She recalled a familiar image, Yongha laughing and talking to his son. Yes, would you like to eat something delicious with mommy today, son? He then covered his mouth with his hand and chuckled. Since when did you become so gentle? I'm moved to tears here. This annoyed Minamoto, who clenched her fist. Do you want to die by my hand? No more jokes. He immediately returned to the topic. So, what is it you want to ask of me? She replied, find the whereabouts of Hasegawa and the source of that report. That should be easy for you, right? BM pouted. Seriously, even for me, I'm not exactly a detective game expert. Afterward, the image of Ji-tae appeared in his mind with a bit of contemplation. With that thought, he turned and headed toward his room. This unexpected action made Minamoto wonder. What's wrong? Did you think of something? He smiled in response. It's nothing major. But there is indeed one suspicious person. Switching scenes to Jitae's house. At this moment, they were happily enjoying his birthday party. After a bit of a struggle, they had finished off everything on the table. "We're full." Yul let out a long yawn, headed to her room, and rubbed her stomach. "So full I'm getting sleepy." In the back, Yeo Riem retorted, "No wonder you're sleepy after eating so much. You little pig." He looked at the watch on his wrist. It was already 1:45 a.m. He muttered to himself, "Is it that late already?" Then he glanced at little Jewel, who was drifting off to sleep. He gently touched her cheek. Time to go to the bedroom. In her room, Yubam was writing her diary for the day. In it, she recorded, December 12th. "Today is the uncle's birthday." Seeing that awkward look, it seems like he's never had a birthday party before. That shy expression is actually kind of cute. While writing, she hummed a few lines of song, feeling extremely delighted. Then, suddenly, her room door opened. Jitae entered with Joel. He spoke up. "Not asleep yet?" She hurriedly closed her diary and turned back, shyly replying, "Why do you come in without knocking, uncle? You're such a pervert." He explained, "I just came to put Jewel to sleep. She shares a room with you." "Put the diary aside," she replied. "I thought you were planning to sleep here, too." He laid the little girl on the bed and reminded her, "Hurry up and get Jewel to sleep, then go to sleep yourself." Just as he was about to leave, a small hand reached out and grabbed the hem of his shirt. He turned back and saw it was little Jewel who had pulled him back. The little girl innocently suggested, "Sleep with us," but he immediately refused. "I have to go back to my own room to sleep." Hearing this, Jewel pouted, looking a bit disappointed. Seeing that, he wondered, why all of a sudden? Yubam explained, "I think she wants you to sleep with her." "Don't be like that. Stay until she's fast asleep, uncle. She even gave you a birthday present, didn't she?" "Don't be like that. Stay until she's fast asleep, uncle. She even gave you a birthday present, didn't she?" Afterward, the night light in the room was turned off. And so, the three of them were sleeping together on Yubam's bed. A sense of being cramped hit him, and he said awkwardly, "The bed is too small." Yubam retorted, "That's because you're too big." He glanced at little Jewel, only to find her eyes were still wide open, refusing to go to sleep. "Why isn't she asleep yet?" Yubam replied, "Probably because she's excited about sleeping with you." Then she turned over and began to lull her to sleep. "Just keep patting her head like this, and she'll drift off. Try it, uncle." He felt a bit skeptical, but eventually reached out. He placed his hand with a heavy thud on the girl's stomach, which startled Jewel. This action of his made Yubam burst out laughing. "Who pats a child that hard? You're just making her stay awake even more," she explained. "Be a bit gentler, just like you're stroking her." After understanding, he reached out and gently patted the little girl's head. Feeling the warmth from his hand caused Jewel's eyes to gradually relax. Shortly after, the little girl began to drift into sleep. This immediate result made Yubam look at him with an expression of admiration. Just seconds later, Jewel was fast asleep with one finger in her mouth. Yubam turned to praise him. "I didn't expect her to fall asleep so quickly." "Are your hands really that soft?" he shyly replied. "Now you go to sleep quickly too, before Jewel wakes up." Yubam turned to praise him. "I didn't expect her to fall asleep so quickly." "Are your hands really that soft?" he shyly replied. "Now you go to sleep quickly too, before Jewel wakes up." Then she made a suggestion. "Instead of that, won't you lull me to sleep too?" She began to complain. "Actually, these days, every time I try to sleep, I see that scary herald of God, so I can't sleep well." He responded indifferently. "Isn't that just a nightmare?" The girl pouted. "You're my operator too." I'm still just a child, after all." Faced with this sulky attitude, he felt helpless. "I know. What should I do now?" She placed her hand on his cheek and explained, "Just like you did with Jewel. Do it like this, just keep stroking like this, and it'll be fine." Feeling the softness of her hands made him feel a bit flustered, his face flushing red with shyness. He immediately turned his head in the other direction, to her astonishment. Then, without a moment's hesitation, he left. "I'm tired. I'm going to sleep." "You should get some sleep early, too." Stepping outside, he reflected, "That's the first time I've been lectured like that. Have I become too caught up in daily life? How pathetic." The system sent a notification. The pendulum power, EX, has confirmed the subject is exposed to a small fragment of malice. Subject, 30-man Air Special Forces team. Looking at the notification board, he let out a sigh of relief. Better this way. It makes me feel more at ease. He told himself, Air Special Forces, huh? Switching scenes to a construction site. At this moment, a worker was being slammed hard against a wall, letting out cries of extreme pain. Seeing this, someone stepped out to intervene. What the hell? Why are you doing this to us all of a sudden? They said you were from the Superhuman Association. Are you even allowed to do this? The blonde-haired young man with glowing red eyes gritted his teeth like a wild beast and replied, Hey, old man, I don't even know why we're doing this either. So you'd better clear out if you know what's good for you. This threat made the worker tremble violently with fear. The blonde man's voice immediately turned menacing. Because I'm about to actually kill someone. This group was the International Superhuman Alliance Combat Division, 30-man Air Special Forces. A moment later, he arrived at the designated construction area in Northwest Hateland. The system sent a notification. The Pendulum Power has confirmed the target has been in contact with a small fragment of malice. Target, 30-man Air Special Forces. The 30-man Air Special Forces is a combat unit belonging to the International Superhuman Alliance. The members, both men and women, are all equally brawny, reminiscent of barbarian warriors. They are always on the front lines in dungeon raids, and are also brought into counterterrorism campaigns. Jite was also a member of this 30-man Air Special Forces for a short period in the early and middle loops. He moved deep into the construction site. Just then, his gaze met the two men from earlier who were rushing outside. He wondered, Are you guys working here as facility managers? The man replied in fear, Young man, it's dangerous here. Run away quickly. No sooner had he said that, a powerful stomp echoed from behind, making him jump and turn his head. The blond young man gritted his teeth in anger. Hey, old man, I told you to run away quietly, didn't I? I didn't say you had to take a bullet to the head before you were allowed to run, did I? This man was the captain of the 30-man Air Special Forces of the Superhuman Alliance, Varian. The bald old man was trembling so much that tears streamed down his face. Honey, maybe it's time for me to join you down there. At this moment, the pendulum appeared before him, displaying a notification. The 30-man Air Special Forces in this loop were sent to search for demons hiding within Lair Academy. But while tracking the demons, they were infected by Wei Yun's malice. This group will have their personalities, behaviors, and speech transformed into a violent state until the mental pollution is cleared. Recalling the image from before, he muttered to himself, So they saw the information I provided, went out on the mission, and got infected by malice. With that thought, he spoke up. Hey, old man, can you still walk? After speaking, he continued to step forward. I'll handle that bunch. You run away and don't tell anyone what happened here. His words surprised the old man. What did you say? On the other side, Varian clenched his fists in anger. Who the hell are you? You little shrimp. Are you here to block my way too? Seeing this, the old man screamed in terror. It's dangerous. There's a gun. Seeing this, the old man screamed in terror. It's dangerous. There's a gun. Varian's massive fist was blocked by his small arm. Recalling the scene from the past, Varian used to come from behind, place a hand on his shoulder, and remind him, Hey Jite, you have to eat more. You're too skinny. That fragile body doesn't suit our Air Special Forces. Do you need me to recommend some protein powder? He sarcastically remarked. Compared to back then, your body's bigger, but your punches have gotten weaker. Are those muscles just for show? Before this provocateur, Varian shouted angrily. What did you say? But immediately, a tremendously powerful pressure coming from his side made Varian jump. With just a simple flick of his hand, he easily sent him flying, crashing hard into the wall. Since they're already being corrupted by malice, talking is useless anyway. It's been a while since I've had to use my hands. One of the men in the group spoke up. The captain was blown away. His companion replied, That skinny guy is strong. Then their fists clenched tightly, wanting to fight him. They rushed in to fight like madmen. Charge! I'll crush him. They were currently enhanced with B+ level physical strength. Afterward, without anyone saying a word, they all rushed toward Jite like moths to a flame, preparing to attack. He remained calm in the face of this scene, only letting out a soft breath. Then his eyes focused forward and he lunged forward. It started with a knee strike straight to the face of one man, making him cry out in pain. The man next to him saw this and swung the large axe in his hand toward him. But with his agility, he easily dodged to the side and avoided the blow. Then he gifted him a punch straight in the middle of the face. The remaining ones, still not realizing how dangerous he was, continued to rush toward him. They shouted, "No matter how strong that skinny guy is, there's no way he can do anything against all of us at once. Just crush him." Suddenly, his eyes turned purple. He used the Kalgolakwa combat technique, Godspeed. In a split second, he dealt a lethal blow to the back of each man's neck. He muttered, "It's been a while since I used this skill, so I'm a bit rusty. The prosecution force is really a pain. I wonder if Yeo Riem can master this technique well enough." Speaking of which, a large barrel from far away was flying straight toward him. He calmly turned around and used his arm to easily cut it in two. Varian had regained consciousness and pulled out his weapon, the Rui Nunchaku, and lunged straight at him. The Nunchaku swung down like a heavy hammer, making the surrounding air feel dense. But against this attack, he used only one hand to easily block it. The pressure from both sides was so strong that the Nunchaku began to show countless cracks. Afterward, he used his own bare hand to crush it simply. This surprised Varian. "Unbelievable. You caught a Tier 3 sacred artifact with just one hand." The remaining pieces of the nunchaku fell to the ground with dry, clattering sounds. Seeing him sitting dazed on the ground, he stepped closer and asked, "Are you guys a bit calmer now?" Varian still couldn't believe his eyes. "Who on earth are you?" He replied, "You don't need to know that. Just follow me obediently, because I will treat both you and your subordinates." This touched his pride. Varian's face darkened. "Are you telling our air special forces to surrender?" Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed over to hug his body tightly, preparing to attack. He shouted, "You arrogant villain, don't underestimate us. We are warriors who always put our lives on the line on the front lines. Do you think we're afraid of death? I never said I was going to kill you." But he didn't believe him and shut his mouth. Then he ordered his warriors, "Stand up, fight to the end for our pride." Seeing that this group was hopeless, he exerted his power once again. Whether it was back then or now, that personality of yours that tires people out hasn't changed at all. But it's also because of that point that I worked with him. Countless souls poured out from his body. Witnessing this scene made Varian's eyes reflect a bit of fear. His voice was threatening. "Are you willing to cooperate a little bit now?" What he summoned was the Fallen Angel Legion, along with the SS-level Azure Eye and the SS-level Shadow of the Grand Duke. This was one of the three great powers that Jite had stolen from the Demon World Grand Duke, known as the SS-level punishment of the Grand Duke. After a short while, everyone had been controlled very neatly. He used the power of the pendulum to start cleansing them. The system sent a notification. The pendulum has confirmed traces from beyond the horizon contained within the 30-man target of the Air Special Forces. The pendulum power began to collect the traces of malice that had just surfaced. Collection progress of the malice trace fragment, 15.3%. Collection progress of the malice trace fragment, 15.3%. Since there are 30 people mentally polluted, who knows if they'll all fit in there? I have to bring along some good liquor. Switching scenes to BM's laboratory. At this moment, a Minotaur was holding a magic stone and placing it inside. Looking at this scene, BM was somewhat satisfied. Finally, I get to try out Hera's Kaleidoscope. This is also a Tier 4 artifact. For the past while, he had been trying to research the hair strand that he had dropped. But with ordinary equipment, it didn't do much. And if one uses Hera's Kaleidoscope, it's a different story. This time, I'll definitely find out where that power originates. While he was researching, an arm touched his shoulder from behind. BM was a bit annoyed. "Sorry, but I'm a bit busy right now. I'll play with you later." That arm didn't stop, but continued to touch his shoulder, making BM angry. "I told you I'm busy." Right when he turned around, BM discovered the person who came this time was none other than Jite, with a bottle of liquor in his hand. His voice was cold, so the hair strand that Joel lost was here. BM tried to explain. "That was the last time you came. I saw the hair on the floor. I found it while cleaning. I didn't steal it or have any hidden intentions." He didn't hesitate, immediately took the hair strand and destroyed it. Anyway, this is confiscated. This decisive action left BM in crisis. Then he returned to the main topic. "So what's the matter this time?" Did he come to check on the situation of that girl and the armor? Receiving the gift, BM was delighted. Oh, is this liquor? How many people this time? He turned his head back. A bit too many. Looking at the group of people sitting in lines on the ground left BM helpless. You call this a bit? Plus, their physiques are huge, too. He explained, there are 30 people in total. I guess this place will have to be expanded. BM felt helpless. In the end, you made me work like a horse again. He noticed the badge on their uniforms. Are these people from the Alliance's Air Special Forces? Recalling Minamoto's words, the Alliance said they would use the Air Special Forces to find the demons hiding inside. Brought here, Varian showed signs of waking up. He immediately approached to ask, what's the situation? Varian wondered about the current scene. Where is this? What on earth? He didn't know how to explain why they appeared here, so he stammered a bit. This is a mental hospital, and I am the doctor. Varian wondered, a mental hospital? Then he glanced toward BM on the side. And this is the nurse. Varian spoke up. That haggard face is BM. I never thought BM would work as a part-time nurse. He returned to the main topic. In short, from now on, you have to stay here. For about 3 months to a year. You can probably feel it yourselves. Right now, your thoughts and emotions are in a state where you cannot control them well. If you go outside like this, you will lose control and cause many people to get hurt. So stay here obediently and receive treatment. Forced to accept this offer, Varian spoke up. In return, I have one request. We are soldiers. We cannot let our combat strength decline. During our time here, are there any spaces or equipment for us to train separately? BM said angrily. Hey, do you think this is a gym? Before he could finish his sentence, he turned back and placed a hand on BM's shoulder to remind him. All right, the nurse here will prepare that for you. Seeing that he continued to be ordered around made BM helpless. You're really too much. Afterward, he glanced to the side and saw 2 familiar figures working hard at cleaning the area. He returned to inquire about the situation of those 2. How is it? BM replied honestly. To be honest, it's not very good. That armored guy is missing the person he used to serve very much. His mouth keeps muttering to be back by the young lady's side. The real problem is that girl. She has no will to survive at all. If she doesn't receive optimistic light now, her emotions will drop to a low level for sure. He turned back and wondered, will to survive? Armada quickly blended in with the special forces, lifting weights for 3 combined exercises. He approached the girl and spoke up. Are you troubled? She recognized him and replied, hello. I'm really sorry for causing a scene earlier. Perhaps I was possessed by something for a while. He sat down with her. Forget it. It's okay. She continued to open up. Actually, I heard earlier. Those people came from the Alliance, right? He confirmed. That's right. She continued. I used to work at a small orphanage in the countryside. Then one day, a huge flood of water appeared. The other adults had all evacuated, but I and the children didn't escape in time. The children hid in the house, while I went out alone to see if any monsters were approaching. Luckily, the monsters ignored our orphanage. This made both her and the kids extremely happy. But then a blinding light appeared before their eyes, making them extremely afraid. Hasate Bile fell helplessly to the ground, looking toward the ruined scene in front of her. But the International Superhuman Alliance made a mistake in that, should we call it friendly fire? The artillery shells came from the opposite direction, and just like that, only I survived. No, I'm the one who killed them. Since then, I don't remember clearly anymore. It's like there's something pitch black. It seems like I've become something. He continued. So seeing the people from the Alliance, you feel uncomfortable? She replied, no, on the contrary. I should have felt painful, but for some reason, I feel happy. This is strange, isn't it? It's truly odd that since I came here, I've always felt happy. Sitting still is fun, cleaning is fun. Even watching a boring magazine is extremely interesting. She leaned back and lay on the ground. This is so strange. I'm not supposed to be happy. Should a person like me continue to live? This is the moment where I really have no instinct for survival left. He stood up and abandoned her. If you want to die, then just die. If there's nothing left worth expecting in life, then it's better to just die. Because expectation is what helps humans continue to live. Looking at his departing silhouette, she wondered. So the doctor is also living with expectations? He looked down at the crystal on his chest. deep in thought for a few seconds, then replied, "I am already trying to do just that." At this moment, Varian stepped forward from a distance and asked, "Hey, young lady, is the consultation over yet? I've been observing for a while, and I heard you don't have a will to survive. Coincidentally, I happen to know an extremely effective remedy. Can we talk for a bit?" Coincidentally, I happen to know an extremely effective remedy. Can we talk for a bit? Later, they were extremely dissatisfied with her weak physical strength. "Hey, with that kind of strength, can you even lift a plate? It's because your body is weak that you don't have a will to survive. Since we don't have equipment yet, let's start gently with bodyweight exercises. Don't even think about using mana. We will help you blow away all those distracting thoughts." Hasate Bile was completely helpless in the face of this, only able to cry out in despair. "I know I'm wrong. I know I'm wrong." Turning to him, he was talking to his bodyguard. "Armada, stay by her side and take good care of her." Armada replied, "I understand." BM walked toward him and asked, "Doctor, I'm curious about something. May I ask?" He immediately understood what the other was getting at. "About providing information to the Alliance?" BM was startled. "That's right, but I didn't think you'd answer so obedient." Well, so it's true that a disaster-level demon will appear at the year-end event." He confirmed, "That's right. A major battle is about to break out, which is why I said, so you have to give me a hand." At the same time, switching to Ga. She was facing something that made her a bit excited. This thing was yellowish and looked like a small chicken. She exclaimed excitedly, "This is..." School let out earlier than usual today, and the students rushed out to the gate as if they had been liberated. Yugul walked with two friends, all of them thrilled to suddenly have extra time off. But Gul still found it strange, not understanding why the professor had left so hurriedly. Word was that some incident had occurred in the spiritual creature sanctuary area, so the teacher had to run over to handle it immediately. These spiritual creatures are essentially animals carrying mana, having awakened powers just like superhumans. Therefore, superhumans often domesticate them and form teams to coordinate combat together. The brown-haired boy kept acting carefree, saying that since there was no disaster alarm, the ones that escaped couldn't be anything dangerous. The friend wearing glasses heard this and could only sweat buckets, unsure if she should trust that optimism. Since they were free, the group invited Gul to go downtown, stopping by some newly opened cafes to check them out. Hearing the tempting offer, Gul pouted and refused because she knew for sure she wasn't allowed to go. Her friends also knew all too well that Gul's guardian was too strict, never letting her set foot in crowded places. They could only comfort her, saying that the uncle was probably just overprotective because Gul was too pretty, and that they would make it up another time. "See you tomorrow." The two friends waved goodbye. Gul smiled and waved back, wishing everyone a fun time. But when she was left alone, her smile vanished. Gul seemed quite moody. It made sense. Jite always reminded her not to go to noisy, bustling places. Gul knew her uncle was just worried about her, because before, she would tremble every time she saw someone looking at her. But now she was much better. Gul trudged in the opposite direction from her friends. Thinking about it, she still felt annoyed. At home, Jite wouldn't let her play the guitar because he was afraid of the noise. In that case, Gul would take the guitar outside and rock out, showing the whole world what the rebellious spirit of the Gold Clan was like. The forest scenery appeared before her eyes, golden sunlight filtering through the leaves, the space strangely quiet. Gul chose a random rock by the edge of the forest to sit on. This secluded spot should be fine. She began to play the first notes on the strings of her wooden guitar. Gul poured her soul into the music, leaving behind all the constraints she had endured for so long. The gentle sound of the guitar attracted small birds perching on nearby branches to listen. Even white rabbits and small squirrels gathered around, curiously looking toward this rising artist. Deep in the green forest, only the sound of Gul's guitar music rang out melodiously. Suddenly, a large black shadow appeared behind the bushes, its glowing eyes watching her. Those ghostly white eyes stared unblinkingly, exuding a mysterious aura. Gul was startled, sensing something abnormal, and sweat began to stream down her cheeks. There was a rustling sound in the bushes, and she felt this was neither a person nor a normal animal. Suddenly, Gul remembered what Jite had told her back when they were having snacks in the living room. Jitae had said that if any stranger came to hand her a business card and invite her to this or that, she had to run away immediately, because those are all scary people who specialize in kidnapping children. Gul had turned pale hearing that back then. Sitting here alone now, Gul started scaring herself, imagining the scene of being surrounded by perverts forcing her to take business cards. She panicked and jumped up, raising her guitar like a weapon and shouting that she didn't need any business cards. But looking closely, there was no guy at all, just something small and cute standing there. It turned out to be a round golden chicken with 3 hairs on its head that looked extremely adorable. Gul was immediately captivated. This golden chicken looked bigger than the chickens in normal books. Perhaps it had sought her out because it heard the music. Her nature as a fan of cute things took over, and Gul put on a frightening face, demanding to touch the chicken just a little bit. No, 2 touches would do. Seeing Gul's perverted expression, the golden chicken was scared, chirped, jumped up, and ran away. Gul scrambled to chase after it, her mouth not stopping as she apologized and promised to just look and not touch, begging it not to run anymore. The golden chicken leapt into the air to escape. Gul stood below and watched regretfully, while the little bird transferred from one branch to another. It flew in a flash to the very top of a towering tree, out of her reach. The golden chicken perched there, looking rather sullen and guarded. Gul looked up dejectedly, wondering to herself what she had done wrong to make it hate her so much. Night fell, and the modern villa of the family began to light up. Dinner time arrived, and the whole group gathered around the sumptuous meal. The sound of bowls and chopsticks clinking, the family atmosphere looked quite cozy. Yet, Gul suddenly stood up, saying she didn't feel like eating anything, so she has to go up to her room first. The red-haired older sister, Yeo Riem, froze for a few seconds because it was rare to see her younger sister skip a meal. Bom also found it strange. Gul was usually the biggest eater in the house, so why today did she say she had lost her appetite? Looking at the table full of food that the girl didn't even glance at, everyone started to worry. Jitae was still leisurely drinking tea, only wondering where all the food the girl consumed every day disappeared to. A moment later, Jitae went up and knocked on Gul's door, then pushed it open and entered. And what greeted the uncle's eyes was the sight of her stuffing her mouth full of snacks, her cheeks puffed out like a squirrel. Jitae was speechless looking at the battlefield of snacks around her. She had just said she didn't want to eat, but now she was eating like she hadn't eaten in years. Gul offered her uncle a piece to be less embarrassed, but Jitae only cared about what she was looking at on the computer. It turned out she was searching for ways to make friends with a young bird on the internet. Gul excitedly recounted how she had accidentally met the golden chicken on the mountain that afternoon. But she started to worry, fearing the bird out there alone would be cold. By the way, Gul asked her uncle how to get others to open up when meeting for the first time. Gul even imagined herself using cake to lure someone. She looked intently at Jitae, waiting for golden advice. Jitae casually dropped a bombshell, saying just use food to approach it. Wild birds are always hungry. Gul's eyes brightened as if she had struck gold. She never expected her uncle to be so insightful. She decided to try it out tomorrow, even promising to reward Jitae with her favorite snack. The night grew late. The city was still glittering with lights, but Jitae started to feel something was off. Back in the forest, under the dim moonlight, the golden chicken was curled up, sleeping soundly on a branch. The little bird had no idea of the danger lurking right below. At this moment, meowing sounds that sounded very gentle rang out silently. These were 3 tiny black kittens, looking quite adorable. One cat approached, looking at the golden chicken with shimmering, innocent eyes. But in the blink of an eye, their eyes turned a bright red, brimming with killing intent. The mutant black cats simultaneously lunged to attack the poor golden chicken. The little bird panicked as a black shadow covered its entire body. Under the full moon, only golden feathers were left scattered. The golden chicken had vanished without a trace. Gul was skipping along in the middle of the forest, her mouth not forgetting to hum a few cheerful tunes. In her hand was a bag of fragrant fried chicken, a special gift prepared for the new friend she met yesterday. Gul walked while praising how good the chicken smelled, confident that this plan would be a complete success. She recalled Jitae's advice that just using food would make ownerless chicks lead themselves right to her. Gul's footsteps stopped in the middle of a deserted forest. She leaned against a tree trunk, sweetly inviting the chick from yesterday to come out and eat a chicken thigh with her. Waiting for a long time without seeing anyone, Gul began to panic, wondering if it hated fried chicken or had it already gone somewhere else. Suddenly, Gul's gaze froze when looking at the ground. Under the grass were golden feathers covered in fresh blood, signaling bad news. Looking at the deep scratch marks on the tree and the remains of Manna, Gul sensed something very worrying. She recalled the rumors about spiritual creatures escaping from the sanctuary recently. Gul clutched the feather in her hand, filled with unease for that little creature. The setting shifted to the bustling Hadling Entertainment District, where bright lights hid the dark corners. Inside a small, deserted alleyway, the chick Razor was being attacked violently, blood flowing after vicious scratches. Despite being covered in injuries, Razor still tried to get up to face the enemy. It was a pack of black cats with glowing red eyes, pushing it into a corner. Razor resentfully asked why, even though they all came from the same sanctuary, they were so cruel to it. One cat wore a sneer full of malice. The answer was simple to the point of cruelty. Because we hate you. They were jealous because Razor was pampered by humans. It snatched up all the delicious food and affection. Now with no iron cages or guards, Razor was just a tasty morsel in the outside world. An aggressive cat rushed forward, intending to deliver the finishing blow. Razor closed its eyes tight, helplessly waiting for death to approach. But suddenly, a human figure appeared, blocking those razor-sharp claws. Gul lunged out to hug Razor, using her own body to shield it from the black cat's attack. The chick stared blankly at the person who had just saved its life in astonishment. Seeing Razor was still alive, Gul burst into tears of joy. She loudly scolded the cats for being so heartless as to bully such a weak creature. The cats clicked their tongues in annoyance, feeling bothered that a human was interfering. They retreated, but didn't forget to leave a spiteful warning for Razor. Razor chirped weakly in Gul's warm embrace. Gul excitedly explained that she had sniffed out the fragrant scent of the fried chicken bag to find it there. Suddenly, she was startled, remembering the wound on her shoulder that was bleeding profusely. Razor silently looked at Gul's wound, its eyes revealing clear emotion. Due to exhaustion, the chick faded, its eyes closing. Gul frantically called for it to wake up, her heart burning like fire. The scene shifted back home, Gul standing face to face with the Guardian's anger. Jitae stood with his arms crossed, his face darkening with stern seriousness. Gul knelt down, hugging her bandaged shoulder while trying to explain it was because she wanted to save the chick. Jitae gritted his teeth, calling Gul's full name, making her only able to whisper apologies in fear. Jitae was contemplative, his eyes showing a bit of concern after examining the chick thoroughly. He asserted firmly that it was no ordinary creature. BOM suddenly remembered the news about a few spiritual creatures that had just escaped the sanctuary recently. Razor woke up and immediately chirped, making Gul overjoyed. The blue-haired girl eagerly volunteered to get water for her little friend. She channeled her magic, her eyes glowing with a powerful blue hue. A drop of pure water was brought right to its beak. Razor stared blankly at the gift falling from the sky. After drinking, Razor felt ecstatic as an extraordinary sense of refreshment spread throughout its body. The whole group of Gul and BOM marveled at the extremely smooth, healing coordination of the two girls. Jitae was still the same, standing on the sidelines, observing with an expressionless face. Razor formally introduced itself as Razor, a proud member of the avian tribe. It sent deep gratitude to the beautiful young ladies for saving it and giving it water. The girls were just left stunned listening, even though they really didn't understand what it was rambling about. Seeing Razor chirping endlessly, Gul had to ask Jitae to translate what it wanted to say. Jitae summarized briefly that it was just thanking the whole family. In particular, Razor emphasized his thanks to the blonde girl, Gul, for saving its life. Razor admitted that even though Gul looked slender, she possessed an extremely brave heart. It was still shaken remembering the scene of Gul risking her life to save it. To Razor now, this blonde girl was his greatest savior. Razor bowed ceremoniously, showing absolute respect. It officially accepted Gul as the guardian deity of its life. A magical stream of light surrounded them both, marking the sacred bond between spirit and human. Gul smiled brightly, feeling she had just done something extremely meaningful. She also promised to take good care of Razor in the days to come. Gul gently patted Razor's head, an extremely heartwarming moment. Switching scenes to a sunlit grand hall, the space was extremely quiet and solemn. A woman was passionately pouring her soul into the deep, melodious tunes of the piano. The piano music echoed throughout the space as if telling an old story. A man with long gray hair, exuding an overwhelming aura, walked into the room. The elder coldly asked about Hasegawa's sudden disappearance. Wyan, Izel Khalifa, a seductive female demon with fiery red hair, reported a death that had just occurred. She smiled and greeted the elder with a very respectful expression. Wyan smiled meaningfully, seemingly very satisfied with her current position. She apologized for her neglect of work due to being preoccupied with her own projects. The elder did not seem pleased to see his subordinates so focused on trivial matters. He curiously asked about the giant shadow looming right behind Wyan. It was a giant puppet carrying a defeated opponent in its hand. Wyan sneered, explaining this was just a small worm that dared to sneak and follow her. The person captured was Edward Crane, a rank 14 superhuman. He looked at Wyan with resentment and hatred. The elder coldly ordered to dispose of this tailing enemy immediately. Despite his injuries, Edward Crane exploded with lightning power and lunged straight toward the elder. His speed was so fast that it even made the elder jump in surprise. Edward put all his effort into a punch, carrying blinding lightning bolts, lunging straight at his opponent with the intention of going all out. Wyan, Izel Khalifa, stood leisurely beside her puppet, uttering sarcastic, amused remarks at her opponent's efforts. However, Edward was immediately subdued. He writhed in pain as an invisible force strangled his throat. His face contorted with fury. Even though death was near, he still didn't want to give up easily. A terrifying entity with ghostly eyes appeared suddenly, wrapping tightly around Edward in a horrific way. In an instant, countless sharp spikes pierced through Edward's body, ending the life of the rank 14 superhuman cruelly. Wyan, Fifth Sword, gasped, calling out Elder when feeling the terrible pressure radiating through the hall. From the light-filled entrance of the church, a teenager with a slender build slowly walked in. With a cold smile, Noah, a disaster-level archdemon holding the title seat of Vow, officially appeared, full of power. Introducing Noah, the one worshipped by the demons as a god. His giant hand tore through space, appearing with authority. Wyan knelt at Noah's feet. Although a high-ranking member in the demon world, he knew nothing about the true background of this child. Noah smiled meaningfully, calling Wyan my child. He officially bestowed the title Fifth Sword of the Invisible Organization upon Wyan. Wyan bowed his head to accept the order, admitting he still had many shortcomings but had been chosen by the Abyss. The elder Izel Khalifa sat perched on the mechanical chair, mocking Wyan for almost losing his life at the hands of a weak human. Wyan sweated buckets, the image of the person who defeated him appearing hauntingly. She wondered why the association knew this gathering location so well to order an attack. She muttered that the opponent seemed to know too much about her organization. Izel Khalifa smirked, holding a long pipe. Her hands looked like the mechanical joints of a doll. Her gaze was sharp, questioning what Wyan had been doing at the association all this time. Her fiery red eyes stared threateningly. Wyan trembled as he apologized to the elders, his face revealing extreme tension. Noah walked on nonchalantly, leaving a reminder that the great cause was drawing very near. The red-haired woman silently watched Noah's back. She grumbled that Noah was too merciful. He should have cut off one of Wyan's arms to maintain discipline. When everyone had left, Wyan clenched his fists against his knees until they shook. His face distorted with fury, his mouth not stopping as he spewed spiteful words at the one who had humiliated him. Switching scenes to a modern office building located in the city. A call was connected. The person on the other end answered with fear. On the smartwatch appeared a call from someone saved as perverted bastard. Hashimoto, Wyon's assistant, collapsed onto his desk because of too much pressure. The secretary next to him was also worried. Hashimoto pulled his hair, saying that information had leaked again and Wyon threatened to kill everyone if they didn't find a traitor by today. He slammed the table and shouted, not understanding how someone with the codename X could see through all the organization's secrets. The meeting place was only known by the elders and the closest insiders. Hashimoto looked up at the secretary with extreme suspicion. The secretary looked back with a calm, cold expression, ready to accept punishment if suspected. Returning to Yugul's room, she was filming a video introducing the Chicken Soul Razor. The fellow didn't seem comfortable being filmed. Razor muttered about how humans used to force him to take pills they called supplements. A blue-haired child hugged Razor, making the fellow hurriedly suggest not touching his feathers anymore. Razor sweated profusely, earnestly requesting Gul to take off the pink bow because he was not a female. Gul didn't care. She blushed and giggled, convinced that Razor really liked that bow. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Gul's head. Yeoriam appeared with a curious expression about what she was holding in her hand. Yeoriam lifted Razor up by his ribbon. Gul frantically told her not to bully her friend, but Yeoriam just complained that she was making too much noise while she was trying to sleep. Yeoriam mocked them both for looking equally stupid and asked for the chick's name. Gul was about to introduce him as Razor, but then changed it to Little Chick because he kept chirping. Yeoriam laughed at the name, which hurt Gul's feelings since she had spent 2 hours thinking of it. Razor struggled, complained about the overpowering smell of cigarettes, and demanded to be let go. Yeoriam looked at the yellow chick in her hand with a puzzled expression. She stared at Razor for a long while, as if she were appraising a toy. Suddenly, Yeoriam opened her mouth wide and stuck out her tongue. She licked Razor directly, leaving the little guy frozen in complete shock. The poor chick gaped, screaming in despair. Gul shrieked when she saw Razor being licked. Yeoriam grimaced as she spat out a feather, grumbling that the chick didn't taste very good. Gul, now furious with her cheeks puffed up in anger, lunged forward to demand justice for her chick, but Yeoriam just remained nonchalant, as if nothing had happened. Gul was so frustrated she started to cry, her mouth unable to stop scolding the bizarre woman. A fierce battle broke out, with Gul calling Yeoriam an old witch and a muscle pig. Yeoriam didn't hold back, constantly retorting with sarcastic comments about Gul's appearance. The word flat seemed to hit a nerve with Yeoriam. Her face suddenly darkened, becoming dangerously ominous. Yeoriam gave a twisted smile, saying that since Gul loved pointing out her flaws, she wouldn't bother with the chick anymore. Instead, Yeoriam declared that Gul would be the one to suffer in her friend's place. Gul stood there, clueless about what was about to happen. The woman slammed Gul onto the floor and began to trample her mercilessly. Gul's screams echoed throughout the room. Gul cried and begged for forgiveness, but Yeoriam wasn't satisfied yet, stepping on her while calling her a deflated dumpling. In a corner of the room, the blue-haired child sat on the floor, quietly observing the brawl through the screen of a device in his hands. The entire scene of Gul being bullied was being recorded in detail. Gul was still struggling desperately. In her confusion, the child accidentally pressed a button on the virtual control panel. A notification popped up on the screen, video shared. This catastrophic mistake left the child looking pale. The notification confirmed that the video had been broadcast to the public network. The child was trembling, realizing he had just caused a huge mess. Just then, BOM walked into the room with a stern expression. BOM sternly reminded the child that he was not allowed to touch other people's belongings without permission. The boy cowered in fear. BOM demanded that Yeoriam and Gul stop this horseplay immediately. Both of them could only remain silent and take the heat. BOM picked up the child and sighed as she looked at the mess in the room. Her eyes reflected a sense of weariness. Suddenly, Bom's eyes flashed with a strange green light. She froze as if she had just seen an omen. Cold sweat ran down Bom's forehead, and her eyes were filled with anxiety and shock. She rushed straight into the room to find Jite, calling his name incessantly in a panic. Jite was putting on his coat, preparing to leave. Seeing Bom barge in, he calmly asked if she had just seen Providence again. BOM asked breathlessly if he was about to go on a mission and desperately wanted to come along. Unlike usual, Jite nodded and said that this time, he really needed her help. BOM stood still in surprise. He told her to hurry and get ready, promising that all the details of the journey would be explained on the way. Jite even thoughtfully reminded her that if she felt scared, she wasn't forced to join. Bomb smiled with relief and shook her head. She couldn't hide the happiness evident on her face. BOM beamed, saying this was the first time Jite had personally invited her to join him. Her joy was apparent in every word. She excitedly teased him, asking if he couldn't do anything without her. Jite just stared at her silently with an emotionless expression. Both began their journey to Marie Birdland in Antarctica. Amidst the 1,000-year-old icy caves, a secret door to the Chungcheon Banquet Organization appeared. Inside the base, BM clapped his hands to welcome them and introduced Jite and BOM to their new teammates. Minamoto and the old woman Riwa were already waiting at the table. Riwa smiled kindly, welcoming the young people who had just arrived. Minamoto pressed for the identity of the informant. Jite calmly replied that she could just call him the Demon Hunter. Bomb also happily introduced herself as Jite's assistant. Riwa didn't stop praising BOM for being an incredibly lovely young girl. BOM blushed with pleasure at the compliment, but the atmosphere suddenly became stifling when Minamoto showed clear annoyance. Minamoto irritably mocked the intimate way BOM and Jite addressed each other, claiming they were doing ridiculous things. The young swordsman spoke up, calling BM by name to express his dissatisfaction. He stood up abruptly from his chair, declaring that although they needed help, this cooperation fell off. Minamoto was angry that Jite wouldn't reveal his real name or background, using only a pretentious title accompanied by an assistant who didn't look like she had any fighting ability. He shouted at BM, saying that in such a dire situation, bringing in an unknown nobody was just making a mockery of him. BM frantically advised him to calm down. Jite remained nonchalant. He challenged Minamoto, saying if he didn't trust his ability, he could verify it himself. Rage peaking, Minamoto drew his katana from its sheath, radiating a threatening aura of mana and warning Jite not to do anything foolish. Just as Minamoto was about to draw his sword, Riwa suddenly spoke up, ordering her to stop immediately. Riwa stated nonchalantly that Minamoto would lose her life the moment the sword was drawn from its sheath, leaving the girl stunned and confused as to what she was implying. The old woman Riwa apologized on Minamoto's behalf, saying that her recent sensitivity had led to excessive reactions and mistakes. Afterward, Riwa offered to ask Jite a question out of the caution of an elderly person. Jite calmly signaled for her to proceed. Riwa's blue eyes suddenly became sharp as she lowered her voice and said, "Young man," she asked a decisive question. "Are you on the side of humanity?" Jite looked at her with deep, mysterious, and cold eyes. Minamoto asked Jite directly, was he truly on the side of humanity? The entire meeting room fell silent, with all eyes fixed on the man with black hair. BOM sat beside him, glancing over anxiously as if she wanted to hear the answer from him. Jite confirmed it calmly, asserting that he was on the side of humanity. The answer made Lady Riwa and Zhang Bongman breathe a sigh of relief, though BM still seemed a bit restless. Minamoto continued to question him about the disaster-level demons heading to the Malaysia's Ball Dungeon. Jite just revealed information that made Minamoto sweat bullets. He stated that their goal was to turn Malaysia into a giant living altar. The demons planned to sacrifice 700 students to create over 100 new demons. A terrifying scene unfolded, where human lives were merely sacrifices for the rise of darkness. The true mastermind was Professor Wyan. He wanted to use those lives to level up himself. Minamoto slammed the table and stood up. She couldn't believe a professor at the academy could be a demon. She turned to ask if BM had known about this from the start. Zhang Bongman admitted he had only just found out, but honestly confessed that he had disliked that Wyan guy for a long time. Jite stood up to explain that since the dungeon was completely isolated, it was the ideal place for the demons to act. But it was also the perfect opportunity for their side to take advantage and wipe out their entire nest. Minamoto pressed for more information on the plan to deal with Noah, an extremely dangerous destructive entity. Noah was the one who had wiped out many nations, a monster whose true power no one had yet understood. Noah's silhouette appeared, imposing, with magical purple eyes glowing in the dark. Jite looked back at her and firmly asserted that he knew him very well. He turned his back and walked away, ignoring the astonishment of everyone in the room. Jite added that he even knew how to kill Noah, making Minamoto think he was just talking nonsense. Seeing Minamoto about to snap, Zhang Bongman quickly put a hand on her shoulder to stop her. BM smiled mysteriously, telling her to put complete trust in Jite's decision. Minamoto stood frozen, not understanding why BM could be so confident. Jite didn't explain further. He declared that the campaign would start immediately. His eyes were cold and sharp, as if everything had already been calculated. BOM sat on the floor, quietly watching Jite's back as he walked away. Outside, the super battleship Guardian was majestically tearing through the clouds over the Japanese sky. A female reporter was live reporting on this large-scale military operation. The Guardian was a state-of-the-art flying fortress, a combination of power between the Lair Academy and the Association. On board were 1,400 people, including many elite students ready for battle. Superheroes from all over the world had gathered for the upcoming Great War. Principal Ha Suk-mu stepped out and began a spirited speech before the television cameras. Back home, the red-haired girl held the TV remote and cursed, feeling regretful that she couldn't participate. Yugul was different. She hugged a pillow and trembled because she was scared of fight. Gul remembered something and asked Yeoriam where Jite and BOM had gone. Hearing this, the red-haired girl propped her chin on her hand and started making up wild scenarios. Gul suddenly imagined the scene of Jite carrying Bomb away, running off romantically like in a movie. She screamed in surprise at this far-fetched theory, but immediately afterward, she shifted to whimpering, worrying about who would cook for her. Yeoriam was speechless. She really was a glutton. The blue-haired child sat quietly, observing the two older sisters' argument. The boy clutched the yellow chick, a vague, indescribable sense of unease about the future rising within him. A man was standing and giving a spirited speech at the convention. He recalled the pain of the war that had taken place less than 20 years ago. Hundreds of students sat silently, listening. Because of that war, countless families, relatives, and friends had fallen. He prayed that the tragedy would not repeat itself in this era of peace, moving everyone. The speaker promised that this expedition would put everyone's safety first. Jite and Bomb stood far away, observing the ceremony. Minamoto approached Jite and handed him something, calling him the Demon Hunter. It was a pair of badges symbolizing the Japanese royal family, sparkling in the palm of his hand. Minamoto told Jite that from now on, he would enter the dungeon as a member of the royal family. She warned him not to talk nonsense to avoid being suspected. Even so, her eyes were still full of scrutiny. Minamoto declared bluntly that she still didn't completely trust him. She threatened Jite in a low voice, telling him to prepare himself if there were any mistakes in this mission. Jite muttered that her personality had changed too much. BOM curiously asked if they had known each other before. Jite recalled the memories of the fourth loop, when Minamoto was still a bright girl who often followed him around. He answered Bomb vaguely, saying it could be considered that way. Suddenly, Zhang Bongman jumped out from somewhere, laughing boisterously and asking if everyone felt tense. He was still holding a huge bottle of liquor in his hand. Jite realized immediately that BM was drinking more than usual and mocked him, saying he was the one who was worried. Zhang Bongman blushed, admitting he felt uneasy. It had been a long time since he had to go on such a dangerous mission. BM tried to act calm, believing this was the fate of the members of the Chungcheon banquet. He still called Jite by his fake name, Jinte. Jite suddenly called him by his real name, Zhang Bongman, making the guy jump in surprise, wondering how Jite knew this secret. Jite looked at BM seriously, reminding him that his role in this campaign was the most dangerous. He advised BM not to let himself die. This statement made the guy shiver, as he felt like he had just been marked with a death flag. BM walked away, muttering and making Jite promise to treat him to a delicious meal and drinks after everything was over. BOM stood silently, watching them, then turned to tell Jitae he was such a liar. She pointed out that it was Jitae who was shouldering the most dangerous part. Jitae sighed, telling her not to worry about him. Just as Jitae was about to urge Bohem to get ready, she unexpectedly grabbed his sleeve tightly. Bohem bowed her head, saying that although she knew he was very strong and unlikely to die, her heart still felt restless. She earnestly begged Jitae not to let himself get hurt in the upcoming battle. Bohem's face showed deep concern and care for Jitae. Jitae watched her in silence, his eyes softening for a moment. He reached out and patted her head to reassure her, saying that was exactly what he wanted to say to her. The brief romance was interrupted by Minamoto's shout. She urged the group to hurry because there was no time to waste. A giant purple portal opened, radiating a magical source of energy and pressure. The team had to enter before the students arrived. Minamoto and Jongbongman were ready in a fighting stance. Bohm took a deep breath to regain her composure, followed closely by Lady Riwa. Jitae stepped forward with a cold expression, giving a quiet agreement when everything was ready. Under the purple light of the portal, the group entered the death zone one by one. A powerful voice rang out. "Let's get started." The Malaysia's ball campaign officially kicked off. At the assembly area for the students, a guy was shaking so much he wanted to go to the bathroom immediately because he was so scared. The friend next to him mocked him, saying the adults would handle everything anyway, so why be afraid? But in reality, she was also shaking. In that bewildered crowd, a white-haired teenager suddenly appeared with an extremely calm expression. Seeing him humming a tune, another student curiously asked if he wasn't afraid. The white-haired boy gave a strange smile, saying that in fact, he was also feeling extremely worried. But his glowing purple eyes, full of evil, told a different story. He whispered that he would try his best for this plan. 14 hours had passed since the group entered the Malaysia dungeon. Their current destination was room 141, known as the Hanging Gardens. A strange set of footsteps had just landed on the lush green grass of the garden. Bohm knelt and breathed heavily. It seemed she was tired after the long journey. Old woman Riwa stood nearby, asking after her with concern. Bohm forced a smile and said they should have rested midway. But for the greater good, she didn't want to ruin the plan just for her own comfort. The scenery here was stunning, quite different from the gloomy atmosphere of the previous rooms. She heard that this was the private garden of the master of the Malaysia dungeon. Riwa looked around and clicked her tongue, saying that looking at it, it didn't seem like a scary dungeon at all. Bohm was silent, her eyes filled with contemplation as she looked at the old woman's back. Memories went back to the tactical meeting. Jitae outlined a simple plan. He would handle Aizel Halifa, Wyan, and Malaysia himself. The group just needed to buy time for him. Jitae declared that he would prioritize eliminating Wyan, the core character this time. Meanwhile, BM would be in charge of dealing with Noah. He told Riwa to coordinate with his assistant to deal with Aizel Halifa. Bohm listened with a stern expression. Hearing this, Minamoto wondered, so did she have to go and clean up Malaysia? She was furious when Jitae told her to handle the small fry monsters, feeling like she was treated like an errand girl. Jitae retorted harshly. She could do whatever she wanted as long as she didn't let the minions die off. Both argued with awkward expressions. Back in the present, Bohm was still thinking about her elderly teammate. Riwa's face with a horrible scar was clear under the sunlight, carrying an indescribable melancholy. Bohm gathered her courage and softly called out Grandma. The old woman turned her head and hummed a response. Bohm hesitated and asked if anything had happened between her and Aizel Halifa. Riwa laughed bitterly, wondering if her face was that obvious. She apologized if the question made Bohm uncomfortable, then suddenly asked for her age. Hearing Bohm say she had just turned 20, Riwa sadly praised it as a truly beautiful age. She said that in her youth, she had also been a very beautiful girl, just like Bohm. Bohm smiled and replied that she was still beautiful now. The old woman laughed, saying she was just joking and wasn't as beautiful as her. If that were true, she would have been a celebrity instead of a superhero. But the truth was, back then she had also been quite sought after. She reminisced about her youth with her long, gray-silver hair. The young men in the area kept lingering around her house all day just to get a glimpse of her face. Back then, she was busy knitting, ignoring the enthusiastic flirting behind the gate. For some reason, she had been so haughty back then, not bothering to show herself to anyone. She admitted she was quite snobbish. Then those impulsive guys gave up and left. Even the most dashing young men gave up before her coldness. Finally, only one persistent teenage boy remained. He was a short guy, clumsy at talking, and didn't look very good either. He waved at her with a silly smile. Yet, she never expected she would marry him. BOM was left stunned when she heard this. The day he proposed was funny. Instead of a ring, he gave her a pair of earrings because he said her ears were beautiful. Truly an idiot. Rewa touched the scar on her face, and the sweet memory vanished. BOM could only stand still, watching her every gesture. She asked BOM if this scar looked hideous, a direct question that made the atmosphere suddenly heavy. The wrinkled scar covered half her face, a testament to the tragedy of the past. She growled. That bitch Izel Halifa had killed her husband and set fire to their house. The image of her husband, lying motionless in the sea of fire, came back. That cruel woman just turned and walked away, leaving him to die in pain. She had tried to reach out in despair, but couldn't save him. That woman left without even bothering to kill her, leaving behind persistent pain. That day, she lost half her soul. The hatred burned fiercely, just like the fire that year. With today's technology, she could completely remove this scar. But she chose to keep it, afraid that if it disappeared, the memories of her late husband would also fade away. Rewa said that after the war, she searched everywhere for Izel Halifa, but found no trace. She fell into deep thought, and Bomb standing next to her also showed surprise at the story. Rewa looked directly at the enemy, declaring that the day had finally come. A giant entity appeared behind the red-haired woman. Izel Halifa smirked, making disparaging remarks about the old woman's hideous face. Today, finally, she smiled defiantly, her golden eyes cold and sharp. Rewa asserted that this was the time she would take back what was hers. Her eyes flashed with blue light full of hatred. Scene changed to room 98. 15 hours had passed since the group entered the Malaysia dungeon. The students were clearing out the monsters under the Blue Canal. These guys are well trained, probably from the Blue Dragon dormitory. Someone commented when looking at their work efficiency, but it seemed the atmosphere among the students was extremely tense, lacking naturalness. Their expressions were frozen, their soulless eyes looking anything but normal. A student holding a bloody knife with a chilling, vacant stare gave off a hair-raising feeling. In the command tent, shouting echoed, "How many times do I have to say it?" The commander roared in anger, believing the current pace of advance was too fast and dangerous. They had cleared 9 rooms in just 15 hours of continuous fighting. This speed far exceeded the original plan by 4 rooms, making everything uncontrollable. Silver-haired Wyan sat there nonchalantly, saying it was the result of good students and an excellent command system. The commander was so angry he could see stars, shouting not to use physical strength as an excuse for this recklessness. He worried that if they kept rushing ahead like this, other teams would be left behind and easily wiped out. Wyan closed his eyes and smiled faintly, telling him not to be too sensitive or he would ruin the set plan. The commander slammed the table and shouted at Wyan not to try to dodge the main topic anymore. The students' lives are hanging by a thread. Don't I have the right to object? He growled. He asserted firmly that the students were not pawns to be sacrificed meaninglessly. Wyan looked at him with cold eyes, smirked, and replied, "But to me, they're just pawns." Suddenly, a student rushed in with an urgent report. The dungeon was shaking violently because of a large crack. The commander immediately ordered everyone to withdraw towards the dungeon entrance at once. "I told you so." Wyan coldly interrupted him. He drew his gun, repeating the request that the commander shouldn't be so sensitive. A gunshot rang out, dry and sharp. The commander fell in surprise, blood splattering the face of the perpetrator. Those around them were horrified to witness the bloody scene unfolding in a flash. The purple-haired student suddenly attacked and killed his teammate on the spot. The cry, "There is a traitor," rang out in vain. A student stood frozen, unable to believe the horrific scene unfolding before his eyes. Screams echoed throughout the hallway. A cruel massacre began. Blood flowed on the floor. Students fell one by one at the hands of the traitors. The short-haired girl looked at the bodies of her teammates in shock, her face smeared with fresh blood. Wyan cursed in anger at the weak resistance. The purple-haired traitor laughed madly, immersed in the feeling of crazy slaughter. A blue beam of light from the gun barrel tore through space, finishing off another life. See, why do you have to resist so that I have to see this ugly scene? Wyan walked leisurely past the corpses. If you had just been obedient, at least you could have left a will. He looked down coldly at the victim at his feet. Wyan held his gun and fired continuously, his glowing red eyes revealing his demonic nature. Think I don't know how to kill? Think I don't know how to curse? He roared savagely among the ruins. Wyan shouted loudly, saying he had tried to smile and talk nicely, but these people didn't know what was good for them. He roared madly, calling humans low-life creatures with red eyes, full of murderous intent. Wyan fired wildly, blood splattering in space with every ruthless shot. A notification sound rang out amidst the deadly atmosphere, signaling a change. Wyan's distorted face, twisted in mad laughter, appeared clearly on the screen that was recording live. Why are you acting like that? The question rang out with sarcasm at the massacre scene. Jite walked over leisurely, reminding Wyan that he was standing right in front of the lens that he loved so much. Jite looked straight at Wyan with cold eyes, then advised him to smile beautifully for the camera.